Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for not staying out too late and coming here bright and early. Before we get started with today's lineup of amazing content and speakers, just a quick reminder of a few things. First off, just as a quick reminder in case you forgot overnight, the QR code on your badge will take you to a page with the Wi-Fi info as well as directions on how to submit questions during a session. We've also got information that we'll be projecting on the screen. Second, just a reminder, if you're not eating or drinking, if you can keep your mask on, we appreciate that. Now, housekeeping aside, we have a fabulous day planned for you, full of engaging content, fantastic speakers, and the finals of the NOSH Live Pitch Slam. So with that, let's get to the content and the speakers. Yesterday, we spent a lot of time talking about the mechanics of running a food brand in 2021 and beyond. But behind every good food brand, there's also a solid team of people. It can be easy to forget the human aspect of this business, but it's vital to ensuring your company's success, especially during a time such as the pandemic, which has only emphasized labor issues. Joining us today to kick off the day and share lessons about how she motivates her teams and encourages a culture of risk-taking is Jolie Weber, the CEO of protein snack brand Lenny and Larry's. Whichever you prefer. It's so great. We've never gotten to meet in real life, but we've chatted so much during the pandemic. This is so exciting for me.
It's good to be here. Thank you.
So let's start by talking about your history. You have a slightly unique career path. Can you share a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. This is my first time at NOSH, so getting to meet a lot of new faces. And while I don't have the pants of Wayne, I did bring a little bit of shininess on my shoes for you.
I was going to say, they are pretty great pants, though, still.
Thanks. But yeah, so my career path is a little bit unusual. So I started my career, and I like to tell people that I'm in the business of hydrating and feeding people. So have always been in either beverages or food in CPG. But went to school and really thought my career was going to be in marketing. I thought, or at least envisioned when people asked you, what are you going to do in life, that I would be leading a marketing department in a big CPG company. And had really not thought outside of those confines. But when I joined Wise, for those of you that are on the East Coast and know about the potato chip and cheese doodle brand, I joined them as a brand manager and kind of had a trajectory there in marketing. But about halfway through my tenure there, I had the CEO at the time come to me and he said, so what's next for you? He said, you are completely done with marketing. Like, you've accomplished everything that you can accomplish here. And if we don't do something different with you, we're either going to lose you or, we're just going to run out of opportunities. And so thinking, I suppose, inside the box still at that time, I said, well, maybe sales, maybe marketing, operations, those seemed like the logical next steps to me to make a move. And, if you knew this CEO, I should have known that it was just, he was giving me the opportunity to answer, but he already had the decision made of what I was going to do.
CEO lesson number one.
Correct, exactly. So he actually responded then when I said that. He said emphatically and right away, no, neither of those are an option. You will be the next CFO. Well, guys, I had no credentials to be the CFO. And so frankly, I thought, this is a joke, he's pulling my leg, and I should never have done this, but I did hang up on him, and I said, call me back when you've got something serious. And so later on, I thought better of hanging up on him and called him back. And eventually, after having some thoughtful conversation with my husband at the time, as well as some inner reflection, I did decide to take the CFO role. I will tell you, it was the very first time in my life that I completely threw caution to the wind. And I said to myself, look, I don't want to look back in 20 years and say, you should have, you could have, why didn't you take that opportunity? And the thing that was really weighing on me, though, was this concept of failure. Like, what if I fail at this? What are people going to think about me? What am I going to do next? How do you evolve out of this role? And I really had to have some heavy conversations with myself around this concept of failure is not fatal. Like, if this doesn't work out, it's not the end of your career, it's not the end of you. You'll adapt, you'll pivot just like everyone else does, and you'll move on. And so, frankly, I embraced it. It was a hard right turn in my career, but frankly, it was the thing that really allowed me then to take on the CEO role of Wise later, about 4 years later, and then now leading Lenny and Larry's as the CEO. So it is not traditional. People usually look at my resume and they say, is that a typo that you were the CFO? But it was a tremendous opportunity for me, and it has really allowed me to be who I am today as a CEO.
Now, one of the parts of the story you're leaving out a little bit is, unlike Lenny and Larry's, when you took on that CFO role at Wise, there was a bit of turmoil going around. Can you tell us a little bit about, what was on top of this new CFO role? What was the climate you kind of walked into and business challenges?
Yeah, they were plentiful. So when I joined Wise as a brand manager, lo and behold, and unbeknownst to me, probably because I was young and I was naive, but the business was really struggling. It was pretty distressed. We didn't have any EBITDA at the time. And I was only about 6 months into it when literally one morning, the private equity firm that owned us came in and wiped out the entire senior leadership team and brought in a turnaround team. And so, as you can imagine, being in a new role in a new business, there was a lot of questions like, where does this leave me? Where does this leave the business? Are we going to make it? But we ultimately, to cut to the chase, we made it, but it made for a pretty challenging CFO role. We had a lot of debt, a lot of bank covenants I had to deal with, a lot of banks that were not very friendly, let's say. But it certainly, it taught me a lot along the way. The one thing that I would tell people about that experience that's a huge takeaway for me is, when that turnaround team came in, I think there was really two options for people. And there was a huge contingency of people that were running out the door. How quickly can I get away from this house on fire situation? Didn't want to have any attachment to it and didn't want to continue with the business. And I was exactly the opposite. I was the one running into the house that was burning down saying, what can I learn from this particular situation? And it turned out to be a huge opportunity for me, not only just from an experience set, but also from a career trajectory opportunity as well. So as I mentioned, they wiped out the entire senior leadership team. And so that left a lot of growth opportunity for those people that stayed behind. So yeah, it was not always pretty. It was a pretty tough situation, but it certainly has served me well in my career and even till today.
As a leader in that situation, what was something now that you look back and you're like, ooh, that was the wrong tactic to take? Like, I wish I had done this differently.
There's a lot of them. I mean, I don't think you're being honest if you think that you didn't make some poor decisions along the way. But probably two that stick out for me. One would be, as a younger, earlier leader, I think we have a tendency to want to not admit our mistakes or cover up our mistakes. And that makes us look very inhuman, makes us look like we're trying to hide something. And frankly, we really need to be open and transparent and own our mistakes. The team will appreciate that, and frankly, they will trust you more if you admit your shortcomings and your failings. So, and we all have them. So that, I think, was a huge one. I think the other one was when it comes to people on your team, it's knowing when some of those people need to go. I have a tendency to probably want to, I don't know if the right word is rehab people, help them to see the opportunity or, try to work with them to stay. Or even the other side of things when an employee comes and says they want to leave and you really want them to stay, trying to over-incentivize them to stay and frankly long-term that becomes a poor decision because you become almost beholden to their every whim, and they're not happy with you. So, really knowing when to move people out of the organization. And it doesn't have to be done in a confrontational way. There's a lot of ways to, positively exit, I think, somebody from an organization.
With that, mentality on rehabbing them, when you come in as CFO and you, previously were marketing focused, I'm sure some of your team was like, this person's going to tell me what to do. How did you go about getting everyone on board with your vision?
Yeah, so it was very unique, like I said, and particularly if I stick with the CFO example. I had no credentials. I had no experience coming in to lean on to say, look, I know this, and I'm going to teach you what we need to do. I really had to sit back. I had to listen, and I had to learn. And really giving the team the airtime and the forum with which to tell me what they thought was working, what wasn't working, how we could improve the overall, financial situation of the company was paramount to getting them, number one, to trust me. And I think everyone in this room would agree that, at the crux of every relationship is trust. And so, getting everyone to trust me that, number one, I had their best interest at hand was key. And number two, that we all had the same goal and objective, which was to make sure that the company was a success long term. But a lot of listening and a lot of patience to try to not be that bull in the china shop that knows everything, and that's just going to kind of force their way through. There does come a time then, later though, when you do have to kind of exert, what you believe to be your mission, your vision, and your priorities going forward. And so at that point, you've got to get everybody, aligned, and you hope that they're going to get on the bus with you. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But as a leader, you have to know when it's time to, kind of stop the conversation and start making some of those decisions forward.
And Lenny and Larry's is a different situation. At the same time, you were coming in as a new CEO and also encouraging the company to, launch more products beyond their flagship cookies. Mm-hmm. So how did you take those lessons from Wise and bring them over to Lenny and Larry's, and how has that kind of played out a little bit?
Yeah, look, I am kind of referred to in Lenny and Larry's as the COVID CEO. So I took the job in February of 2020. I live in Atlanta and was commuting out to the West Coast. So I was on the job, call it less than 30 days when COVID hit. And so what my expected vision, mission, and strategy was when I took the job, literally went out the door.
For an on-the-go protein snack as well.
Yeah, exactly. So all of that got wiped out overnight. I remember flying home. It was Friday, March 13th, thinking, I'll be back to, LA in 2 weeks. And lo and behold, it was 6 months later before I got on a plane again. And I was telling somebody yesterday, the people on the plane next to me actually had full hazmat suits on. So, we were in a pretty scary time and a lot of unknown things. But what I would say the correlation would be is that a lot of the skills that I learned in the turnaround situation with Wise, frankly, were very applicable in the early days of COVID. None of us knew what was going to happen. We had to your point, we had an on-the-go product. We have an on-the-go product that, was decimated in the early days of
I imagine COVID. Besides on the go, gyms were shut down. Everyone was changing their workouts, and that's where I think heavily Lenny and Larry's had that really strong core following as well.
We did. Yeah, I mean, that was when I joined the business, that was our largest channel. Was health and fitness. So, health and fitness was gone, and on the go was essentially gone overnight. And so, we really had to hunker down and, prepare ourselves for the worst and what we didn't know what was coming. And so from cash conservation to, tabling some projects and things like that, a lot of the skills and, I'd say the tactics we had used in a turnaround situation temporarily became very applicable with Lenny and Larry. So again, not exactly the same situation, but it served us well in terms of stabilizing and setting ourselves in a position of strength until we could see what the future kind of held more for 2020 as we got into the back of the year there.
And so now that you've kind of just like stabilizing wise, COVID has maybe hopefully stabilized a little. What does that next step look like, and how does that also draw on your experience from Wise post turnaround?
You know, I think COVID is stable, let's call it. At least we're learning to live with it, and some normalcy has come back to the marketplace and to consumption. So that's good, first and foremost, I think, for on-the-go snacks, or most people in this room. I think the other thing that particularly as we got through the initial panic and crisis days of COVID, the thing that I said to my team, or the team at Lenny and Larry's, was I had always been taught, never miss an opportunity to take advantage of a good crisis. I don't know if anybody else has ever heard that or used it, but we did embrace that. And we said, look, we've got some time here right now to really assess our business. And what do we want to do from a channel perspective? What do we want to do from a portfolio perspective? How are we dealing with our customers and retailers differently? So it really allowed us, and this is a lot of what you do in turnaround as well, is to sit back and say, do we have the right tactics, strategies, and mission in place? And so I think that's another kind of carryover to, applicability between the two businesses of how, you use past experience in current experience.
It's funny though, because you mentioned like you're the one running into the challenge. I think when faced with something like COVID, sometimes I've seen a lot of brands are like, I'm going to try this and this and this and this, and run straight into the challenge. And it sounds like what you're saying is, don't do that sometimes. Take a second, step back, and regroup a little.
I think we did take a step back, definitely. And I think somebody yesterday was talking about taking that step back to take 2 steps forward. And so we certainly did that. We took that step back and we said, let's regroup, and let's make sure that we are, frankly, laying out all the options, because nobody had the crystal ball. We didn't know where things were going. We didn't know if, frankly, certain channels or retailers or products were going to be rendered completely irrelevant, going forward, or what the situation was. So we did a lot of scenario planning and said, look, if this happens, this is where we're going to go. If this happens, this is what we're going to do. But we didn't want to just, frankly, we didn't have the liberty to just throw everything on the table and say, let's see what sticks. I mean, I think that would have been a really poor choice. Maybe it worked for some people. I don't want to judge, but our position was not one where we wanted to just throw everything on the table and see what stuck.
When you're in a situation like a turnaround or COVID, I think, as I referenced yesterday, it's easy to feel a little discouraged, and for a team to kind of just feel like this is, gosh, where's the light at the end of this? So how do you go about keeping people motivated and get them excited to come in and really thinking critically?
Well, it was tough because it was, we were all virtual. So we had to rethink the playbook 100% of, how do we engage people? How do we, communicate certain, critical points in the business? And, and how do we get them excited about what's going on? Most people were really pretty scared, frankly. They didn't know, were they going to have jobs? And, they didn't know was their family sick, or were they going to get COVID? And so we did, I would call, an excessive amount of over-communicating. We had, in the early days of COVID, I had a standing call with my team every single morning. They hated it because I'm on the East Coast and they're on the West Coast. So I was 3 cups of coffee in by the time we met, but it served us so well to stay that close and that connected, not only from just, running the business, but people really needed to be informed. They needed to know what was going on. So I think that communication and transparency was really important. The other thing that we did was, even though at that time in the early days of COVID, it didn't feel like there was any wins, any small win that I could find to highlight an individual's success or a team's success, I did. And we did that through, gift cards. We did that we did DoorDash and Amazon, just very small tokens of recognition for, frankly, just the tremendous effort people were making in a really stressful environment. So any small reward or recognition, or even, I did go to, at one point to the extent of, sending individualized gifts to different people in the company to tell them, look, I appreciate what you're doing, and I tried to really make sure that those were customized to who they are as an individual. So there was a lot of time just, managing people.
I think one of the criticisms I hear about all of our reliance on social media is that, yes, these wins are important, but then you log into LinkedIn and it's like, I got this deal and we're going into Whole Foods and this is Sprouts. I just want to clarify, are these the type of wins you're talking about, or can they be, the things that internally are just really exciting? Because I think it's just easy to feel discouraged when you look at that and feel like, well, I had a really bad day today, but, I got our shippers down in cost. That's not as sexy as getting into Whole Foods nationwide, but it's a win for me.
Yeah, I mean, obviously wins and successes for everyone in every company are different. What's important to one person or one company is completely different for another individual or another company. So it's hard to, put them head to head. But a lot of wins are not sexy, and they're not big. Like you said, I mean, we were happy in the early days when we just could find the checks, the cash, because there was nobody going to the office. And where did the mail go? Like the mail delivery person didn't show up for 2 weeks, so we were just excited when we could get small wins and somebody would say, I found all the checks, so, the cash would flow again. So there are very small wins that you have to celebrate and really embrace, particularly in those early days. The other thing I would mention on the point you just made about LinkedIn and companies posting all these big wins, and it can get, it can get discouraging, I think, for some businesses that maybe aren't experiencing those same big wins or, not posting. The thing I would say is social media is really, I find it to be dangerous, not only for, individuals, we hear it for teens all the time, but for businesses and leaders as well, because one side of it is it can distract you immensely from your own mission and vision as a leader and as a business to do what you need to do for your own situation. But then social media is a situation where nobody posts about the shit that happens. And everybody has it. You didn't have a good call with a customer, or something happened with a co-man. Nobody posts about that stuff, but it's real, and everyone has to deal with it. So, you really have to remember to balance, because social media tends to, only focus on the perfect things that happen in the world, and that's not reality.
Maybe instead of I've seen Win Wednesday, we need to start a trend of Failure Friday where you talk about something that went wrong and what you learned about it. So let's all go maybe embrace that one.
Terrible Tuesdays or Failure Friday.
I like that. There we go. Well, now that we've kind of walked through your career history and what you've learned throughout this, I'm just wondering, what are you really key and focused in on in your team and your business for the next year to come? How you've taken this time to refocus, get the team on board. What's next?
Yeah, so what I talked about earlier in terms of the time that we took to really reassess the business is now really coming to fruition, and we are excited to push all of that work forward in the next, call it 12 to 18 months or so. That's what we're planning for. And so, I'm excited to see how the team reacts to a lot of the work that they have been doing, and to see it come to life. That's going to be exciting to see all of that commitment, dedication, and hard work hit the marketplace and the experience that customers are going to have with it and the retailers. So I think people forget too, we say that people work hard, but there were so many constraints in COVID that you just don't realize how challenging it became. And, I'll give one example, which was in new product innovation. Our co-mans wouldn't even let us go in their facilities. How do you innovate on a product if you can't even get in the door? And so just the creativity, though, that the organization used and how they adapted and evolved with the new landscape to continue to push things forward. And so I'm excited about the next phase.
You know, I think once those things that are holding you back, let's say, start to ease up, how do you keep the team from just rushing right in there and still keeping that steady, methodical pace?
It's hard, because everybody's excited about it. But I think it's all about having the plan built. You know, you have to have the roadmap of, you know, how things are going to work. And if you have that roadmap built and you are tracking and trending to it and measuring it, you should be able to meter and to hold back kind of that thoroughbred horse. But it's exciting. Everybody kind of wants to get into this next phase. You know, I'm not going to call it post-COVID because we're certainly not through it, but a world in which we can actually function and live with COVID. It's just part of our reality. But yet, you know, move forward with innovation, with growth, with new customers and the whatnot. So.
Well, thank you for not holding back at all with us today and sharing your story. It was really wonderful to get to chat in person with you. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me. Thanks, everyone.
All right, so it's a little ironic that we just talked about how social media can be dangerous, and now we're going to go straight into our panel about content and social media. So for our next panel, I kind of think of this as part 2 of the D2C discussion we started yesterday. So as you heard from those panelists, D2C and e-commerce is vital to their companies. For D2C and e-commerce companies, content is vital to their company's success. And you really have to have a thoughtful strategy about how you're going to speak to your consumer, whether you are D2C or in brick and mortar. It's kind of like that story, if you give a mouse a cookie. So if you give a brand an Amazon and a Shopify store, they're probably going to want a content strategy to go along with it. With that, here... Okay. Never had that one happen before. Sorry, guys. We'll just take a detour. Hi, this is just not awkward at all. Thanks. For all you speakers who said you have a little bit of stage fright, it's better than this. Okay. Okay, sorry, I'm just sitting down, and this is in my hair somewhere. If we have a hand mic you just want me to hold, yeah. I'll fix that later when I'm not on stage and live streaming. All right, with that, please welcome our 2 content specialists, Fly by Jing's CEO, Jing Gao, and Dream Pop's co-founder and CEO, David Greenfeld. Come on up to the stage, guys. Well, thank you so much for chatting with me today. To start, I want to introduce you guys and what you produce, because like our D2C panel, you have some really interesting products. So share a little bit about what you make and how the company has been in business.
Awesome. How's it going, guys? Really great to be here in person. I miss these events, and great company, so thanks for having us. We are Dream Pops. We're reimagining American cult classic desserts for the next generation. Funny enough, we did the Pitch Slam about 4.5 years ago. Nice to come full circle, but plant-based ice cream bars, ice cream bites, and soon confections.
This will be hopefully a lower stress situation than doing the Pitch Slam. Okay. Also, you can tell that David is a pro at content because he gets up here and greets you guys and gets you guys to say hello. I feel like that is the perfect emblematic sort of example of what a good content strategy is. You start talking and you get the people to respond. So thank you for setting things up so beautifully. Jing, how about yourself?
So we are Fly by Jing, and we make premium all-natural Chinese food products. We started out with a line of condiments, and now we have actually expanded to include cooking starters like our hot pot base, and also we just launched frozen dumplings a couple weeks ago.
And so at what point in your company's life stage did you decide, content is what we have to invest in, and this is really going to be core to the brand and the company that I'm building?
Yeah, so we started building our brand on Instagram like 5 years ago and started to see some great engagement. Visually, we're storytelling through static pictures. And, it's funny, Josh is even here. About 2.5 years ago, we were in an empty room, and we opened up TikTok and just started taking, short videos, and just kept hearing about the opportunity there. On our 4th video, got 100,000 views, and started to piece things together like, okay, Instagram 4 or 5 years ago had that kind of reach. Josh is making a video. Wow, we got 100,000, organic impressions here. You can reach stadiums worth of people for free. And so that was really compelling, and saw the same thing start to happen on LinkedIn with some of the posts, and realized that you could use social media and technology to reach millions of people for free. And that's kind of when it clicked a few years ago.
Mm-hmm. I think storytelling has always been central to the Fly by Jing brand, and it starts with kind of the reason why I started it was because back in 2018, I visited Expo West for the first time. I was at the time running a restaurant in Shanghai in China, and I saw just kind of a lack of representation of Asian food products, and so wanted to and also being aware of like the false narratives that existed in this country about Chinese food for a very long time, and so wanting to shift that narrative. And when we launched, it was actually on Kickstarter, which for which storytelling is at the center of that platform. And so I think at that very early stage, it was kind of ingrained in me that people connect to a story, and it just came naturally because that was the reason for the brand. And so since then, we've become more and more upfront with kind of my personal journey and the evolution of the brand, and people we found have really, really connected to that because, sharing that vulnerability of like building a company and all the challenges that come with it makes them, really feel like they want to root for you even more.
And, speaking about that evolution, when you decide, hey, we're going to shift what we're doing, whether that's your brand and your storytelling, David, I know you guys have really evolved how you thought about the model and how you talked about yourself. How do you take the consumer along with you via your content? Because I imagine it's not like you can just turn off your old strategy and turn on a new one, be it visual look, how you're speaking to the consumer overnight. So how do you kind of take them along with you on that journey through your content?
Yeah, I mean, it's about really just opening up everything. And I did enjoy the last conversation but about social media, but the one thing I will note is I think the people who are really just being honest, and sharing the bad days, we will post on LinkedIn or on Instagram or TikTok when we have a bunch of spoiled product, and sharing that story and allowing people in. I think the 2010s were filled with Instagram as a magazine and trying to showcase the perfect moments. And the truth of the matter is, what really resonates on TikTok and LinkedIn and other platforms is when you say, this is really hard what we're doing. We're trying to go up against some of the largest multinationals and food conglomerates. Here's a peek under the hood of how hard it is. And hopefully you can vote with your dollar when you see us on shelf competing with some giants.
Yeah, exactly that. And so, since the very beginning, I go back to Kickstarter again because there were just so many challenges in getting, scaled production for the first time. And I learned that everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. And I learned in that process that actually that opens up this channel of direct communication to your customers when you are explaining to them. And in some ways, it actually brings them closer to you than if everything had been perfect. And so since then, it's been a similar journey of just like sharing the highs and the lows. And I feel like, for me specifically as well, the company is called Fly by Jing, which is, Jing is my birth name, and I was, born with that, but I grew up moving around a lot, and, in Europe and in Canada, and so one of the ways I was able to, cope with, seeking belonging and not really finding it was to, go by a different name for most of my life. And so I went by Jenny, and it wasn't until literally last year that I was able to find the strength to like kind of reclaim myself and my truth, and that was kind of a hand-in-hand journey with the journey of Fly by Jing as well, because Fly by Jing also found its grounding. And so when we actually did a rebrand, we told that story literally on our jars. So you'll see like the entire condensed story on the jars now. We found, it was a very specific story, but there was so many universal connection points, and so people, like, just the support that we felt was tremendous, and yeah.
You both have very strong personal brands as well, and you have a very strong content aesthetic and point of view when it comes to yourselves, not just your brands. So what's your advice to brands in the audience who are maybe like, I don't have that personal brand to start off with? Do you have to have that? Do you have to have that dynamic leader who's always on camera, be it TikTok or Instagram posts telling the story, or can it be someone else? Can you use influencers? How do you kind of, work that in with a content strategy?
Yeah, I think it really depends on the business and the founder and how they communicate with the world and storytell. So like it could be someone like a Glossier, which built their business through copywriting and through blogs, and then transition that community into an incredible brand. Is it video? Do you communicate well on podcast? There are so many mediums. I think understanding your best way to storytell to the world. For us, I personally found my voice and enjoyed like LinkedIn and the copywriting and the way that allows us to tell, share what we're building. But for others, it could be through blogging, it could be through TikTok, it could be through podcasting. So just exploring that and seeing how it naturally, resonates with the community that you're building.
Yeah, nothing really to add there.
You did just kind of mention that you use all these different platforms at Dream Pops. Do you have to be on all of them, or can a content strategy be really focused and narrow on certain platforms? Because I think when you're trying to run your business, it can be overwhelming to think about like, oh my God, there's 6 new things, and do I also have to be on Clubhouse this month, but then next month it's not cool? Like, what am I supposed to do, and where do I invest my time?
The truth is there are brands that build incredible companies without focusing on personal brand. So it's not, I just think it's an additional lever and another way to reach more people and you can have some pretty amazing impact. Like through when we created our podcast, I was initially just meeting with other founders to get advice and learn from them, and was learning so much that figured, wow, there are probably other founders that could resonate with this. Why not just film it and share it? And then you're creating an ecosystem of other founders that are trying to build companies, and that just came naturally. But I don't think it's necessary. It's just something that really came naturally.
And Jing, company wide, I don't think you use LinkedIn the same way David does for the company. How do you kind of find focus in the platforms you're on?
I think it comes down to who your customer is, right, and where they are, and so wanting to, show up where they are, and for us, a lot of our customers are on Instagram and Facebook. They're a little bit less so on TikTok, but we are experimenting with that and to like mixed, results. But definitely, in light of the last year's challenges with iOS, so that's been a blessing in that you're learning that we have to diversify, and so we've been experimenting and testing. But yeah, so for us, it's an ongoing process. One of our strengths is the strength of our community, and they are, so we're constantly looking for ways to engage them, and they also feel like they have kind of a personal relationship to me in a way, because so much of our communication is so personal. And so, we keep exploring ways to shorten that distance. And, we've experimented with things like OnlyFans.
You have to tell us a little bit about the OnlyFans campaign, because as soon as you said go where your customers are, I was like, well, okay.
Well, it started out as a joke with my team, and we were just,
There's not a lot of food companies on OnlyFans, if some of you don't know what that platform is.
Yeah, and so we were just kind of joking about, like, sending our customers texts at night being like, sending them nudes, but really it's bowls of noodles. And that was how it started. And then we were like, wait a minute, like, let's actually do this. And maybe that is a way that we can create a more intimate relationship with our customers. And so we used it, and we dropped exclusive content, behind the scenes, footage of our team working, and obviously recipes for noodles and food porn as well. So that ended up being a really big success. And and now we're exploring. We're actually gonna start a Discord for our community. And so yeah, we're just constantly looking for the best ways to engage them, but also allow them to interact with each other.
It's interesting you mentioned Discord. I think Diaspora Spice is also launching a Discord. For them, they say, I think if you spend $200, you can join their Discord. For these communities that you're building, do you guys put in, levels that you have to hit in terms of sales or items you have to purchase? Or is it really just about, a come as you are, open the floodgates for everybody's strategy?
I think the beauty with Discord and these platforms is that you can, your customers can interact with you on the level that they choose, right? So, there should be kind of a free layer, and then there could be, a more premium layer where if people are interested, they can dig deeper and be more involved. But we're in the process of exploring that, so I'd love to hear from you as well.
Yeah, I think, usually looking at engagement metrics, organic impressions, for us, we actually did test out Clubhouse and went pretty aggressive with it, and then realized that it was one extra level that was just our lever that was too much for us to manage with the current platforms, and you can only invest so much time. And so we did, go all in. We had a weekly series, and it just wasn't something that was, long term. Looking at how many people had, tuned in wasn't worth the ROI to the extent that others might be.
Speaking of ROI, you said that TikTok is a great way to reach a bunch of people for free. And I'm sure that word free, we actually got a question about that, because I think when people think of content strategy, they're like, this is not free. Like, I need a big team. I probably need an agency. I have to do paid spend on these platforms. Can you clarify a little bit about what you guys do and, what the realities are financially?
Yeah, I think, I was even going to laugh and have Josh film a TikTok of us on stage right now just to show how easy it is to make content. The truth is, back to now consumers are resonating with lower quality or just real authentic content. I myself am making a TikTok in the office and challenging, our team to make TikToks. You don't need professional, commercial grade content to reach people or resonate, and most of the time actually that really high quality content doesn't perform on TikTok because that's not what Gen Z, they think they're being advertised to. The higher performing ROI ads are typically UGC or just people honestly interacting with the product. So our content team is myself and Josh, and then a handful of freelancers. And I think we've been able to make some noise without having to invest heavily in a giant agency or in a ton of paid ads on a monthly basis.
Please don't turn my mic pack falling off into a TikTok. Like, we'll just...
we already posted it.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
How about you, Jing? Do you guys spend money on paid ads? How do you kind of approach this?
Yeah, we do. I think a lot of our, so we do work with a bunch of agencies and influencers, and we repurpose UGC, and so there's stuff that you can do that's lower lift, and then there's but usually to your point, the stuff that's higher performing tend to be the more lo-fi UGC stuff, right? Which is good for brands. Yeah, I think for us, probably our highest converting channel is actually email. And so we've been focused on building up that list, really putting out quality content there, which can be a little bit more longer form than social media. So just thinking about like each of the different platforms and presenting, information in a different way on each. But we found actually that the kind of longer form and really just like plain text emails from me have performed the best. And so, just working that in as well with the polished stuff.
I agree also about, email. I think people thought of email marketing and they were like, oh, this isn't cool anymore. But I would recommend that everybody kind of sign up for both of your email lists, as well as Ruby has a really great email, and then OMSOM as well. Both of those are ones that like I get in my inbox and I'm like, ooh, what are they going to talk about today? Like, this is interesting. And sometimes they're not talking about their company at all. And I think that's also important with a content strategy, is sometimes it's actually not about you, it seems like.
No question. I mean, even when we're writing our newsletter, we're usually like celebrating other brands that are getting huge wins or launching new products. Same with a lot of our LinkedIn content. It's sharing other wins in the space, because it's just a great community that we're happy to be a part of.
Yeah. So like our SMS strategy, we've been testing that a bunch, and we found that texts that are just purely promotional really don't perform that well and increase the churn, obviously. So we started to just send out texts like as if you're sending to a friend, and engaging them. I think there was like a text we sent out that was like, tell us your favorite sauce, and we'll give you your like Spice Girl name or something. And like we were just having fun with it, and like we got a ton of engagement from that. So
we did get a question, what's UGC and what's like not UGC? Because you guys have used that term, and I think some are familiar with that, but some are not.
Yeah, it's user-generated content, so any customer, consumer that's organically using your product, posting it and sharing it.
Yeah.
And what would be the opposite of that?
High commercial, us hiring somebody to create a commercial video or piece of content that's like marketing the product versus organically it being created by others.
Thank you, and I'm sure the person who asked the question thanks you as well. So we talked about ROI. You talked about you saw your texts weren't converting. What does success look like when you have a content-first marketing strategy? Is it about sales numbers? Is it about e-commerce sales numbers? Can you connect it to your brick-and-mortar sales? How do you kind of say, like, this is worth the investment that we're making?
Yeah, I would say I think they've done best-in-class job in terms of converting D2C. Like, we're primarily a retail business, so our content strategy has been focused on brand awareness and then converting on platforms like GoPuff and Instacart, which we've seen great ROAS from, so that's a nice way to monitor that. However, with that in mind, that's for us, our next phase next year is launching shelf-stable products that we can actually convert D2C or on Amazon. So I think you could probably share a little bit more about your experience there. Yeah,
I think for us, probably success looks like when our customers are able to tell our story for us. And we see and hear that a lot. When I get just like texts from friends all the time who are like, oh, I was wearing my Fly Edging merch, and like people stop me on the street and we're like, I've heard about this brand, and they can tell you the story of the brand even if they haven't tried it before. So like that's when you know that your message is resonating and people are connecting to it.
But if they're not buying the product, right? If they just know the brand, like how do you kind of tease that apart? Because it's great if they know the brand, but ultimately you want to make money selling products, I assume.
For sure. I mean, I think that so we have a strong like sort of word of mouth system, right? People are buying for their friends, referring their friends a lot and stuff. And then there's also you do need to show up for a consumer probably a few times before they convert, right? And so it's just like showing up in the right places, whether it's their Instagram feed, whether it's their friends' DMs, or whether it's on shelf or on a podcast. So so I think that each of those impressions, especially if you're just walking down the street and see someone wearing a merch that. I've heard of someone who like even had the merch and hadn't even tried the sauce yet because he just loved the merch. But yeah, I think it's like a full like 360 thing.
We did get another question that, in having this relationship with your community online is great, but it also can be scary because when you open up and create content for your community, you also get those people who kind of post the not so nice things. What's your recommendation on dealing with this? Do you block them? Do you respond to them? Like, what do you kind of do?
Yeah, I mean, every time we usually will DM them back or try and understand why they didn't have a great experience. I think you just have to be ready if you're going to put yourself out there. Like, there's going to be, haters, people who don't, appreciate your message or like your product. But I think that's, part of the game and putting in, being in the arena and giving it a shot. So not taking it too personally. Usually the people who are criticizing you are projecting their insecurity or have a lot. If they're going to take the time to write a really bad review or attack you for no reason, then that's a problem with them.
I mean, how do you decide then at what time, like, I need to really look internally, like, is this an issue? Is this something we're doing wrong? Was there something with our content that didn't connect? Versus just saying, this is their problem, I'm not going to deal with it.
Are you referring more to content or the product itself? Like, if there's a product quality issue, that's on us for sure. If it's a communication and a content issue, then I think, if you are seeing themes, you need to address that. Like, if you're not communicating and it's offensive or, not, that needs to be addressed right away.
I think that Fly by Jing probably could win an award for the brand that gets the most hate on the internet, as well as the most, maybe not the most, but like a lot of love. But it's very, I think, because when you stand for something, and for us, it was like, maybe this narrative that's existed about Chinese food being unhealthy, dirty, cheap, not worthy of value, is wrong, and maybe we need to turn that on its head. And why can't a Chinese chili sauce be super premium, high quality, all natural, and cost $15, right? And so when we made that statement, when we first launched, we got a ton of resistance, and that resistance continues to this day, especially during last year, especially during coronavirus, right? Like, the amount of racist hate that we've gotten in our comments, not really in our own channels, but more, when you're running ads, it obviously reaches people all over who are not your supporters. It's impossible for us to respond to every single one of those. But there's also the ones that seem a little bit more innocuous, like, why is this $15? I could get this for $1 at the store in Chinatown. I've been to a Chinese restaurant before. Like, this is so easy to make at home. Like, I could make it for 50 cents. We hear that all the time, and it may seem innocuous, but actually, why is it that you think that a Chinese-owned company is not worthy of value, right? And why is it that you would direct that towards us and not towards another company that might also sell a really premium hot sauce, right? So we have really just held up a mirror and ask them, why do you think that? Like, have you examined what has influenced you to think that? And so we have changed minds along the way. We've seen more and more our own customers jump into the comments to defend us, which is really heartwarming to see. And then we also we're probably, our social content is probably most well known for our posts of roundups of hater, like us trolling the haters as well.
Love that.
Yeah,
and so
they're pretty
awesome.
Epic.
Those have been.
I mean, they also make me sad at the same time, but they're also epic.
Yeah. Those are our highest engagement posts. So we've, every time we post one of those, which is once every month or so, but there's like plenty more content. We just select the highlights, and just the number of supporters of ours that jump in and it makes us realize, like, people are just like, this is really terrible. Like, some people are like laughing because it's funny because these people look like fools when you actually read what they're saying. But then they're also like, oh my God, like, you go through that, and we realize internally, like, we're desensitized to it. Like, that's, it's just because we get it so much. But so there's no way that we can respond to every single one, but we can. I think we've already seen kind of a shift in the conversation, and when our customers are able to tell that story for us, that's when we know that we're, succeeding in some way.
When you post, these haters, I don't know what trolls, comments, do you also post content about like what this means and sort of social justice initiatives and like what this means larger in the cultural context. Do you talk about things like that as well?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think it's a choice that a brand makes, and I think that for us, the personality of the brand, which is maybe a reflection of my personality, is that we are a bit more quiet, and we're a bit more kind of like introspective, and like I said, we hold up a mirror instead of like preaching or lecturing someone on why they're potentially wrong. So yeah, for us, I think the work that we're doing, the fact that we are, in shelves, we're about to be, at Whole Foods Global and, Target and Costco, and that itself is the work, is the resistance. So, we don't need to really shout from a mountaintop about anything else.
Well, thank you guys for shouting a bit today and sharing some strategies for content. I think there's really some key takeaways that I just think this is a marketing tactic that no brand in the audience can really afford to ignore anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you having us.
Thanks, guys. Sorry, brief interlude. Hi, guys. It's nice being up and close with you. I could just. Ooh. Oh. Stand there and get a microphone pulled out in front of several hundred people otherwise. Okay. Next up, yesterday we heard a lot about how brands should be thinking about their channel strategy and also why it's important to explore newer channels such as D2C. It's not about something entirely new, our next speaker, but rather we're going to talk about an improvement on the classic. Creative retailer Foxtrot is doing just this, rethinking the C-store segment for a new generation of consumers who are looking for a more curated, thoughtful experience. Leading this team of curators and the consumer discovery process is Ashley Alden, the VP of Merchandising for Foxtrot. With curation at its core, Foxtrot and Ashley view merchandising as a way to underscore the company's passion for local, seasonal, and design-driven retail. Today, she'll explore how the company works with suppliers, the impacts of Foxtrot's planned expansion, and how the company balances an emphasis on e-commerce with its brick-and-mortar sales. So please welcome Ashley. Really excited to have you here today.
Thanks so much
I keep saying that to every speaker, but it's very true. I'm just like loving seeing people face to face. So, I, like some others here, have not had the opportunity to go to a Foxtrot yet. For those of us that have not been to one, can you describe what it is and, what the experience is kind of like?
Yeah, for sure. So Foxtrot is a modern corner store. We have brick and mortar locations as well as on-demand delivery, and we recently launched national delivery too, which we're excited about. When you walk into a store, it feels like a coffee shop. So you'll walk in, we're serving locally roasted coffee. We've got a small selection of cafe food, avocado toast, breakfast tacos, etc. We also have a full market, so we sell prepared foods, local beer, wine, gifts, etc. And then there's always a third space in our stores. So we really encourage customers to come in and not only enjoy the products, but enjoy the space from AM to PM, as we call it. Yeah, and then each of our stores function as a mini distribution center. So they're micro-fulfillment centers, and you can get anything that we sell in store delivered within less than an hour within the cities we're in.
And who is the core Foxtrot consumer?
Yeah, so our customer is 25 to 35 years old. They value convenience for sure, but also really love trend exploration and discovering new flavors.
And, there's a lot to unpack there, but let's start by talking a bit about your assortment and how you approach the need to be a place of discovery, but you also want to be that corner store where, when I go to my corner store, I want a gallon of milk. I don't really want, maybe I want to discover a new brand of milk, but sometimes I just want milk.
Yeah, I think that's really fair, and we try to balance both. So we're really rooted in community and supporting emerging, local, diverse brands. That's where a lot of the trend discovery comes into play. About 40% of our assortment is local or small makers, and something that we're really passionate about. But we also have products that you can find every day. I mentioned locally roasted coffee. It's well priced. We sell bananas. We sell Cheetos. You can find that gallon of milk in all of our stores because we really want to be a place where customers can come in and enjoy us every day as part of their routine, but then also be able to have that trend discovery and find something new on a weekly basis.
So is it that they're, for consumers, is it that they're coming in for the discovery and then the staple, I need milk today, is kind of the basket builder? Or do you tend to see they're coming in for the staples and, oh my gosh, I've never heard of this brand, I have to put it in my cart?
I think it goes both ways depending on the customer. We're trying to be somebody's everyday destination. So we're on really high traffic corners. Somebody may discover us just for a cup of coffee on their way to work, and then find those interesting brands. But then we've also developed this reputation of having really interesting products. So we hope to be a destination where you can also grab something that you were needing on the way home.
So along with the types of products you carry and that discovery versus staple balance, you also, it seems like, are trying to hit a balance of high and low as well. Can you talk a little bit about that and how it impacts, the brands that you're excited about and bringing into stores?
Yeah, so I think the high and low really just goes back to this trend discovery versus everyday needs. So we have higher priced products that you couldn't find anywhere else. I know Jing was talking about Fly by Jing. That's $15 spices, which we value that brand so much, and it's one of our top sellers. But we also have Morton salt. So we really do have the trend discovery that you're willing to pay a premium for, but we also have something that is less than $5, right? And that covers the gamut between all of the categories that we're in, from spices to wine to even our cafe program.
How does that play out within each category? Is it, you mentioned chili crisp and salt, is it having 2 salts on the shelf and your, brands here are like, I'm going to be the premium version of your salt that you have? Or because you are somewhat limited in space, is it, just you're looking at things more on a category macro level?
We're definitely looking at everything on a category level, and everything that we do is data-driven, right? So maybe we don't need 2 salts. We may not need a premium in an entry level. It really depends on the category. It depends on what's trending. There's a lot more that goes into it than just everything must have a high and a low.
What are some categories where you see consumers are willing to trade up to that more premium product?
Yeah, ice cream is definitely one. We can definitely sell a $10 pint of ice cream, which is great. Wine is another where they'll trade up. We also have a gifting section within our store. So right now, prime gifting time right before Christmas, but we sell some gift boxes where we curate products from the brands that we love up to $200, and we'll see customers willing to get there with us. But we always have those entry-level prices as well.
I think that mention of gifting is interesting because that's actually how I found out about Foxtrot. Was some of my friends were getting gift boxes, and I was like, is this like a Harry and David's? Like, this is for the new generation. This is pretty cool. How does the fact that you have to be this giftable product offering change what you put on store shelves? Are there different products in both? Because not everything kind of works as a gift necessarily, though you guys have done a wonderful job of turning some things I never thought would work into a gift box. I think you currently have one, I was saying, that's called like the Drizzler, and it's just things to drizzle on food.
Yeah, it's an olive oil sampler that we love. Thank goodness for our creative team for coming up with that copy. And in terms of products being giftable, that's not like a yes or no factor that we look at. We've got different category managers that work really closely together to determine what should be on shelf in store, and then we've got an incredible gift manager who will take what's already on the shelves and kind of create those gift boxes that you see on our site. So it's not like a one and done. You don't have to be giftable to be on our shelves necessarily, but luckily, all of these brands have created beautiful packaging that lend themselves to gifts really easily.
Does it give brands an edge when you're kind of vetting who you should bring in store if they do work into that model as well?
I think it's less about giftable and more about beautiful packaging that a customer would love to see on the shelf and look to grab. And then the giftable is like a nice plus up. I wouldn't call it an advantage necessarily.
So I can imagine there's some brands in the audience who are like, I don't know if I'm cool enough to be sold in Foxtrot. Maybe I'm not there with my packaging yet, or maybe I'm aimed at like an older consumer. Does every brand you bring in have to be hitting that Gen Z shopper square on? And are you also giving feedback like, hey, here's what you can do, and you would be a fit for us?
Yeah, it's definitely, you don't have to have a Gen Z beautiful branded packaging to hit our shelves. In fact, taste is the number one factor that we're looking at. So we've worked with brands to actually develop their packaging to get them to a point where they can be on our shelves. An example is in our DC market, we found a local brand called Saya Salteña, and it's a Hispanic women-owned brand. They make a dumpling empanada hybrid product. It's so delicious.
That sounds amazing.
It's so good. It's in the frozen space, and when we met with her earlier this year, right before we opened that market, the product wasn't ready to be on shelves. There wasn't packaging that we could put on the shelves, but we worked with her over the last several months to develop something that hit all of the marks, from a health perspective, and it's still well within what her brand ethos is. Very simple packaging. I would not call it Gen Z, but we wanted the product on our shelves, and it just hit in November, and it's one of our top ranking SKUs. So that's not the end-all be-all for us, and we're willing to work with brands to get them to a point where they're ready to be on shelves, or we're happy to give feedback to support what would work better on our shelves.
The store really transitions over the course of the day as well, from that coffee shop to a wine bar. How does that impact your job and what you're kind of doing to make sure the products also support that transition as well?
Yeah, so we're just always thinking about the different day parts as we're looking at categories. So we want to make sure we hit breakfast, lunch. We want to make sure we hit the evening, whether that's wine or ice cream. And since our stores are our sales are split about 50-50 between retail and e-com, we really think about the end use for both channels. So on the retail side, it's really all about what's grab and go and easy for the customer to take regardless of the day, so time of day. Coffee and a breakfast taco, a grab and go drink, or that wine and ice cream. Online, we really transition and try to make it more convenient for the customer. So we surface that day part at the top of our app experience. We bundle products together so you can get the wine and ice cream in one click. So we're really just thinking about not only the time of day, but the end use.
I think even if you're not selling on Foxtrot, that's a really interesting thing to keep in mind as you're building out your own websites and your own marketing plans, is thinking about the day part when someone's going to interact with you online. So we did get a question as well. So how do brands get in your store? What does that process look like? Are most people coming to you, or are you going to them?
I think it's a mix. We have a lot of inbounds on a regular basis, I will say. And we are not always able to reply to everybody that emails us. The best way in is through a connection, just like anything else. Whether a brand that's already on our shelves and they can connect us, or a shared investor. One thing that we do have, and it's coming up soon, is a contest called Up and Comers. It'll be our second time running that contest, and essentially it's an all-call for up-and-coming new emerging brands to get on our shelves. Last year we had about 1,000 brands apply.
Wow.
Yeah, and I personally went through every single one. So we got that down to about 30 brands that ended up on our shelves. We had a few winners. Ruby, who I know you mentioned earlier, didn't make it on the winner circle, but they did end up on our shelves, and it's been a really fun brand to be a part of. Yeah, so that's another really good way in. It's essentially just formalizing everything that we already do and basically forcing me to check all of those inbounds at once.
Or come talk to you at NOSH Live. Just
That's another way, too.
Try not to bum rush Ashley as she gets off the stage. So thinking about assortment and brands, you also have a very strong emphasis on private label. And your private labels has beautiful packaging and the same aesthetic as Foxtrot. Can you tell the audience a bit about how you think about these products and crafting them? Because I think there are some lessons that can be taken away when brands are thinking about crafting their own items.
Yeah, for sure. So when we started diving into the private label space, we really wanted to differentiate that space. You know, historically, private label has been all about the most valuable, lowest cost product of something that you can already find on the shelves from a brand. But for us, we really wanted to bring something to the table that was more interesting for the customer. So a unique spin on a product, making it even better than what you could find on the shelves and at a similar price point. So that's kind of where we started. I can't take any credit for the design, but the team has done an incredible job. Everything that we've launched so far was fully data-driven, so we would identify our top-ranking categories, identify the best brands that we were carrying, figure out what about those top 5 brands that our customer love, and then we've engineered products that we think are just even more differentiated from what's already on the shelves as another reason to buy.
And some are true private label, but some are also co-branded opportunities.
Yeah, so co-branding and collaborations have been a huge success for us. We've partnered with some of our best partners and seen a lot of success. This summer we partnered with Cool House and we did a birthday cake cookie dough ice cream sandwich. It's bright blue. It's super fun, and it's definitely the top ranking SKU. I think there's a lot of value in putting our brands together with partners.
So, sometimes when brands hear that a retailer has an emphasis on private label, they're like, oh, I want to stay away from that retailer because they're just going to come out with a private label product that they hope does even well than my brand. So why should brands continue to, want to be in Foxtrot despite the emphasis on private label?
I think that's a fair question, but I do think at the end of the day, Foxtrot is rooted in community and building community around the brands that we carry. So regardless of how much we grow private label, we still will carry 40% small makers, local brands, diverse, women-owned brands. I mean, you name it, that's what we want on our shelves. That's why customers are coming to us, and it's something that will remain a core value of what we do every day. I think there's room on the shelf for both. So we're not walking away from having brands on our shelves. We're not trying to be Trader Joe's by any means.
Now, the company is going through a period of expansion. I know there's been a lot of news about that. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, I feel like the company's been expanding since I started.
I feel silly saying that because it's always in a period of expansion, but this is like a lot of expansion.
No, this is a lot of expansion. So we're set to open 50 stores in the next 2 years. For context, right now we have 15, and we're just in 3 cities, Chicago, Dallas, and Washington, D.C. The expansion will include new cities, including Austin, Boston, New York, L.A. I can't wait to come here in the winter to open new stores. So 50 new stores, which is a little bit daunting, but I was
going to say, how big is the team?
We need a bigger team to make it happen. I have 3 category managers right now, 1 over each category. So I have 1 grocery buyer. If that helps, if we don't respond to an email, that's why. But yeah, we're gonna need to hire as part of that growth. But I'm confident we can do it. When I started, we had 5 stores. We're at 15 now, and the team hasn't grown significantly. So we're excited about it.
So how will this expansion impact the brands that you're bringing in? Because it's one thing to be sold in 5 stores. It's one thing to be sold in 15. 50 is still relatively small. It's not like you're going into Walmart per se, but it does mean you're going to start needing brands to perform in certain ways.
That's true in some ways. However, we are so committed to carrying these small and emerging brands that we can be flexible. So even now with the 15 stores, not every brand is ready to be in all regions or in all of the stores within a region. So we can flex based on what the brand is ready for. We are willing to go direct to stores and then introduce them to a distributor or transition to a distributor when the brand is ready. So we're there for the journey regardless of what stage the brand is in. And when they're ready, of course we want them in all the stores.
So touching upon this idea of distribution, you started off by saying the stores are also micro fulfillment centers and that you do a lot of very instantaneous delivery. How does that impact, the operations and supply chain side of the business and what brands need to be thinking about in order to succeed in Foxtrot?
Yeah, so I would say that our operations are complex, and that's definitely my fault because my number one goal is to have really interesting brands with great stories on the shelves, regardless of what it takes on our end. So we do a lot of the heavy lifting on receiving. I think we work with over 200, whether it's brands or distributors in each market. So the store teams have a lot of work on their
I was going to
plate.
say, they must love you.
Yeah. But we're flexible, and we do encourage brands to work with distributors as they scale, and typically once they've been in the store for a couple of months, they're ready to do so as we've scaled, right? But again, the number one priority is having a really curated assortment, so we make it work on our end.
Does the fact, though, that you're also picking for those orders essentially from the stores impact how you run things and like backstock and things like that nature?
Yeah, we don't have a lot of space in our stores. They're at prime locations within cities, so our back of house space is tight. We get deliveries multiple times a week. That's how we kind of maintain the spatial concerns that you would have. And luckily some stores, are a little bit are bigger than others, so they can take on wider range of delivery zones. Luckily, I don't have to focus on the operation side of the business, but we're definitely making it work, and we're flexible so that we can work with emerging brands.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing a little bit about Foxtrot. Excited to chat with you as that expansion happens and maybe after, when you've had a little sleep after that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, everyone. Now we're going to head to a break. So please come back here at 11 a.m. And for those of you who are watching online, stay tuned to the Livestream studio.
Are you curious about the benefits of becoming a BevNet and NOSH insider? Insiders have access to everything our websites have to offer. This includes insightful daily industry coverage, educational videos, original interactive programs, and our supercharged series of virtual events. There's a lot in here, I know, so here's an overview of the core offerings to help you learn more. Every day, you can expect our editorial team to keep you informed on the latest business happenings in food and beverage with insightful, data-packed articles. They have their fingers on the pulse of the industry and are the heartbeat of our organization. Join our editorial team for office hours. This is your chance to participate in a live, moderated discussion on common pain points featuring experts and founders. The conversation is recorded and then published for the rest of the audience to watch on demand. Sign up to jump out of the audience and ask those burning questions you just can't seem to get answered. On NOSH Market Share, we sit down with top executives and thought leaders to discuss key food industry news, ideas, and trends. These conversations aim to provide insight into the factors that led to success or failure and can help you navigate accordingly. Category Close-Up is a monthly deep dive into a prominent food and beverage category with founders and key executives. Brands can apply to participate for exposure in multiple ways, and of course, it's a fantastic way to stay apprised of what other players are doing. Elevator Talk is our series to highlight what's coming next. An investor guest host joins our very own Ray Latif every other week to meet and hear from the newest brands in the industry. This is a great opportunity for feedback and exposure for emerging brands. Our team is always looking for new participants, so don't hesitate to apply. Get connected through speed dating, our virtual platform to bring people together one-on-one, face-to-face. This is an opportunity to directly network with investors, brokers, designers, and other knowledgeable experts. Meetings are 7 to 15 minutes long, and we schedule as many as time will allow. We recommend using the time to build up towards a second meeting or to focus on getting feedback and referrals. Throughout the year, we host a variety of insider-only virtual events that focus on a particular theme. The events themselves consist of exclusive, on-demand video content, as well as scheduled live interactive discussions with the experts from the videos. Supercharge events often feature networking opportunities such as speed dating as well. There's obviously a lot that we offer exclusively to our insiders, and on behalf of the entire team, I want to extend an invitation to join our community, which includes thousands of food and beverage brands, retailers, investors, and other respected industry players. You can gain access to it all for just $49 a month, or save over $200 per year by choosing our annual payment option. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. We hope to see you on the inside.
Hi, and welcome to the live stream at NOSH Live in Santa Monica, California. I am Erin Cabry, the reporter for NOSH. And I want to thank our sponsors, Mondelez Snack Futures, for sponsoring the live stream. And I am here with my first guest, Brad Kinzer. He's the Chief Chocolate Officer at Show Chocolate. Thank you for joining me today.
It's great to be here. Great event.
So tell me, for those that don't know, what is Show Chocolate?
So we're a small craft chocolate company based in Berkeley, California. And we focus on organic, fair trade chocolate, working directly with producers all over the world for our cocoa. And just trying to make great chocolate and make the world a little bit better.
It's a good goal.
Yeah.
So Chief Chocolate Officer, that's a very enviable title. Tell me a little bit about what that entails.
Well, it's definitely, being a small company, wear a lot of hats, but it's a fantastic job. It's amazing, and really, it's not unlike a winemaker where I have to look at all the variables that influence the quality of a chocolate, and really kind of break those down, understand them, and try to make them better. So it really all starts with cocoa beans. So we spend a lot of time working directly with cocoa farmers all around the world to help improve and make better quality cocoa. Pay farmers a better price, and so I spend most of my day just trying to figure out that side of things is about half of it, and then the other side is the actual chocolate making, where we take those high quality beans and then turn them into the chocolate. So that's, every day is a little bit different.
It's a very, very fun job.
Yeah.
So speaking of turning the beans into chocolate, what has kind of been the innovation strategy for you guys? And can you talk a little bit about some new products that might be launching soon?
Yeah, so, at our core, one of our real, cornerstone beliefs is that better cocoa beans make better chocolate. So we, just like you can't make awesome wine with mediocre grapes. You can't make a great chocolate without great cocoa beans. And so, as I said, we work directly with farmers to get that, to really tease out a lot of the differences in quality and flavor that exist within the cocoa spectrum. Cocoa is arguably much more diverse in flavor than wine or coffee or many other foods that we know and love and drinks, but many people don't realize that. So we just have a passion to bring that out to the world and be able to share that with people all over, and so to be able to show people that cocoa from Ghana, for example, in West Africa, is completely different in profile than cocoa in South America, for example. And specifically, like the country of Peru even is completely different than the country of Ecuador in terms of flavor profiles. That's something that just drives us. We're definitely a little bit geeky about it, but it's kind of the base of a lot of what we do for innovation. So starting out with great cocoa beans is like the most important work that we do. And then from there, we can just sort of just have fun with it, because we know that if we have great cocoa, we're going to be able to make a great chocolate. So then, playing with different flavors, combinations with that great cocoa, like, for example, coffee or toffee or some of the classics that people, when you look at the data, people are looking for, it makes it a lot easier to make a better quality. And so that's what we feel like we love to do, and that's how we differentiate from an innovation perspective.
Nice. So can you talk a little bit about some of the latest products that you've launched and some that might be coming up soon?
Yeah, actually, we're going to be launching this upcoming Monday, so I can't share everything, but we do have a set of 6 new bars that we're going to be launching. We have including a plant-based milk chocolate that we're going to be doing, a couple different bars. We have really changed completely the packaging, not just for these bars, but we do a lot of retail line for places like Whole Foods and others, but we also have a big part of our business is selling to home chefs, and then also selling to professional chefs and even confectioners. So our whole line across the board is our whole brand across the board is really going to be changing on Monday, which is super exciting. So yeah.
Well, this is perfect timing then.
Yeah, no, it's great.
You guys have a lot going on.
We have some of our retail bars we have right over here. So, yeah.
Nice. So is this your first plant-based foray into plant-based chocolate?
It is, yeah. I mean, we've been working on some formulas with plant-based for a number of years, but this will be our first. So.
And is that something that like, what was the idea behind it? Was it, looking at the trends, or is it something that consumers asked for?
It was a little bit of both, and it was also something that we just felt excited. It was something that we felt would be fun to try out, as a challenge. And Cho was born with this interest in changing the world of chocolate, reimagining chocolate, if you will, and so that was something that just really inspired us to be able to look at how could we make a great quality plant-based chocolate. And all dark chocolate is plant-based, but from a milk perspective, so yeah.
And kind of going off of that, yesterday we heard a lot from Lily's, which found a huge space for itself in low sugar chocolate. So are you guys kind of looking at those different trends in the space, whether it be low sugar, plant-based, so all the other things that are popping up? Is that something you guys kind of are keeping your finger on the pulse of?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, low sugar is fascinating. It's been fascinating for really decades now, but just understanding that, where the consumer is and how to make it taste great. I think for Cho, we've always been focused on how do we make it taste awesome. And so if we could make it taste great, with low sugar, I think it would be interesting to explore that. We have done that quite a bit, but I think there's a lot of room for innovation still in that space. So yeah, pretty excited to look at that as well.
And when you're kind of looking at developing new products, how do you know if you're playing into a trend? How do you know if it's something that consumers will embrace? I know you guys have like a cornflake,
right. I know,
a cornflake variety. So like, how do you know that this is like maybe too risky or something that maybe people will think this is unique, this is interesting? Yeah,
there was some great conversation about that yesterday, and it's definitely you have to look at the data. But at the same time, I feel like we have a little bit more flexibility because we're a craft chocolate maker, and inherent to the word craft, I think, is just is artistry, and so just kind of doing what you love and what gets you excited as a chocolate maker or wine maker or something, whatever it might be. So a lot of it is driven just by what we really love and what we want to eat. And so it's a kind of a combination of that, and also double checking on the data side that okay, is anybody going to buy that? But we love to explore all kinds of new flavors, and we've done all sorts of different bars. We made an umami bar that had fermented black garlic and kombu seaweed with so those are smaller, more boutique sort of specialized batches that we do, and that's like one area of innovation that allows us, one channel that allows us to kind of get as weird as we want. And then something like cornflake is a little bit unusual, but also it also just tastes great, and people kind of respond to it well when they eat it because it's somewhat familiar.
Yeah. And when you're launching like kind of funky flavors like that, is the strategy to kind of go on D2C first and like see what the reaction is, or do you just throw them to retail and see what happens?
Sometimes a little bit of both. I mean, generally, this new launch will be focused. It'll be web focused and upfront. But then, I think it's always just great to be able to get consumer feedback and understand, from directly to consumers and see how they respond. And oftentimes they're very different. So we have really loyal customers that love to purchase online through our website, buy unique things, and others that are just discovering our brand. So both are important. So yeah.
And you talked a little bit about the different places that you source chocolate from and how important that is to the brand. How important is that to consumers, and how are you communicating the story of the chocolate?
It's a great question. It's a really long, complex process. Chocolate making is. I actually got into this. I was studying tropical plants and botany, and it just blew my mind when I realized where chocolate comes from, and how all that goes into it, and how much it takes to make a chocolate bar. So the story, the challenge is, how do you take that really long story and turn it into something that can be digested pretty easily by people pretty quickly, and that's a challenge. And I think visual identity, using new ideas with talking to consumers, using the packaging more was a big topic of conversation this last couple days. So using packaging, allowing the consumer to really interact with the product more, and of course digitally as well. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And kind of going off of that, what's kind of like the state of premium chocolate right now? Do you feel like consumers are embracing it more and more? Or?
Yeah, I think there's the one thing that, so I'm actually the president of the Fine Chocolate Industry Association, and we just did a big research program with the National Confectioners Association, and the one thing that you see consistently is that consumers are not one-dimensional. They're multi-dimensional, and it's really occasion-based. And there was a lot of talk about that yesterday as well, which is, many consumers will buy a candy bar, like a Reese's or something like that, and then they'll also spend, $10 on a Kraft chocolate bar now and then. And so I think it really varies, in terms of what consumers purchase. So.
Great. Well, that is all the time we have. But thank you so much for joining me today and chatting all about chocolate. Now I really am craving some chocolate, and excited to try all the new products.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
So congrats on that.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining me.
Cheers.
And next up on the live stream, we have Jake, the Director of Innovation at Harmless Harvest.
Hi.
Hi, Jake. Thank you for joining me today. How are you?
Thanks. Doing well. It's my first show since all the COVID stuff, so it's, I don't know, it's very refreshing to get back into it. It's trying to innovate in my house, kind of by myself, and over video chat is, let's say, not that effective.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's good to be back. I did my first in-person interview in 2 years yesterday, so it was really refreshing to chat with everybody in person. So tell me, for people that don't know, a little bit about Harmless Harvest and what you focus on there.
Yeah, so Harmless Harvest, we are a coconut products company, and so origins are with the Nam Ham coconut in Thailand. And about a decade ago, our founders were scouring the world for really opportunities to start a mission-oriented company that'll really do good for people and planet, and found an opportunity within coconut. And so, so I guess what I do with Harmless Harvest is try to figure out what else we can do outside of coconut water. And so, so our coconuts were selected for making the best water. But what we're really all about at Harmless Harvest is just how do we create a positive impact on both people and climate. And the people side we do through our Fair for Life, fair trade certification, and there's a lot of just like stable employment, and that part's, I would say, I want to say it's easy, but it's a little more straightforward. Of as we grow, we employ more people, we treat people well. The positive impact on climate thing is much harder because usually as you consume more and as you make more stuff, it's typically a more negative impact on climate. And so there's, I guess, a multi-pronged approach we're taking to that. The biggest thing we're doing is really an attempt to wholesale shift of the Nam Ham industry in Thailand towards regenerative agriculture. So that's a big initiative we've kicked off recently. But then tied into all that is also just reducing waste. And so we're buying tens of millions of coconuts a year, and we're using the water to its full extent, and then everything else, whatever we can't use otherwise, we can grind into pellets and make biofuel and such. But it also feels kind of like a waste to use this amazing raw material in the coconut meat. And so that's actually a lot of what the roots of the food segment of Harmless Harvest come from, is this kind of intentional goal of reducing waste.
Yeah, and you talked about how you, the company kind of started in coconut water, and we'll leave the chat about that space to BevNet Live. Right. But definitely want to talk about the yogurt side of the business. Can you talk a little bit about, when the company started to go into yogurt and kind of the evolution of the yogurt business to what it is today?
Yeah, for sure. So that really came about maybe 3 to 4 years ago as a really intentional explore of what our meat is best for. So this was the first project I worked on. I was Harmless's first innovation hire, and we really put the R&D team to work of what is this meat best used for. So they looked at coconut milk. We looked at coconut ice cream and chips and other center store products, and really landed on yogurt. First of all, because our meat does make a very good coconut yogurt. It's a fairly neutral flavor, so it's not, it doesn't taste like coconutty. So it makes a really good base for an unsweetened yogurt or for like a strawberry or vanilla yogurt. But maybe even more important than that, we saw an opportunity to really elevate the craft of how plant-based yogurt is made. So the majority of plant-based yogurt then and even today is made using processed nut milks, essentially. And so an almond yogurt is made using a pre-processed almond milk, a cashew yogurt, a pre-processed cashew milk, and even the coconut yogurts are typically made using a pre-processed coconut milk. And so, so much of the heritage of our company is around craft. That's what we did to coconut water, by creating the first non-thermally pasteurized process for creating coconut water, and wanted to do something very similar with yogurt. And so, we created a whole new process for how to make it, but using individually quick frozen, so IQF coconut meat, and really what that I think about it as you're making a smoothie, and you can make it a smoothie using strawberry juice and then thicken it up with some stabilizers, or you can use individually quick frozen strawberries. So that's like the craft approach we're trying to take with our yogurt, and really redefining what the texture and taste, but textures that has been the bigger challenge within the space of plant-based yogurts recently, and just really redefining what that can look like.
You mentioned kind of the taste of coconut that can be kind of polarizing. Some consumers love it so much, and some are just like, can't stand it. So how do you kind of mitigate that in the innovation process, is getting that flavor that will appeal to the most consumers?
Yeah, and well, that's one of the great parts about our coconut meat. So the Namham young coconut, it's different than most coconuts that people are more familiar with. So it's a green coconut, it's smaller, and very fragrant. And the meat, there's much less meat. So from creating, for instance, coconut milk, it wouldn't be as cost effective because you're not getting as much meat per coconut. But it makes a really good neutral base for something like yogurt because it doesn't have that super distinct coconutty flavor.
And you mentioned innovating over video chat and Zoom and all that. What is that? What has that process been like as a director of innovation during COVID?
Well, my wife loved it because we, instead of having all our tastings in the lab, we'd get them shipped to our house. Like our R&D team turned into part-time couriers, and they turned their kitchens into test labs, and then they drive them around. So that means everyone in your household gets to try the new products. And so, aside from that, though, it's certainly not as easy to, and so much of creativity comes from connection, and like whether that's events like this or going with your team, looking at stores, doing site visits, market visits, talking to co-manufacturers. So I think innovation really is it requires a whole ecosystem. To balance all the factors of you need creativity, you need to be following trends, you need to be looking at data, you need to be talking to consumers, and so like the whole video chat atmosphere makes many components of that challenging.
Yeah, absolutely. So when you're innovating, looking at new products to move into, what are you looking at? Are you looking at, in terms of flavors and new products, are you looking at the trends in this space or what consumers are asking for? Like what's driving that?
Yeah, so I think the most important thing still, it just harkens back to our mission of what we're trying to accomplish, which is creating a carbon positive environment. So that's in the near term is continuing to utilize the things that might otherwise go to waste. So what else can we do with coconut meat, both on the beverage side and the food side? But following that, as far as trends go, it's thinking where the more novel white spaces might be. And so, our newest launch, which should be hitting shelves probably in the next week or so, is a plant-based refrigerated dessert. And so that's something that we've been working really closely with Whole Foods on, and excited to get that tested in a couple different markets. We're doing a coconut chocolate pudding and a couple of plant-based panna cotta flavors.
Oh, very exciting.
Yeah, it's very fun.
What made you guys want to kind of move more into the dessert space?
One is just white space. There's not as much happening in that. If you go to a lot of retail stores, you still see a lot of the conventional like Jell-O pudding as kind of the main brands out there. And much also very limited in the plant-based offering side. And then, similar to yogurt, it's one that we found our meat is very good at. So our coconut meat makes a really good base material for these puddings and these, panna cottas.
Nice. And I know that during the pandemic, a lot of brands kind of slowed down innovation, just kind of focus on their core SKUs. Is that something that Harmless Harvest did? Or what is kind of your approach to looking forward, your approach to like the speed of innovation?
Yeah, I don't think that changed much in the pandemic. We've always said we're gonna, for the food side of the business, take a very measured approach. Not every consumer is gonna be ready to pay over $2 for a cup of yogurt, or $3 for a individual serving of dessert. And so, really taking a measured approach of the right retailer partners to go out with, and kind of the right categories that are ripe for testing. And we don't want to spread ourselves too thin, because at the end of the day we have to execute, especially now. Everyone's at the shows talking supply chain. It impacts us certainly, and so we don't want to stretch ourselves too thin of trying to do too many things at once. But trying to make selective bets of really areas of white space where we think there's consumer interest, that also aligns with the mission of what we're trying to accomplish.
Great. We only have a couple seconds left, but any favorite panels or sessions so far? Any major takeaways from the event?
I think there's the underlying environmental and social justice issues that are bubbling to the top of mind for so many companies. It's been super encouraging. I think the industry has a really strong opportunity to be a leader in the space of just driving these causes forward. So just super encouraging to see and hear how people talk about these issues. Yeah, definitely. Well, that's all the time we have, but thank you so much for joining me today and talking about Harmless Harvest. I'm really excited to try some of the new products when they come out. Yeah, check it out. Thanks. So now we are throwing it back to the main stage, where we're going to have the final round of the Pitch Slam.
Good morning once again, and thanks for joining us for the final round of NOSH Pitch Slam 11. I'm Ray Latif, the editor and producer of BevNet's Taste Radio podcast, the #1 podcast for the food and beverage industry. Sponsored by 301 Inc., the NOSH Pitch Slam gives early stage and promising brands the opportunity to present their business plans and products to a panel of expert judges and the audience here and watching on our live stream. The winner of the two-day competition will receive a $10,000 ad package and join a short list of brands that have triumphed in the competition, including Beck'n Ice Cream, Elite Sweets, Savorly, Creation Nation, and Bronx Hot Sauce. Out of the 12 semifinalists presented yesterday, 6 have made it to the final round. Let's talk about the rules for the final round. Each of the 6 brands will have 5 minutes to present and receive 5 minutes of immediate feedback from the judging panel. We're splitting up the round into 2 parts, one this morning and one in the afternoon, beginning at 1:30 p.m. Pacific time. After all the brands are presented, the judges will convene and we will announce the winner live at 3 p.m. Pacific time. We'll also have a short interview with the winner after the announcement. Just a note, there's no audience voting in this round. All right, let's introduce our esteemed judges. Starting all the way to the left, we have Gavin Conkle, who is the Vice President of Merchandising for Center Store at Earth Fare. After studying food and CPG marketing at Western Michigan University, Gavin held roles at PepsiCo, Prairie Farms Dairy, and Fresh Time. He was a senior category manager and the director of grocery at Earth Fare prior to his current position. Next, we have Heidi Traore, who is the Supplier Relationship Development Manager for National Co-op Grocers, a business services and purchasing co-op with $2.5 billion in annual sales, serving 148 U.S. retail food co-op members. Under her leadership, NCG's promotional program revenue grew 69% over a 4-year period. And most recently, she is working to establish a supplier diversity system that will seek to diversify NCG's supply chain. Next, we have Eugene Kang, who is the co-founder and CEO of Country Archer. Eugene acquired Country Archer at the age of 22 and has led the brand from a small roadside jerky stand to the #1 fastest growing better-for-you jerky brand in the U.S. He is a Forbes 30 Under 30 All-Star alumnus, has been featured in ABC News, Entrepreneur, Fortune, Money Magazine, and under his leadership, Country Archer has also been ranked in the Inc. 505,000 list as one of the fastest growing companies in the U.S. for multiple years running. Last but certainly not least is Carol Ortenberg, who is the editor of NOSH. She's held the role since 2015. She previously worked and consulted in several consumer goods companies, many within the food space, and also was on the marketing team for Whole Foods Market in the North Atlantic region. Prior to focusing on the food industry, Carol worked at several tech companies, including HubSpot, and served as a consumer researcher at AMP Agency. I'm very excited to hear from our judging panel, and I'm very excited to hear from our finalists. Let's get to both. Our first finalist is Nicholas Niclario, who is the founder and CEO of Umli. Come on up.
Okay, thanks. Hi, everyone. Hope you all are enjoying your time here. I mentioned this yesterday, but I'm pretty sure cookies are a common household item as it's a huge industry. But I found that classic brands have a bunch of really bad for you ingredients in their cookies. Although they taste good, they're definitely not an all-day treat. So I've also noticed that the healthy brands have took the junk out of the cookies, but they haven't really put anything back in. And that's why I designed Umli. We put good back into cookies that actually taste good at the same time. I think it's a pretty simple concept, but it seems like no one's really done it before. I launched Umli, and I've wanted to start this brand for many years. I started working on the formula in 2019 with a culinary background, and I directed the whole branding process myself with about $5,000 and $15,000 from an angel investor and my aunt who really believed in me and some of my own cash. My mission is really deep-seated. I grew up in an Italian family, and our lives revolved around food. Food was love, and it is love. But being overweight and gay, I was bullied, so I formed an eating disorder. And through years of therapy, I decided I wanted to change the food industry and become an inventor, create something of value. Come from a family of entrepreneurs and bakers, and we have a bunch of gluten-filled, unhealthy breads in Italy, and I did not bring those here today. I brought healthy cookies. So we're a snack brand that makes cookies with root vegetables, nuts, and fruit, targeting, like I said, a huge category. We're in 80 retail stores to date with another 100 on the way, and we're one of the top-selling new cookie brands on Amazon and 5-star reviews everywhere. So the way I look at it is a bunch of brands in other categories have been able to reinvent classic treats, but no one has really actually created a cookie that reinvents the cookie category, right? They've removed bad ingredients, but they haven't actually added in anything beneficial. And that's what I worked on. A cookie that is meant for health consumers that can consume products on a daily basis because they're actually good for you and taste good at the same time. So our cookies have balanced macronutrients and only 2 grams of low glycemic fruit sugar, and they support gut health. They have prebiotics, and they're an immunity sidekick, and they keep you full for an extended period of time. So they're not really like a guilt-free treat anymore. They're more of something that you can eat as you go about your day. So our products are meant for food-conscious millennials, health-conscious families, and Gen X. And our goal is to bring healthy and active consumers back into the cookie aisle because they now have a reason to. So we've been on the market for about 6 months, and we listened to the feedback, and we've been pretty successful so far. And we decided that we are going to add a little bit more protein to the cookies and make them fully plant-based. We're going to remove the eggs so that we continue to be the brand on the leading edge. So our retail strategy goal is to go deep and instead of narrow and just focus on the Northeast region. And just go slow and steady and build a strong foundation and following in the Northeast. So our repeat purchase rate is above average on e-com. We've had a great month on Amazon, and our in-store performance in the stores that we're in right now is great. Just increased our margins, moving in with our co-manufacturer after internally producing for the past 6 months. And we're on a good track. Like I said, people have fallen in love with our cookies. We just won the best cookie and healthiest cookie of 2022 with all unpaid press. And this is our team, food industry professionals that are guiding us and leading the way. Thank you.
Well done. You can stay on stage with me. Judges might have some questions for you. Nicholas, we're back here. No, that was good. You're ready to hear from the judges. Taste is so important when it comes to cookies. Nicholas talked about his cookies tasting quite good. Heidi, what's your opinion?
Sure. Well, honestly, my cookie style is a little bit more decadent. Your cookies are very light and very moist. And when I think cookie, it's got a little more substance to it. I thought the flavor was good. There was a little bit of aftertaste that lingered for me. I tried the chocolate one. So that's my feedback on flavor. Excuse me.
Thank you. We just adjusted that. I just didn't have enough time. We removed the monk fruit, too. So thanks.
Mm-hmm. Gavin, in terms of the day part usage, the problem that Nicholas outlined in that better for you cookies don't necessarily have a day part usage or a more specific one than they should have. What do you think of Umli's opportunity to reach those people on a more regular basis?
Well, I think there's a big opportunity here with this brand. The packaging stands out. The functionality of the product stands out. It's obviously hitting a low sugar crowd. I would actually disagree on the taste. I thought the taste was good. For the market that it's heading after. And then the scalability of the product too, I think there's a lot of potential there to upgrade from the size. So you got a 2-pack right now, 2 cookies in that. I think you can scale that and actually make that a bigger package, which would appeal to a lot of retailers.
Mm-hmm. Eugene, let's talk about the packaging for a second, because there's a lot going on here with Mle, and you only have a few seconds to really attract that consumer. Do you think it speaks to the positioning that Nicholas has outlined for the brand?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, the packaging is super clean. I love the branding. I do think there could be a little bit more heightened around the functionality component of the packaging, or the cookie. The one area where I did sort of was interested in is just like the concept itself. It's in a pillow bag, and I was curious like how it's going to get merchandised in the sets today, just given, you know, most of the cookies in the cookie set are in like a box, but based on the presentation, it looks like you're already kind of ahead of the curve there in terms of reformatting that. So
yeah, we're definitely making some minor adjustments. So we're set up for success. Yeah.
And I think on the functionality piece, you know, depending on what function you're trying to drive, maybe kind of emphasize that on the front of pack in a clean way. It sounds like you're going to go towards like a more protein, heavier sort of cookie, maybe possibly, and I think maybe just highlighting some of those like.
Yeah, and we're removing some of the icons. Even though it's really clean, there are a couple of busy icons, and we're highlighting the use case. So making the functional attribute larger, and then adding on another icon that says midday fuel and then satisfies hunger, so that consumers actually know what the purpose of the cookie is, and moms can pick that up and they can see that immediately. I think low sugar is something that they'll immediately see when they look at macros or at the side of the box, and so we're definitely looking to clean that up and make it clear. So thanks.
And Carol, you know, you've reported on a lot of better-for-you treats coming to market. With respect to cookies, do you see a strong point of differentiation that Only has versus other brands in the space?
Well, I really loved your personal story, and I think that's what you really need to talk about, because one thing where I think a lot of better-for-you products struggle is when they use terms like better, like you said, better life. It creates this like sense of shame of what have I been eating? Why are you making me feel bad for eating a cookie? And so I think by telling your story a little bit and how you came to understand what better means, you can really connect with the consumer rather than alienating or making them feel bad. And that really could be a point of differentiation.
I hear you. I think I want to take better for you and change it to great for you, right? Like we're a great for you brand. I mean, obviously, if people identify with that, so.
Fantastic, great feedback, great presentation, well done, thank you. If I can just grab this. Oh, just hand the mic. You can just hand the mic to them. Thank you. All right, our next finalist for this round, or this part, is Avery Henderson, who's the co-founder of Marco Sweets and Spices. Come on up.
Thank you.
How are you?
Good. Ooh, clicker. Awesome. Hey, so my name is Avery Henderson, and I'm the co-founder and CMO at Marco Sweets and Spices. At Marco, we create culinary-inspired international ice cream that echoes a love for travel and honors a diversity of ingredients from around the world, taking dishes from plate to pint. The idea for Marco came from a perfect marriage of what I'm passionate about and what we see as a hole in the market. I'm an avid foodie and an avid traveler. I spend more time and money on both than my bank account would like to admit, and I'd say my favorite thing to do really is to go someplace, any place, and eat and drink like as the locals do, entrenching myself as much as I can in the local cuisine. And although I may be on one end of the spectrum with this, I'm certainly not unique. There's been a widely publicized foodie revolution in America, with more people eating foods from around the world, with more of an emphasis on cultural and culinary expressions. In so many words, I like to refer to it as the Anthony Bourdainization of America. In addition, an increasingly diverse consumer set is expecting and craving foods that represent them and what they take home from the grocery store. Yet when we look at the ice cream aisle, the big major brands are still offering the same 6 to 10 flavor profiles they always have. They mix and match these flavors any which way and call that innovation, but at the end of the day, the flavors are really still all the same. Or where there has been innovation in the category, it's to make ice cream, well, a little bit less like ice cream, such as non-dairy and low-sugar offerings. And although there are great reasons for these products to exist, we want to instead first focus on the full dairy core of the category, which is still the lion's share of the ice cream aisle and sales, but it's by far the most least innovated in sector. So our goal is to pioneer and own the international flavor segment of the category, similar to what Talenti did with premium gelato and what Halo Top did with low sugar. In order to do that, we think it comes down to two key factors: what you do with the product and what you do with the brand. On the product side, what we do is find flavor profiles that work in other walks of life and recreate them into ice cream. For example, we have our Thai cocoa lime flavor, which is a spin on a traditional Thai coconut curry flavor profile. And on the other end of the spectrum, we have something like Turkish mocha, which is a play on a sort of a mocha version of a classic Turkish coffee, so fresh ground espresso and cardamom. Our SRP is now at $6.49 to $6.99, and we have a clear path to achieve a price point on par with mainstream premium brands like Haagen-Dazs and Talenti as we scale. Now, on the brand side, going back to what I said of eating and drinking like a local, we've built Marco around the persona of the affable local you meet while traveling, the one that introduces you to new flavors and experiences that you might not know how to look for yourself. We think this is especially important in the ice cream category, is it's an area where people shop off of nostalgia. You probably don't eat chicken nuggets every night like you did when you were 6, maybe new parents notwithstanding, but you probably still have the same ice cream flavor you did back then. And it's probably tied to a memory, like summer times with your grandparents. What we want to do is be the inviting guide to a world of flavor beyond ice cream's traditional favorites, making new memories there. Fortunately, the product and the brand have really resonated with consumers, the press, and trade alike, garnering features from notable publications such as the New York Times, Forbes, Boston Globe, and even being in an Apple keynote presentation. What we feel, though, is the most exciting opportunity with Marco is how it can grow the overall ice cream category. We've seen subsegmentation across many categories in the grocery store, and ice cream is no exception to this as consumer preferences and habits have deepened. First, there was the core set, then the introduction of gelato was introduced, followed by dairy alternatives, low sugar, diet, and so on. What we feel is the next major segment of growth is that of international flavors, which is where we aim to champion. We've been fortunate enough to work with some amazing retailers, retail partners across the US, such as Central Market, Harmon's, Clark's, Citarella, Bristol Farms, and with luck, many more on the way. My co-founder Luke couldn't join me today. He's pitching Kroger, King Soopers like right now back in Colorado, so send us some good luck. As everyone in the industry will tell you, though, the real work starts once you get into a retailer, and we take this point to heart in a big way. We understand that we can never rely on our branding alone to drive trial. We've raised an initial friends and family round with the expressed interest of ensuring that when we get into a new retailer, we have the working capital to support it diligently. We also recognize that although the ice cream category is notoriously difficult for product logistics, we need to take an omni-channel approach to consumer acquisition. We've diversified our sales channel beyond retail via running a large amount of virtual corporate events with partners such as Marco Experiences, Kapow, and Boombox, enabling delivery locally with Fast AF. I used it yesterday here and had ice cream in 30 minutes. It was amazing. Our own direct-to-consumer channel, and personal gifting with the On Goody app. As driving trial is paramount for new brands, especially in indulgent categories, we feel that's an especially important factor for growth with us. So in summary, with Marco, we can have an ice cream category that better reflects the diversity of the consumers that shop it. Thank you.
Excellent. Come on, show me. All right. Carol Avery mentioned that he doesn't think that the ice cream category has kept up with evolving palates. Do you see it that way? And what are your thoughts on Marco as a brand, as a position in the way it is?
I mean, I agree there is room for creativity. We talked about this a little bit in our breakout yesterday, though. At the same time, there's a reason why some of these flavors are the top sellers, because it does evoke that sense of nostalgia, and it's what consumers are looking for. I think of someone like Three Twins, who had these really creative flavors, but needed to make sure the business could support it and there was enough revenue in it. I guess one of my questions, though, is just making sure it doesn't come off as a bit of cultural appropriation. And also just, I love the idea of the flavors, but who are the people that are making them? Where are you sourcing these ingredients from? I think of someone like a Diaspora Spice or a Burlap and Barrel. They do a great job of taking these flavors and then saying, here's who's making them. And I wonder about the Marco character and maybe also highlighting like what's behind it.
Absolutely. There's a ton to unpack there. I think, first off, with regards to approachability of flavors within the category, we wanted to make sure that we identified what are the core segments of the familiar flavors of ice cream, such as vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, et cetera. And then we did sort of what is our take on each of those areas. So we were able to anchor in the familiar and then sort of expand off of that. At root, we want to be a brand that celebrates cultures and cuisines from around the world, not claim them as our own. So in addition to this, we source locally the ingredients wherever we can in each individual pint, sort of where it makes sense from those areas. Just to make sure that we're telling a unique story there. With Marco, Marco is really supposed to be an idea as opposed to a patented person. He's supposed to be the idea of the local you meet, that person that asks you to pull up a chair, share a story, share something, which is something that's so amazing about food in general. I'm sure it's why most of the people here are involved in the food category, because it's an amazing connector, and that's really what we want to do with the brand.
Yesterday, the judging panel, I asked the judging panel about Marco's ability to bring new sales to the ice cream category, as Avery discussed. Gavin, do you see that opportunity? Do you see it that way?
With ice cream, there has been a lot of innovation. I mean, you go back quite a few years with Halo Top, and most recently with some keto flavors and things like that. So there has been innovation there. Specialty SKUs like this do become very tricky because they don't turn at the velocity that a vanilla and chocolate and a lot of those established brands do. So there would be concern there from a retailer's perspective. But I will say the flavor profile of these, if you do get that in the consumer's mouth, some of those flavors do pop, and that is a good selling point. But there could be some tricky situations with some of those specialty SKUs.
Yeah, I think ice cream's an interesting category. It's a $10 billion industry. The reported average amount of pints an individual eats in a year is something staggering, like 30. So we just want to make sure that an individual trades up, or what we're aiming to do rather, is have it so an individual trades up a certain portion of those pints a year for a more adventurous experience or sort of a more cultural culinary experience. We know that not everyone's going to trade every single vanilla pint that they're ever going for this. But we want to make sure that it allows a ice cream aisle at a grocery store to reflect sort of the growing diversity of the consumers that are shopping it.
And Heidi, well, if it tastes great, maybe you'll sell a lot more ice cream. How do these products taste to you?
Yeah, I thought the taste was really good, actually. I think it could be a little more fatter, right? Like, I think of indulgent ice creams. This tasted a little more, skewed a little more on the side of like sorbet, right? It had that lighter taste like a sorbet, but in terms of like the actual flavoring, like the vanilla chai, I'm a total chai person, and I thought the aftertaste, you could taste those higher end spices coming out. It tasted like a higher end chai. Same thing with the Thai cocoa lime, had those chilies on the back end. I just wanted to say also, I noticed that your Range Me profile said that you have social responsibility. I didn't see anything about that anywhere on the packaging or on your website.
Oh, yeah. So we recently partnered with the 1 Acre Fund, which does sort of microloans to farmers in a lot of the regions where we source our ingredients from. It is candidly something we haven't yet advertised on pack or on our website, but it's something we're looking to do so in the future as well. And I think just to the point that you mentioned before with sort of lingering on the tongue, a lot of what we're really aiming to do is like, how can we add depth of flavor that isn't just how many brownies can I shove into this, which is candidly delicious, but we want to make sure that we're able to sort of have an experience that's a little bit more elevated and allows for that depth of flavor as well.
Eugene, we're out of time, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on the business strategy outlined by Avery.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the idea of international flavors within the ice cream set is a really cool concept. I think to Gavin's point, velocity is always going to be a tricky piece because, as we all know, like even in our category, like the teriyakis and the originals always do the best, and no matter how innovative we get from a flavor perspective, consumers always go back to vanilla. So maybe just having an incrementality story ready on hand when you talk to these retail partners of saying, hey, like, we're never going to replace vanilla, but we're going to bring in this incrementality to the basket size, which is always what retailers are seeking. So maybe having that type of incrementality story going in might be helpful.
Unfortunately, we're out of time. We got to move on. Thank you so much. Well done. Great feedback. All right, our last finalist for this part of the final round is Gina Shi, who's the founder and CEO of Munchrooms. Gina, come on up.
Hi everyone, my name is Gina and I'm the founder of Munchrooms, a 100% mushroom jerky company based in San Francisco. Growing up, I have always loved snacking, especially with any snack that had the label of junk food on it. However, as I've gotten older, I've definitely felt the immediate effects of eating that entire bag of flaming hot Cheetos in one go, not to mention that accompanying guilt that comes right along. Back in 2019, on my quarterly business trip to Asia, I still remember going down to that local convenience store and trying mushroom snacks for the very first time. I was blown away that something so healthy could also be so delicious. And the further that I dived into this journey, I discovered that mushrooms weren't just good for your body, but also for the environment as a plant alternative protein. Eating a plant-based diet is one of the most effective ways to battle climate change. Unlike beef products, mushrooms use 1,000 times less resources based on water usage alone. We here at Mushrooms wish to make healthier snacking more achievable and sustainable with our delicious plant-based meat alternative snacks. We currently have 4 delicious flavors. We have an original 5-spice, a cracked black pepper, hot and spicy chili pepper, and a smoked teriyaki. Our current market price is $6.99 a pack, which falls well in line with other plant-based as well as meat-based jerkies. Mushrooms themselves have been used for thousands of years for both their medicinal and general health benefits. 1 bag of mushrooms will give you 16 grams of fiber, 6 grams of protein, 50% of your daily vitamin D needs, and unlike beef that actually raises the bad cholesterol, mushrooms have the capabilities to lower that bad cholesterol in your body. The plant-based snack market is huge and continues to grow. It's expected to reach $73 billion by 2028. And not just that, consumer mindsets are shifting. 94% of of people surveyed have mentioned their desire to eat more plant-based foods, and not just that, but to eat more plant-based meat substitutes. Mushrooms fits into this category perfectly, and we hope to capture part of that market. Our target consumers are millennials who are stuck behind a desk in front of their laptops in a Zoom meeting after Zoom meeting. They are constantly grazing, but at the same time, they want to have snack options that are healthy and also in a better impact for the environment. Our customers love us, and they let us know. In fact, just this week, we had Katie reach out in our DMs with the following message. You guys are on another level. I love how you can get that stringy bits with this jerky. I will never be able to eat another vegan jerky again knowing that this exists. I used to eat beef jerky all the time, and it's taken 10 years before I found a suitable substitute. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This makes me feel like a kid again. In addition to our 4 delicious flavors, we have 4 adorable mascots that we want to use as a platform in the future to help educate children and adults alike about sustainability efforts, as well as about the wonderful world of mushrooms. Since we launched last summer, we have been growing tremendously. We are currently available in over 40 specialty shops across the nation. In fact, one of our best-selling shops is a jerky shop that has over 100 different types of meat jerky. This goes to show that people are looking for more plant-based options, even in a sea of meat products. In addition to wholesale, we also sell direct-to-consumer, both on our own website and Amazon.com. We sell through online B2B channels like Hive Brands and Snack Magic, which have been great tools of discovery. In fact, Yelp discovered us on Snack Magic, and Yelp decided that they liked our products so much that they wanted all of their employees to try us. Since COVID started, we haven't really been able to do sampling. However, as of the summer, we've been able to do more pop-ups as well as farmers markets. And this has been a great way for people to try our product right away and give us that immediate feedback where they are blown away that our product is in fact 100% vegan and 0% meat. Right now, we are focused on making our product even better. We want to reformulate it to make sure that we have lower sugar content as well as to make it preservative-free. In addition to expanding our line of jerky flavors, we want to increase our product portfolio to include other mushroom snacks, sauces, beverages, and so much more. Thank you.
Well done. All right, if you can just slide up here with me. Let's just get this out of the way. Eugene, how are you? Good to see you. Mushrooms, what are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, listen, we love plant-based and mushroom jerkies, and we launched one globally with Whole Foods and Sprouts, just 2 months ago. Our base is obviously not shiitake; it's oyster mushrooms, but we're a believer in sort of this movement. I mean, we looked at the data and we knew that plant-based was trending as a category. So I did love the product. I thought that it ate just like jerky. The texture was great. I thought the packaging probably could use some work as it goes to sort of a more broader appeal. Obviously, I think the clear film sticker label is obviously good at this size, but I think as you sort of scale that business out, it's probably going to be harder to scale. So, no, I thought the product was great.
Carol, I'm sorry, did you want to say something, Gina?
So I say thank you.
Oh, okay. Carol, a lot more plant-based jerkies coming to market. Did you see a strong point of differentiation in Munchrooms than what we're already seeing?
Yeah, I really like the product as well, and I thought it was interesting that it tasted like a beef jerky, but didn't have a lot of the ingredients that you see products that also really mimic the flavor of beef jerky tend to lean on. That you are seeing discourse around and with consumers about, is this actually better for me? How does it taste? How will it actually be sustainable? I think the only thing that worried me a little was when you listed all the categories you want to enter. That's a lot, and that's a lot of buyers you have, and I would just focus on what's your point of differentiation in one before you start going broad.
Yeah, Gavin, let's talk about the retail strategy that Gina outlined. Do you think she's on the right track?
So first and foremost, once you reformulate and get preservative-free, please call us first. It is an amazing product. It has really good texture, really good taste. It will be a game changer. So I'll leave it at that. I think I answered that. That is good. Keep on that track, but get preservative-free as fast as you can.
And Heidi, you get the last word. Gina touched early on in your slides about the benefits of plant-based eating, plant-based diets. How much of that do you think is going to move the needle for Munchrooms as a brand?
Yeah, definitely. Plant-based jerky is a trend. It trends high for NCG. Our shopper definitely is in that space. And I think with flexitarians looking for more alternatives in that traditionally meat space, that you definitely have that going for you. And I just wanted to throw in too on the packaging. I think your label is really small, and I think about the jerky set, and I think about the really bold, bright packaging that you see in a jerky set, and I would be a little concerned that you could get a little lost in the jerky set. So I just wanted to give you that feedback as well.
Mm-hmm. Gina, did you want to address the packaging, or?
That's definitely top of our to-do list, but in terms of, packaging, we were actually trying to reformulate before dealing with all the packaging updates and the website updates, just so that we didn't have to go back in time and do the same thing. But I totally agree with everything that you guys had to share, and thank you so much.
Yes, Gavin.
On the packaging, so I kind of like it a little bit because it does make it look more authentic. It looks like it's more made almost in-house, if you will. But the see-through is critical because I think on a lot of jerkies you can't actually see what you're buying, and I do really like that about this specific product.
Carol?
I also love the little characters you showed, and I think that there's not a lot of that whimsy and fun in the jerky category. And, keeping that and perhaps even some of the color scheme could bring in a new consumer who maybe feels alienated by kind of the brighter, bolder, masculine energy that comes from a lot of the packaging that's out there.
All right, we're out of time, but well done. Great feedback. Great job, Gina. Okay, that concludes part one of the NOSH Pitch Slam 11 final round. We'll be back here at 1:30 p.m. for the second part, or part two that is. The judges will join me, but right now I'm going to step off the stage and turn it over to one of my colleagues. Or we're going to.
Yeah. It's just me. Hi, guys. I'm just going to slowly saunter over here while they exit. Making sure we've got all of our next guests. Great. Well, switching gears, it's kind of been a great lead up to this conversation because we've heard from two retailers about what it takes to be a good partner to that retailer. But I think what's sometimes missing is the brand side of the story. So today, we thought that rather than just have these conversations in a silo, let's have a brand and a retailer come on stage together and talk about how that relationship is evolved. As you can imagine from the title of this session, having a relationship with a retailer is sometimes a bit like a marriage. You have to be there to support each other through good times and tough times. You have to learn how to compromise and when you need to listen more. So joining us here to chat about their own relationship is Cole Pearsall, who's the Chief Sales Officer of Acid League, Alan May, who's the Chief Product Officer of Acid League, and Christina Pearson, Global Category Manager at Whole Foods Market. Hi, guys. Excited for this panel. It's been like amazing to watch the growth and how this relationship has developed during the pandemic. Cole, Alan, to start, can you share a little bit of the history of Acid League and what you guys actually make?
Sure. So Acid League is kind of actually the manifestation of Cole and Maya's relationship, actually, not to be super cheesy, but we met in college. Just hosting dinner parties, working on each other's businesses, just trying to introduce the world to really, really exciting food experiences. And Acid League is still holds that spirit. Acid League is, trying to be the next generation pantry brand, essentially. And we started offering new age vinegars, artisanal vinegars produced at a large enough scale. And the idea is ultimately that we use vinegar, which is a functional ingredient in all pantry items, to really take a really hard look at what the pantry items are today and kind of push that forward to the next generation.
Cole, anything you'd add?
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with what Alan didn't mention is both of us are food scientists. So a huge leg up that we have in the game is that we fundamentally understand food systems, the physics, the engineering, and the chemistry of designing a product. What factors go into making something shelf stable? Most people walk down the grocery aisle and they don't realize that there needs to be something within that product to keep it there and keep it fresh for a certain period of time. And most often it's a beautifully created product, but it's been diluted with either citric acid or white distilled vinegar. And so the first 9 months of our business, we're pretty much developing a fermentation technology that allowed us to be able to create complex flavors at a scale that didn't compromise time, but also maintain flavor integrity. And so you could create that mango jalapeno hot sauce, and instead of having white distilled vinegar sort of take that punch, that very sour green is typically notified as, but instead having like a jalapeno vinegar added to it as well, which really adds this whole another layer of complexity to the products that Alan and I have been able to bring to the market.
Cole just said a bunch of really smart scientific things. Christina, I know when you probably heard this pitch, you were like, okay, that's great. How are consumers going to understand this? So tell me a little bit about when you guys actually met and what you thought about the product. What got you excited besides its shelf-stable nature?
We actually met after they had launched vinegars with our other category merchant. A lot of that relationship blossomed from me trying the product firsthand without them in person, but just believing in the taste and the flavor and the quality of the product kind of got me excited about other avenues to explore within Whole Foods Market. From there, though, being like already an advocate based on flavor, we reached out and developed like a closer relationship so we can start to expand on like where other parts of their brand could live within the store.
And so the first products, I believe, were the vinaigrettes. Not the vinaigrettes.
We started with vinegars, and then
Yes.
within my categories, vinaigrettes was the next one.
Yes, that's what I meant. The first one you got, you worked on with them, was vinaigrettes. And then there's been some more launches this year. I know there's like also a smoked malt vinegar. Some exciting news we have for our NOSH attendees. Can you tell us about what's coming up with Whole Foods? Because I think that also helps set the stage for why we're having this conversation. Cole, how about you?
Yeah, absolutely. So this past September, we launched our broth bomb products. So the same way that we looked at the vinegar category that hadn't really had a revival since balsamics came over in the late 80s, there was the sleepy category, and it was mostly, there was no brand loyalty to it as well, and no flavor differentiation. You were apple cider vinegar, red wine, white wine, and malt vinegar, and there was not much bang. And so we looked at the soup category as well and thought to ourselves, well, there's always been these 16-ounce cartons of chicken stock, beef stock, and vegetable stock with no real flavor differentiation. Better bouillon came around, and there's this new medium, this paste. And so we thought to ourselves, what more innovation could we bring to this category? So broth bombs came to be. It's this liquid soup concentrate that you can either reconstitute with water, or you can use it as a pan or sort of a liquid seasoning. We have 4 SKUs: mushroom, which is super earthy, umami, veggie, but shio ramen and pho. And we strongly encourage all of our customers to go visit their local market and
Or Whole Foods.
or Whole Foods, of course, but it's not always accessible to be able to get their hands on fresh lemongrass or Thai basil. And so we're able to create a very accessible product with an affordable price point to be able to add that extra depth of flavor. So those were the 2 launches this past September, and Alan will unveil what's going on at the end of this month.
Yeah, in January we're going to do our biggest launch to date. I talked a little bit about us moving into the pantry space. That's the end game, and January will be our first foray into classic, American coffee. I'm back. Great. So we have your ketchups, we have your mustards, we have your mayos, we have barbecue sauces, we have hot sauces coming out. We have a total of 12 products coming out. We have garlic pan sauce. It's hard to even kind of, off the top of my head, name them all on stage with all this pressure, to be honest, but it's a huge, representation of what we always wanted from the beginning, which was to kind of use our culinary backbone, and that's where we kind of came from, the culinary world, like cooking in restaurants, blending in our food science to really capture what is really, really possible now in using modern processing technology to really offer something super exciting and push the boundaries of what is, people have been eating Heinz ketchup for a few years, and again, it's the same view that we have with vinegars, like Cole mentioned, or broth concentrates, as Cole mentioned. It's how do we push the category further into the next generation? We think it's about time.
So Christina, what makes these guys the right partners to launch so many new products with, and why go that deep with one brand? Which probably speaks to the first part.
Yeah, I think the thing that really caught me was that you guys are food scientists, but you're chefs, and you just have such a large team backing all of the work that you do. And so for me in the category, and why we would go so broad with our assortment, is that everything we tried tasted on point. It was delicious. The quality is there. There's a lot of culinary aspects about what they're doing that you don't really taste in the condiments aisle right now. And so this is an introduction into an elevated experience of condiments that we haven't had. And I wanted to have a little taste of that in every subcategory that we carry at Whole Foods.
So I think, we heard about this in the pitch slam. It sounds like not only was taste important, but you also felt there was an incrementality to what you already had on shelf.
Of course, yeah. I mean, it's taste, it's the quality, and it's also some of the health benefits that people are looking for.
Now, I imagine, I'm just guessing, you have a lot on your plate. So if these guys were really difficult to work with, you probably maybe wouldn't have gone this deep with them. So what are some tips, extrapolating from what they do, that you wish all your supplier partners did?
I think from the start, it's just the patience, being great listeners, being willing to follow up appropriately, not kind of bombarding a buyer, but really giving that space for us to come back to you when we have the time and ability to focus, I think are important tips. I think just the listening aspect of the relationship that we have is when we ask for something or we want to build something together, they respond, and it feels like we're getting somewhere because we're not battling each other because we're on 2 different pages.
And it's interesting. I know Scott couldn't be here today. I think he's in Europe. He's your CEO. What's the relationship look like between, sales and product and Scott and you? How do you guys all work together? Because I think that's something emerging brands struggle with is like, who should be the point person? Like, I need to streamline communications, but I also need to make sure the right people are getting involved when.
We all know who we are. Alan and I have known each other now for over 8 years, and because of that, like the same way that we know ourselves as a brand, we also know our strengths. We've characterized each other in animals in some sort of way. Like as a salesperson, I'm the lamb, I'm the emotional guy. I sort of play sort of like that junior sort of role, and Alan's the owl. Alan's highly logical, very analytical, and Scott's the tiger. He's just wants everything, innovation all the time, and we all push each other in that same direction, and it's a really unique way to be able to incorporate Christina into that as well, because we all bring that perspective of, how is this going to work for us? How is this going to work for Acid League as well? And there's a lot of certainty around that, and I think that's something that as a brand, especially a young brand who doesn't necessarily know who they are yet, or a developing brand, if you don't have that confidence when coming to somebody like Christina, then you're doing yourself almost a disservice in a lot of ways.
I think what I might add to that is, coming from a food science background, but also a culinary background, but also, I had a business before as well, and I think we're all quite entrepreneurial. We're all on the same page, we talk all the time, but we can also understand the implications of, when we're having a conversation with a buyer, for example, and there's an ask. We understand how that affects supply chain, or what are the implications on operations, or whether or not processing is going to be annoying or even possible. All of this stuff, I think the three of us individually but collectively can process all very, very quickly without having to have 15 meetings over a month to figure out whether or not it's a good idea. I think that's one of the strengths actually that the three of us bring that might be a little bit unique to that conversation, is the ability to say yes and actually understand what it means to execute on something like that very quickly.
I mean, I want to know what animal Christina is, but we'll save that for her.
Well, I was going to say, it's funny because they mentioned that Scott is the tiger, and I kind of feel like I'm the tiger too, and him and I in a room would just be chaos, but it's like beautiful chaos because we're just riffing nonstop. So I think it's weird because usually you wouldn't put two tigers in the same cage.
So, I mean, when you're emailing a question about like, hey, I want this, or can you do this, are you talking to one person on the team? Or are you kind of communicating with all of them? Because that seems like, knowing buyers get a lot of emails, it seems like that might add to your workload.
Yeah, I mean, the great thing about this brand is that they all work very cohesively. So really, I don't think it would matter who emailed, because I feel like they're so on the same page on every level. I do work a lot just with Scott. For the most part, I think it's just the way it's worked. But I know that I can go to either one of them and get the same result. So they're just easy that way.
And I think that speaks to, really what's unique about you guys is during COVID, when so many teams feel disjointed and pulled apart, you guys are really, staying connected and on point with your messaging, production, all those things. I mean, Christina, have you seen red flags with other companies where you're getting different answers and that is concerning sometimes? Not naming brands, but just in general. How important is like that communication strength?
It's extremely important. It's really important to know who you have behind the brand communicating with a buyer. I could see that going a lot of different ways depending on, who's representing you. But luckily, I think it shows that you guys have a really strong partnership relationship, just understanding of how to communicate with each other, and that translates really well to my side.
We did get a question from Jeff Kleinman about, of the two tigers, who's the tiger king or queen?
I'll give it to Scott. I mean, he's got a lot of energy and excitement, and when he's passionate about something, like that definitely inspires me. So I'd say I'll let him be the tiger king.
So one of the other questions we got is, how does this work with your other retail partners? Are all these innovations exclusive to Whole Foods? And how do you kind of keep, while Whole Foods is wonderful, how do you keep a positive relationship with your other retailers who are like, why do they get everything?
It's a good question. It's a give and take. You know, a lot of our items are on initial exclusive, and that's important to us. And it's beyond giving Whole Foods, not like they've given us an opportunity, so we want to give it back. But it's a testing ground as well. Like, it wouldn't be wise for us to be able to bring a product to the market with Whole Foods and immediately go and throw it in every other door as well. We're very careful with how we want to launch the product, if it's a wise decision to over or under invest in, you know, even the manufacturing of raw materials. It's super important to be able to get that initial data working with your team, and it's such a great way to be able to flex this whole relationship in general, to have that exclusivity and ensure that we're not getting mixed messages in a lot of ways.
I mean, during COVID, there were certainly a lot of out of stocks across all retailers. I remember, I think it was you one day posted on LinkedIn, like, I need soup. Who has soup? Send them my way. And it was awesome. Like, all these entrepreneurs were introducing people. I actually think I introduced Christina to someone who I had attended NOSH Live, and she wound up in Whole Foods. But you guys have your own production facility, and I'm wondering how much of an advantage that is during COVID and just in supporting a retailer who's like, am I going to have an out of stock? Like, what's going to happen? Can you fill a hole? Can you do this quickly?
So absolutely massive for a whole host of reasons, but specifically about, you know, trust. If you're talking about trust, it's far easier to walk into your own facility and see exactly what's happening on a very granular level than, you know, talk to, we'll call it a co-man, for example. You know, it's obviously very popular to use co-mans. And if they're really busy, we'll call it Q4, so like right now, it might be difficult to, you know, get an answer from them that you feel confident in. And things in production change so quickly. We have a very intimate understanding of that because we live it every day. And I think actually having done it, it makes it harder for us to go out and find co-mans that we trust, because there's so much research that we know now to do, having run a manufacturing kind of operation before.
How about you, Christina? How is that something you think about, you know, when other brands are approaching you, where and how their product is being manufactured and what that might mean from a business perspective?
Of course. I mean, I think we're looking for stability. And so if a brand is in control of their own destiny, that definitely offers us a lot of stability on the shelf.
So we did get another question, which is, you know, how do I be the next Acid League? Like, I want to be in Whole Foods. I want that relationship. I can't get my buyer to email me back right now. Like, I know they're busy, but I want to be them. So do you have any advice on what brands can do in communication or in talking to buyers to really see that larger relationship come to fruition?
There are so many things. I think the first one that comes to mind is just, it's probably an echo of everything that you heard in the last 2 days, of just being patient, being persistent, being respectful of time. And then I think a lot of the times the first communication you have, like if you want a buyer to respond to you, you have to make your initial contact pretty simple and straightforward, kind of concise, bullet pointed out, but not overdo that initial contact, because sometimes that's overwhelming in itself. To have a 3-page long essay emailed to you with everything that has ever happened in their company might be a little overwhelming and take a lot of time to unpack. If you're looking for a quick way to get a reaction, sometimes it's just, hey, I'm really interested in partnering. Here's what we're capable of. Here's a couple links to my site. We believe in this. This is our mission or value. Done. And that might get us intrigued enough to open up the conversation quicker than the bio, the long bio. We want to hear that, of course, but that comes at like day 2.
You know, another question that we got is this idea of compromise. And since you guys do own your own manufacturing, like Whole Foods comes to you and says, hey, we really want this. Is this something you make? How do you decide where to invest and like if it's worth the CapEx and like you should really spend on this? Cole, you're like shaking your head in all different directions.
No, I mean, it's such a valid point, and this is something that we talk about all the time, and that's the give and take. It's maybe we weren't planning on investing in. We're coming out with an 1860s cocktail sauce this in January, and you think to yourself, okay, like
that wasn't on your roadmap.
Not specifically, but I mean,
it's not typically something that it's not a high-selling SKU. Maybe it's a very novel use occasion. But Christina's saying like we have a 365 brand right now on this. Like we would love to see Acid League put their own product spin on this. Like how can we actually bring more people to this category? And I think that's like. We're happy to do that. Because we're not investing in MOQ with a co-packer, because we typically have a similar process and use input ingredients across all of our products. It's not actually a tremendous strain to be able to create, and we have an in-house design team, so all that sort of compounds to Christina having a conversation with us, and 3 months later, you've got samples, you've got design, you've got pretty much everything done before it's ready to go.
I think what I might add to that as well is it wasn't on our roadmap specifically, as it will be in its final form, but the relationship is really not about specific products. If you're going to have a long-lasting relationship and not a short-term one, if you're going to, it's going to be about who you are and expressing who you are. And so I think we expressed who we were when we first approached Whole Foods, and who we are isn't a 1960s like cocktail sauce. Who we are is the brand that's going to push, cooking in America. And if that's the purpose, and you stay true to that purpose, you can be flexible about how you do it, if that makes sense.
I mean, Christina, to that point though about like there's not a lot of cocktail sauce brands, it's maybe not the highest turning category. Does the fact that you come to a brand and say, can you help us with that, does that then give them some leeway of like, okay, we know it's not going to be super high velocities?
Yep. Yeah, we have to find that balance. I think that's part of the give and take relationship, and also what makes for a strong partnership is that a retailer might come to a brand and ask for something that's purely need state based. So we know that we need to have this option. We understand that it might be a low velocity item. We're going to partner by adding something else that we expect to be a hit. And so making sure that we're being, respectful to the brand and giving them their chance and not hurting the brand by only doing those low volume sellers. So it's a good balance that we have to have.
We did get a question like, and this is just general because you've talked about a lot of things that sound very expensive to do. They're like manufacturing and design and this. Have you, I mean, I'm not asking for details, but I kind of know the answer, but to clarify our audience, you haven't raised a ton of capital, and it's not like Whole Foods, owns the company or, it is involved financially.
So, I mean, I guess it's relative. I mean, we have raised money. Relatively speaking, of course, it's not an insane amount of money. But yeah, it was enough to get us started when we were very deliberate about what we wanted to, I talked about flexibility. What were the core manufacturing capabilities that we wanted in-house in order to achieve our mission and express who we were to buyers like Christina.
I think it also goes to say, like, we brought the right people on board. Like, we are heavily invested in product development. I ran sales for the past 2 years all by myself. It's because we knew that we needed to have that innovation arm, and we've got an e-commerce business as well. So all of this drives like what were we willing to invest in to be able to bring the right revenue to be able to invest in the capex and stuff like that. So one of our first hires is our creative director that's been with us for the past 2 years as well. So these things, like the whole brand aesthetic, have all been with us from the very beginning and haven't had to make those tremendous capital expenditures up front.
I mean, and you guys have raised capital, but I think the lesson for brands is it's about making smart decisions early on. And so you don't have to have a ton of funding in order to get started on this path and in order to be a good partner, it seems like.
I think that's certainly true. Ultimately, we've done it a little bit different, right? It's not typical to invest in manufacturing capabilities. It's day one, so even though it's worked for us, and really that decision wasn't made like, oh, like we'll model all these scenarios and this is the best one and it's the most game-changing one. It was actually, honestly, just most true to who we are. And it happened to work out in that way and put us in this position, and that's amazing, but it's, probably too soon to say, like, this is how every company should be run.
And I know we're over time, but just to end, Christina, we did mention briefly that you have this like strong e-commerce presence. There are a lot of products that you guys don't, bring into retail. You just keep on e-commerce. I think I saw you have like a kombucha chutney for the holidays that came out that looks amazing, like a ham glaze. How does Whole Foods feel about the fact that they have this e-commerce presence that's like focused more on this limited edition product? Is that seen as competitive or additive?
I feel it's additive. I think they're engaging with their customers, they're exciting their customers by unique offerings, and they're building a lot more brand awareness that way. I think that translates easily to the shelf because now they're just such an experience in all areas that, we're not going to be able to offer the same assortment, the broad assortment, that you guys are able to offer your customers, but once they're familiar with their brand, they're still going to shop at Whole Foods for those items.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for telling your story with us today. Excited to see those products on shelves in January.
Everybody go check them out. Get those turns up for us, please.
Yes. Sell a lot of cocktails. Okay, we are going to head to lunch now. And for those of you watching, oh my gosh, this fell off again. Guys, I am jinxed today. We're going to head to lunch, and we will come back here at 1:30. For those of you watching remotely, stay tuned for the live stream studio. At 1:30, we will have the Pitch Slam finals, followed by a little more content, and then the announcement of our winner. So, see you soon.
Are you curious about the benefits of becoming a BevNet and NOSH insider? Insiders have access to everything our websites have to offer. This includes insightful daily industry coverage, educational videos, original interactive programs, and our supercharged series of virtual events. There's a lot in here, I know, so here's an overview of the core offerings to help you learn more. Every day, you can expect our editorial team to keep you informed on the latest business happenings in food and beverage with insightful, data-packed articles. They have their fingers on the pulse of the industry and are the heartbeat of our organization. Join our editorial team for office hours. This is your chance to participate in a live, moderated discussion on common pain points featuring experts and founders. The conversation is recorded and then published for the rest of the audience to watch on demand. Sign up to jump out of the audience and ask those burning questions you just can't seem to get answered. On NOSH Market Share, we sit down with top executives and thought leaders to discuss key food industry news, ideas, and trends. These conversations aim to provide insight into the factors that led to success or failure and can help you navigate accordingly. Category Close-Up is a monthly deep dive into a prominent food and beverage category with founders and key executives. Brands can apply to participate for exposure in multiple ways, and of course, it's a fantastic way to stay apprised of what other players are doing. Elevator Talk is our series to highlight what's coming next. An investor guest host joins our very own Ray Latif every other week to meet and hear from the newest brands in the industry. This is a great opportunity for feedback and exposure for emerging brands. Our team is always looking for new participants, so don't hesitate to apply. Get connected through Speed Dating, our virtual platform to bring people together one-on-one, face-to-face. This is an opportunity to directly network with investors, brokers, designers, and other knowledgeable experts. Meetings are 7 to 15 minutes long, and we schedule as many as time will allow. We recommend using the time to build up towards a second meeting or to focus on getting feedback and referrals. Throughout the year, we host a variety of insider-only virtual events that focus on a particular theme. The events themselves consist of exclusive, on-demand video content, as well as scheduled live interactive discussions with the experts from the videos. Supercharge events often feature networking opportunities such as speed dating as well. There's obviously a lot that we offer exclusively to our insiders, and on behalf of the entire team, I want to extend an invitation to join our community, which includes thousands of food and beverage brands, retailers, investors, and other respected industry players. You can gain access to it all for just $49 a month, or save over $200 per year by choosing our annual payment option. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. We hope to see you on the inside. Are you curious about the benefits of becoming a BevNet and NOSH insider? Insiders have access to everything our websites have to offer. This includes insightful daily industry coverage, educational videos, original interactive programs, and our Supercharge series of virtual events. There's a lot in here, I know, so here's an overview of the core offerings to help you learn more. Every day, you can expect our editorial team to keep you informed on the latest business happenings in food and beverage with insightful, data-packed articles. They have their fingers on the pulse of the industry and are the heartbeat of our organization. Join our editorial team for office hours. This is your chance to participate in a live, moderated discussion on common pain points featuring experts and founders. The conversation is recorded and then published for the rest of the audience to watch on demand. Sign up to jump out of the audience and ask those burning questions you just can't seem to get answered. On NOSH Market Share, we sit down with top executives and thought leaders to discuss key food industry news, ideas, and trends. These conversations aim to provide insight into the factors that led to success or failure and can help you navigate accordingly. Category Close-Up is a monthly deep dive into a prominent food and beverage category with founders and key executives. Brands can apply to participate for exposure in multiple ways, and of course, it's a fantastic way to stay apprised of what other players are doing. Elevator Talk is our series to highlight what's coming next. An investor guest host joins our very own Ray Latif every other week to meet and hear from the newest brands in the industry. This is a great opportunity for feedback and exposure for emerging brands. Our team is always looking for new participants, so don't hesitate to apply. Get connected through Speed Dating, our virtual platform to bring people together one-on-one, face-to-face. This is an opportunity to directly network with investors, brokers, designers, and other knowledgeable experts. Meetings are 7 to 15 minutes long, and we schedule as many as time will allow. We recommend using the time to build up towards a second meeting or to focus on getting feedback and referrals. Throughout the year, we host a variety of insider-only virtual events that focus on a particular theme. The events themselves consist of exclusive, on-demand video content, as well as scheduled live interactive discussions with the experts from the videos. Supercharge events often feature networking opportunities such as speed dating as well. There's obviously a lot that we offer exclusively to our insiders, and on behalf of the entire team, I want to extend an invitation to join our community, which includes thousands of food and beverage brands, retailers, investors, and other respected industry players. You can gain access to it all for just $49 a month, or save over $200 per year by choosing our annual payment option. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. We hope to see you on the inside. Are you curious about the benefits of becoming a BevNet and NOSH insider? Insiders have access to everything our websites have to offer. This includes insightful daily industry coverage, educational videos, original interactive programs, and our supercharged series of virtual events. There's a lot in here, I know, so here's an overview of the core offerings to help you learn more. Every day, you can expect our editorial team to keep you informed on the latest business happenings in food and beverage with insightful, data-packed articles. They have their fingers on the pulse of the industry and are the heartbeat of our organization. Join our editorial team for office hours. This is your chance to participate in a live, moderated discussion on common pain points featuring experts and founders. The conversation is recorded and then published for the rest of the audience to watch on demand. Sign up to jump out of the audience and ask those burning questions you just can't seem to get answered. On NOSH Market Share, we sit down with top executives and thought leaders to discuss key food industry news, ideas, and trends. These conversations aim to provide insight into the factors that led to success or failure and can help you navigate accordingly. Category Close-Up is a monthly deep dive into a prominent food and beverage category with founders and key executives. Brands can apply to participate for exposure in multiple ways, and of course, it's a fantastic way to stay apprised of what other players are doing. Elevator Talk is our series to highlight what's coming next. An investor guest host joins our very own Ray Latif every other week to meet and hear from the newest brands in the industry. This is a great opportunity for feedback and exposure for emerging brands. Our team is always looking for new participants, so don't hesitate to apply. Get connected through speed dating, our virtual platform to bring people together one-on-one, face-to-face. This is an opportunity to directly network with investors, brokers, designers, and other knowledgeable experts. Meetings are 7 to 15 minutes long, and we schedule as many as time will allow. We recommend using the time to build up towards a second meeting or to focus on getting feedback and referrals. Throughout the year, we host a variety of insider-only virtual events that focus on a particular theme. The events themselves consist of exclusive, on-demand video content, as well as scheduled live interactive discussions with the experts from the videos. Supercharge events often feature networking opportunities such as speed dating as well. There's obviously a lot that we offer exclusively to our insiders, and on behalf of the entire team, I want to extend an invitation to join our community, which includes thousands of food and beverage brands, retailers, investors, and other respected industry players. You can gain access to it all for just $49 a month, or save over $200 per year by choosing our annual payment option. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. We hope to see you on the inside. Are you curious about the benefits of becoming a BevNet and NOSH insider? Insiders have access to everything our websites have to offer. This includes insightful daily industry coverage, educational videos, original interactive programs, and our supercharged series of virtual events. There's a lot in here, I know, so here's an overview of the core offerings to help you learn more. Every day, you can expect our editorial team to keep you informed on the latest business happenings in food and beverage with insightful, data-packed articles. They have their fingers on the pulse of the industry and are the heartbeat of our organization. Join our editorial team for office hours. This is your chance to participate in a live, moderated discussion on common pain points featuring experts and founders. The conversation is recorded and then published for the rest of the audience to watch on demand. Sign up to jump out of the audience and ask those burning questions you just can't seem to get answered. On NOSH Market Share, we sit down with top executives and thought leaders to discuss key food industry news, ideas, and trends. These conversations aim to provide insight into the factors that led to success or failure and can help you navigate accordingly. Category Close-Up is a monthly deep dive into a prominent food and beverage category with founders and key executives. Brands can apply to participate for exposure in multiple ways, and of course, it's a fantastic way to stay apprised of what other players are doing. Elevator Talk is our series to highlight what's coming next. An investor guest host joins our very own Ray Latif every other week to meet and hear from the newest brands in the industry. This is a great opportunity for feedback and exposure for emerging brands. Our team is always looking for new participants, so don't hesitate to apply. Get connected through speed dating, our virtual platform to bring people together one-on-one, face-to-face. This is an opportunity to directly network with investors, brokers, designers, and other knowledgeable experts. Meetings are 7 to 15 minutes long, and we schedule as many as time will allow. We recommend using the time to build up towards a second meeting or to focus on getting feedback and referrals. Throughout the year, we host a variety of insider-only virtual events that focus on a particular theme. The events themselves consist of exclusive, on-demand video content, as well as scheduled live interactive discussions with the experts from the videos. Supercharge events often feature networking opportunities such as speed dating as well. There's obviously a lot that we offer exclusively to our insiders, and on behalf of the entire team, I want to extend an invitation to join our community, which includes thousands of food and beverage brands, retailers, investors, and other respected industry players. You can gain access to it all for just $49 a month, or save over $200 per year by choosing our annual payment option. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. We hope to see you on the inside.
Hey folks, welcome back to NOSH Live Winter 2021. This is the Livestream studio, and I'm Ray Latif, the editor and producer of BevNet's Taste Radio podcast. Just want to say quickly, thank you so much to our sponsor for the live stream. That's Mondelez International Snack Futures. But who are we talking to now? One of the most impressive men in the business, that's Matt Weiss, the founder and CEO of Rind. He was looking behind. He's like, is there anyone behind me? No, it's you, my friend. It's
my
you.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ray. It is such a great feeling to be back among this community of passionate, enthusiastic food professionals.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, I think when I see all the food and I see all the snacks outside the ballroom, I'm like, man, I miss this tangible ability to pick these up, try them, talk to them with folks here at the show. It really is a great experience. It's so great to be back.
Yes, and thanks for having me. I agree with you. There's no substitute for, especially in a consumer product, of the real taste and feel. There's no Zoom smell-o-vision yet.
No, not yet. I hope there won't be, because then we'll just continue to do Zoom. We gotta get that out of here.
Enough of that.
Yeah. A lot's been going on with the company. You know, despite a pandemic, you guys have been growing like crazy. Let's talk about your newest line, which is fantastic.
Awesome.
The Rind chips.
Exactly.
Yes. Actually, you know what, before we do that, we should talk about what Rind is, because there might be some folks at home who are not familiar with the brand.
Yeah, so it's very easy to explain, which is we are reinventing and imagining the dried fruit set, which is a sleepy set, and our focus is on the power of the peel. It's a snack that fights food waste and maximizes nutrition at the same time. And what I love to say is that the secret ingredient in our snacks is not something we add, but what we don't subtract, which is the rind, which in a way is Mother Nature's original packaging. And that's where all the fiber and nutrients reside. So it's been an amazing experience building this business and brand. And we now have an awesome team of Rind rock stars spread out, remotely across the country, and had a terrific investment partner come into the business this summer. So it's been a big year.
Very cool. How many employees do you have at this point?
We have 5, but we punch above that weight with a lot of, help and some part-time folks as well, and just a lot of great people in our corner.
Very cool. The chips line. So you started out with a chewy line that is, I think most people are familiar with, dried snacks. It tastes and has the same kind of texture, maybe not taste, but it has the texture of a dried fruit snack. The newest line are like chips.
Exactly.
Yeah. Why chips? Why bring the brand into that space?
So traditional dried fruit has kind of a classically chewy, toothsome bite to it, which I love, but is more of a slow snack, right? And that's why we have is about 2.5 servings per pouch. It's resealable. You can, have it in your desk drawer as much as in your pantry or in the backseat of the car when the kids get hungry. But what I love about the thin cut crispy space of chips is it's a fast snack. It is crispy, craveable, crushable. And it's purposeful, the packaging that we did, where we didn't include a resealability. It's a pillow bag. So one of the insights that we had was, dried fruit, it's trodden ground. We believe we've improved the category by using unique fruits and that focus on the peel and fighting food waste. But chips are the domain of starches, fried potatoes, a lot of grains, and to bring a crossover snack that looks like a salty snack and crunches and performs like a salty with all the benefits of fruit is really exciting.
It's very exciting. I've had the orange chips, and I think I finished the bag in, 3 minutes? So, yeah, I really, really like them. So the orange chips are my favorite. The kiwi, the dried kiwi, the chewy kiwi, that was the number one. I think it might still continue to be, because it's a very, I mentioned taste. The taste is unlike any other dried fruit you'd have. Yeah. It's not that disgusting neon green dried fruit that you see sometimes in the kiwi, in the kiwi set.
Yep.
What is the secret? What's the magic behind how you create these products, because they are so different in terms of their mouthfeel and their texture?
Appreciate that. I feel sometimes that what's missing in a simple snack product is there's a lot of over complicating what doesn't need to be. And so I think when you let the natural integrity of the fruit shine through using one ingredient, right? A kiwi snack should have just kiwis, and that's lost on a lot of these other candied products that you're lucky if there's any real fruit somewhere in the making, and that's where the fruit snack industry had been going. And we actually think the pendulum and the puck are swinging back toward real, authentic, single ingredient simplicity. And as a result, the flavors are really robust and bright and tangy, and they don't need additional sugar. They never have. And I actually think why the kiwi is such a fan favorite is it's not sweet, or it's not super sweet. It's got that balance of tanginess that people love in like a Sour Patch Kid with a hint of sweetness that keeps them coming back to it.
My mouth is watering. So before I start drooling completely, let's talk about the funding round. $6.1 million, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it was a real credibilizing moment, especially as you know, I was doing this as a side hustle for the first 3 years, and to bring on some amazing partners in Valor Siren Ventures out of Chicago, and to do such a sort of fulsome round that allowed us to think big, to think longer term and creatively about how we want to build this brand and business for the long run, and to build an amazing team. It's been a dream, Ray, and I am so glad I took that leap from even a career that I loved in finance to be doing something where I feel like I'm really building, a brand that can make a difference.
$6.1 million, excuse me, $6.1 million is nothing to sniff at. It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
How do you know how much money you want to raise when you're doing a round like that?
I think you have to go sort of bottoms up, and you have to say, what are my objectives for the business over the next 6 to 9 months? What are my objectives over the next 12 to 18? And what will it take to get there? I mean, it's pretty intuitive, but I think a lot of companies, certainly in smaller rounds, don't appreciate the importance of investing to build your brand, to spark your flywheel, and think they're raising a significant amount of money, but in reality are back in the market shortly thereafter. And we were all about finding a partner and bringing in, real champions and advocates for the way we want to build Rind, where it's a platform brand focused on skin-on snacking. And therefore, we really raised the size of the round to allow us to go big and to do it in a way that wasn't short-term focused, but was, let's create real value here and not be looking over our shoulder and back in the market every few, quarters.
Absolutely. Now, when you're thinking about how you're going to invest the money into your company, is it new hires? Is it an innovation? Is it just going deeper into consumer education? What is the money going to be used for?
It's a little bit of everything, obviously, but where we are most focused is on people and product. And I came across an amazing quote that founders should spend anywhere between 30 and 50% of their time focused purely on talent, both cultivating it and then retaining it. And it really struck me that finding the right people that will run through walls on behalf of a shared mission and vision of fighting food waste, fighting nutrition insecurity, and doing it all through single ingredient fruit snacking. It's really powerful and special when you can find folks that embrace it. And we've been very fortunate. Again, we're a team of only 5 full-time, but the power of that team, many of them I imagine might be watching, is been the most gratifying part of this as a founder is the people side and spending a lot of time on that. So expect more from us in the near future. We're going to be building an all-star team of folks that are going to really help take Rind to the next level. On the product side, as you know, chips are just the beginning of our innovation funnel. We have so much in the works, almost too much. And you may have had, like a clear plastic bag of some of the, not ready for prime time, but really fun. Let's just put it this way. We're going big on flavor. We're staying true to ingredient simplicity, but we're amping up the use case potential, perhaps with craft cocktails, charcuterie, which we call charfruterie, and we have a ton coming that we're excited to share with the market.
I am so excited to hear it. Now, can we get a commitment from you to give us that news first for NOSH.com?
Always.
I love it. And that's why I love this guy. Matt Weiss is the founder and CEO of Rind, a gentleman and scholar. Thank you so much once again for joining us on the live stream.
Thanks, Ray.
It's been so great speaking with you.
Pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Great to be
You
back.
can hand your microphone
Thank
to
you.
Adrian. Once again, this is Ray Latif on the live stream studio here at NOSH Live Winter 2021. And coming up next to the stage is the wonderful, incredible Pam Goldberg, the CEO of Dahi. Pam,
Hello,
how are you?
Ray.
Good to see you
Thank
again.
you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for joining me. I love Dahi. I love this
Thank
company.
you.
You guys are doing some amazing things. And in a space where you guys are on the unquestioned leader. And I think the most difficult thing about the product that you market is that not a lot of people know about it, but you're working really hard on that. So let's start from the beginning, though. Lassi
Yes,
is what you sell. Lassi.
Yes. So Lassi is our hero product. It's an Indian-inspired drinkable yogurt smoothie. And the way we make it is we use an ancient Indian technique where we slow culture the yogurt at a lower temperature over a longer period of time. So it yields much higher level of probiotics and an amazing, smooth, creamy texture and absolutely delicious taste.
Yes, I would agree with that. All that you said. I mentioned consumer education, and again, it's it'll take a little bit of time to get people to know what the product is and to know what the brand is all about. But you guys just brought on a mega partner. to help you do that. Mega partner. Folks, are you ready to hear this?
Yeah.
The one and only
Padma Lakshmi.
Padma Lakshmi.
Yeah, she is absolutely fabulous. We feel very honored to have her on board. And I think what's important to point out is she's not just joining us as a celebrity spokesperson. She's joining us as a true brand partner and board advisor. So she's taking a very active role in the company. So that means from attending board meetings to helping to set the strategic direction of the brand to helping in our R&D kitchen and develop new recipes for Lassi across the board. And, we communicate with her multiple times a week and talk about where we see the brand going. And we're, so excited to have her support as not only a partner, but an investor. And we're excited to see what we can do with her together.
I was just speaking to someone from the entertainment industry, and I had mentioned Dahi and the partnership you guys have with Padma. And they were like, "Whoa, that's incredible!" Because she hasn't done.
She
anything.
doesn't do this.
Yeah.
She, often speaks about how many products she gets sent on a weekly basis. So every day she would come home and have products sent to her by brands who are looking for her support. And typically, she tries them and then passes them on and donates them to other people. And there was something about the Lassi that she absolutely loved, and she had family over and they enjoyed it as well. And it piqued her interest, and so we started communicating. And she said to us when we finally got to the point where we're solidifying our partnership that this is really the first partnership of this kind that she's decided to do. And she did it not only because she loved the product, but because she really believed in the company. She resonated really well with myself and my two founders, JD and Ajit. And she, saw that our company values really aligned with hers. So it was an incredibly natural, organic fit for her.
How long does that process take from initial meeting to announcing the partnership?
Yeah. I can only speak from my experience for this one, but it was a long process because what was important for her, but also for us, was that it was the right partnership. We wanted to make sure that she believed in what our vision was for the company and the brand. And similarly, we wanted to make sure, that she would be the right person to help contribute to that strategic direction. So we got to know each other very organically over the course of about a year. She started doing some recipes with our products. She started very naturally posting some stories on Instagram where she would be making, for example, like a frozen pie with one of our Lassi products. or doing even a savory recipe like a baked potato with our dahi whole milk yogurt.
Wow.
Yeah, fabulous. She says she never even touches sour cream. Only dahi whole milk yogurt is in her house for all of her recipes. And, you know, it just got to the point where it became the natural next step to formalize the relationship.
So let's talk about your product line and how you're going to support it via consumer education, via the partnership with Padma.
Yeah.
What are you currently marketing in terms of products, and where are you sold?
So our hero product, as we've already discussed, is Lassi, which is a yogurt smoothie. We have 5 flavors in addition to a new flavor that is Padma's signature flavor, which is tomatoes with mixed berry, created in partnership with her children's book. We also have a line of almond milk yogurts. So our almond milk yogurts are developed using the same slow culturing technique that we use on our Lassi. And we have 5 flavors available in those as well. And then we're also releasing to market right now a dahi whole milk yogurt. And that is a, very delicious, high probiotic, slightly sweet, tangy whole milk yogurt that can be used in a lot of different recipes.
Now, do the yogurts, because they're, I guess, a little bit more easily understood than Lassi, do they help to introduce the brand to more consumers, or is it just we're going to go with our hero product and lead with that in terms of consumer education?
Yeah, we're focusing on Lassi and we're leading with that. But of course, people who are shopping plant-based yogurts, they can find our brand and discover our brand through our almond milk yogurt. But Lassi is really where we're putting the focus of our marketing investment, educating consumers about, the fact that Lassi is a yogurt smoothie. It's surprising that almost half the people in this country don't know what Lassi is. However, it's one of the most predominant Indian foods, but people aren't used to that. They don't know it. So our real goal and the reason why Padma is with us is we want to make Lassi a household name.
How about day part usage? Because I've consumed Lassi in the morning.
Yep.
As breakfast. I've consumed it for lunch, and then just generally for a snack.
Yep.
Are you leaning in one particular direction in terms of day part usage?
There's a lot of opportunity for day part usage, and I think that's one of the amazing things about Lassi is it introduces new occasions and new usage occasions to the yogurt set. So typically yogurt you would see consumed at breakfast, but Lassi, through a lot of our consumer research, we've learned people are consuming, for example, before or after a workout, right? It's a great snack to help to fuel you for a workout or to help to, refuel you afterwards. Also, different flavors we see are more appropriate for afternoon snacking or even for a small dessert, right? Our Alfonso mango Lassi is perfect for a little after dinner treat. So we are leaning in on looking at day parts outside of breakfast because we think that that's a big opportunity for us.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of the Lassi, it's all multi-serve, right, at this point, right?
Right now we have a 32 ounce, so it's 4 servings per 32 ounce container of the Lassi.
Are you looking at smaller packages, or are you looking at opportunities for single serve?
We are exploring it. Yep, we do see it as an opportunity, and it could be something that you might see in the portfolio sometime soon.
You see, I touched on something. Pan doesn't want to get into it too much yet, but maybe Expo West 2022?
Maybe something even bigger there. You never know.
Ooh, Padma herself. Okay,
I can't promise anything.
It's such an interesting time to be in the food industry right now because there's so many things going on. Supply chain squeeze, just the general pandemic affecting how people are able to retail their products, introduce their products to new consumers. What do you think has been the strongest, the best way to reach new consumers of the brand and the product at this point?
We do a lot through social media. We find that works really well for us. And now through Padma, really amplifying our brand message through her channel, with her millions of followers, that's a great way for people to get to know the brand and learn about the brand. And so that's really where we're putting a lot of focus right now. We also are making sure that our brand is not only available in brick and mortar, but also direct to consumer. So we very recently launched the ability to purchase our brand on our website, www.delicious.com.
Delicious with an H.
Delicious with an H. Thank you, Ray.
Yep.
And we are available through Instacart as well. So it's a great opportunity for consumers to find our brand, even when they're just shopping in their own home.
Well, I am blown away by all the great things that you guys are doing.
Thank you.
I know you joined the company
Right in the beginning of the pandemic, April of 2020.
So about 18
it's been
months.
about 18 months.
Well, it sounds like your leadership has been pretty instrumental in taking
Thank
the
you,
brand to
Ray.
where it is today. So congratulations on that, and congratulations on Dahi and the partnership with Padma.
Appreciate it, and thank you to you and the NOSH team for all the great support.
Of course, excited to see what's in store for 2022. Thanks so
you.
much.
Thanks, Ray.
Thank you. All right, you can hand your microphone to Adrian. And up next on the live stream studio here at NOSH Live Winter 2021 is Nikki Schroeder, who is the CMO of High Road Craft Ice Cream. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic.
It's
Thanks
nice
so much
to
for
see you in person.
It's very nice to meet you in person as well. We've communicated via email. I've had your products. I've been blown away by your products. But it's not just me, folks. High Road was recently named a Rising Star of 2021 by NOSH.com. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. We're blown away. Honored.
Well, it's very well deserved. For
Thank
folks
you.
who aren't familiar with the brand, tell us all about it.
Sure. We actually started out as a food service brand. So my husband, 20-year veteran chef, went back to school to get his MBA. And in doing so, that was back in 2008. So by the time 2010 rolled around, the need for high quality chef creations for other chefs was something that he really wanted to focus on his business plan to complete his MBA. So it actually was born of that business plan for his MBA. And so what we did was started knocking down the doors of chefs regionally in Atlanta. And I have a design background, and he's got the culinary background. So we just literally learned how to make ice cream and started, and with a culinary background, it's a little easier for him than it was for me. But would knock on doors, show what we were making to chefs, and sell door to door. And then from there, we grew and became really good manufacturers. And now we have a facility. We have two facilities, one in Marietta, Georgia, and one in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. And we make everything by hand. So literally the caramel, the ice cream mix, the cookies, anything that goes into the ice cream, we make it in-house.
You do a really good job at it.
Thank you.
Talking about expanding your manufacturing, the plant in Wisconsin is a relatively new plant for you guys.
Yes.
You acquired the Three Twins, the former Three Twins facility.
Yes.
And you're rebooting that brand as well. Tell us all about that.
Yeah, well, we're working on that. We're working with some industry experts to help us see where everybody fits, because we've got, under the High Road brand, we also have two other brands as well. We have our Helados La Neta, Mexican-inspired ice cream brand, and then we have Ciaobella as well. So we're trying to figure out which product to put in which place and where everything kind of fits and plays well together.
In terms of manufacturing, I've talked to a lot of entrepreneurs who are terrified of opening up their own manufacturing facility. It's a whole different business. It's not just sales and marketing. You're actually making the product as well. But then I've talked to entrepreneurs who say that is our strategic advantage, is being able to manufacture a product. We control the costs. We control the output. How do you guys see it? How do you see this your ability to self-manufacture?
We do see it as a great point of differentiation for us, because we can become private label partners for businesses. We can become innovation folks, because really what we want to do is look at what's missing, where the white space is and where the opportunities are to create the next novelty or to create something else in the space that wasn't there, yesterday. So it's really fun for us, and it's because we have that R&D capability and we have a whole bunch of chefs that work with us. It's really a fun, that's what fuels us as creative people. So we tend to lean in hard on the fact that we make our own everything, but at the same time, because we did that, I feel like sometimes we didn't do the right branding all the time. We were focusing on becoming, we had a small team, so we were, focusing on becoming really good manufacturers and maybe not the best marketers. So I think we're doing some learning from that, and it's been, 11 years in, and, 4 brands later, we're figuring out how to now become better marketers, because now we've got the manufacturing down.
Well, you're certainly getting there. Unfortunately, I don't think we have a shot of your brownie stuffed cookie. I want to drop the mic. I want to smack myself in the face. That is an incredible product.
Thank
that is
you.
Unbelievable. And yeah, I mean, I assume that's the innovation you're talking about, is being able to differentiate yourself from an already crowded space in terms of premium ice cream and premium novelty. But is innovation enough? I mean, how else do you stand out in that freezer case?
Yes, well, we just went through a brand revitalization. So we took what we were seeing is a lot of our products were disparate. So our pints looked one way, our ice cream sandwiches looked another way, and then we introduced our novelties, the bites that are now bites. They were wallops when we started because we thought that'd be fun to have something that was kind of cartoony and fun, but it didn't fit within the High Road brand. So we took the time during COVID to really look at all of our branding and really bring that High Road brand together in a really, really cohesive way. So now you have your pints, you have your ice cream sandwiches, you have your bites, and everything is very unified under one High Road brand.
I mentioned a crowded set. There's some really strong brands in that space. Are you competing against them, or are you competing as a brand that sort of fits into all freezers? I mean, I guess, do you appreciate it when customers try different brands and have different brands in their freezers?
I love it. Yeah, I feel like because a lot of the other craft makers are just expanding new flavors for people. So if we're all able to be incremental to, say, a Kroger or a Publix, where people are maybe going in for vanilla, but they see something like a bourbon burnt sugar, or they see something like an Aztec chocolate or something that's a little bit different, they're going to expand on what they're wanting to eat, or maybe what their taste buds are. Give them a little tour of something different than they're used to. So I think that brings more people into that space, and like as far as consumers, into that ice cream set, and then everybody wins, because if everyone's going a little bit different on a flavor, then it's going to expand that whole set into something really beautiful.
And I hope the set continues to expand, but right now there's still a limited amount of space in those freezers. So
yes.
Considering that, how do you think about your retail strategy?
Well, we're focusing more on natural. And because we're realizing, because it's a handcrafted product and everything in it is handcrafted and handmade, that we're seeing that there's more of there's a price point that we want to hit. There's and a certain kind of experiential customer that wants that product as well. So it's not going to be a mass. We're never going to be able to hit a $3.99 price point or anything like that. We're going to be able to really, we want to go natural, specialty, and really hone in on that customer.
What is your price point for a pint?
We're about $6.99.
That's not too bad.
Nope.
Especially given the quality that you guys offer.
And we try to keep it we realize if we go higher than that, it's hard. It's really hard to it's hard to get somebody who was already struggling with a $5.99 to bump up to a $6.99. So
it's hard to do that.
Yeah.
Really? Why?
Yeah, because I think, especially if you're in a mass retailer or like a conventional retailer, you've got folks that are spending, going in and getting a Ben and Jerry's for maybe $4.99. So that's a $2 pop for them, and they're already seeing like, they want to be able to understand why they'd have to make that $2 jump. And I think for a lot of folks, especially now with COVID and all of the things that the nation is going through, it's hard to get those extra $2.
Well, all due respect to the legacy brand that you just mentioned, I think people would be much happier trying your products.
Thank you.
That being said, when you are trying to reach new consumers, what's been the biggest selling point? How are you really grabbing their attention and getting them to spend that extra $1 or $2?
Yeah, well, in the past, we've done a lot of events. So a lot of sampling events, a lot of culinary events throughout the whole country. And depending on the regional nature of where we are, we would go to support a retailer. We would do more culinary actual events, and music and art and the things that we focus on that we like, that we appreciate. So we will do things like that. As far as jumping off the off the shelf, we do a lot of point of sale. We do promotion, trade spending. We've gotten much better at that than we have been in the past. And we're starting to realize also things like Pinterest, recipes, how-to videos, how to use our products, and have fun with them. Ice cream isn't just for eating out of the pint. You can make all kinds of great things with them. So we want people to do an experience and not just scroll online. We want them to actually use our products and have fun with them, with their friends and family.
I've had so much fun just speaking with you. I wish we could speak for another 10, 15 minutes, perhaps for an episode of Taste Radio in the near future.
I would love that.
Fantastic. Nikki, thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it.
Thanks.
And I'm so excited to see what's in store for 2022.
Thank you. Me too.
Thank you very much. You can just please hand your microphone to Amanda. All right. I'm going to be stepping off the stage. Before I do, I'd love to bring on to the stage my colleague, Adrienne DeLuca, who is a staff reporter with BevNet and NOSH. Adrienne, how are ya?
I'm great. Thank you for having me today, Ray.
Thank you for everything that you do. Adrienne is relatively new to the team, but she's already become a rock star. She's been behind the camera. She's in front of the camera. She writes for the site. She's doing everything. You're awesome. Thank you so much for this. Are you excited to meet and speak with your first guest?
I am.
All right, I'm going to get off this. I was about to say hell. I guess you can't say hell in the Livestream studio, even though I've said it twice. I'll get out of your way. Great seeing you.
Thank you. Great seeing you, too. So now we're going to welcome to the stage Mike Fata. He is the chairman of Fata and Associates and previous chairman and CEO of Manitoba Harvest. We're very excited to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm fantastic.
Awesome.
As Ray said, this is my first time hosting the Livestream studio, so
No
a little
pressure.
nervous, but
No pressure.
we got this.
Yeah.
Awesome. So Mike, you are a known leader in the hemp food space, following two pretty large figure exits from your company. What are you working on now? I know with Fata and Associates.
Yeah. Invest in a portfolio of natural foods companies, Midday Squares, Dream Pops, Love Good Fats, Own Mushrooms, and just having a good time helping those entrepreneurs scale their business.
Awesome. And when you're looking for new brands to invest in, what are those key attributes that you're looking for?
My investment thesis is products I enjoy in my house. So I've been a 20-year natural product consumer. If I'm thinking if I enjoy the products, then there's a good chance that others are going to. From there, meeting the founders, and if they're cool founders and great people, good to work with, and I think the rest of the business, money, structure, organization it comes more naturally. So product and people first.
Gotcha. And in terms of all of the upcoming food trends we've seen in the industry, what's your take on things such as like regenerative ag, upcycled snacks? Where do you think that's going to stand within the food industry, say 5 years from now?
You know, I think all those are consumer demands. Consumers want to support businesses and really vote with their dollars that are making positive change. I've been a big organic advocate for a long time. Now that's going into regenerative agriculture. I think the upcycled food trend, as you mentioned, is another one. Just where there's like so many billions of pounds of food waste that they can make actual products that people would like. More plant-based, and so I think those are long-standing trends that are really just started over the last 5 years that are gonna just continue to pick up speed.
Gotcha. And do you have your eye on any specific brands or products you'd like to?
I mean, we just announced a transaction where we sold Soul Cuisine, one of our portfolio companies, 2 weeks ago, and that was a $125 million transaction, and in a plant-based space, one of the plant-based leaders. So I'm a big believer in just clean eating, clean label, more simple ingredient, and just teased out the other day on social media. But Nuts for Cheese is a company likely that it'll be part of my portfolio soon. So and they're a leader in the plant-based cheese space.
Gotcha. Would you tell me a little bit more about that company? What drew you to them initially?
Similar, so I started eating the product at home 18 months ago, and every time I went to the grocery store I started thinking, do I only have one in the fridge, and maybe I need to get a couple more at home, and then I met the founder, Margaret, and she is a great person, and the business is often on a growth tear, and so I think that if I can help with capital and some organization, that we're going to see it as a household name, household brand.
Awesome. And then kind of shifting gears now, obviously the past year we've had a bunch of supply chain issues. When you were in the hemp food space, you really led the category overall. What is your take on the challenges that brands are facing day to day? How do you think they can best tackle those and position themselves to adapt?
It depends a little bit. I'm a big manufacturing guy, so I've always ran my own manufacturing facility. Majority of the companies in our portfolio are manufacturers. I think different challenges if you're manufacturing than if you're co-packing. If you're co-packing, there's been a tremendous amount of shortage because big companies and a lot of different brands are going after the same lime time, and so if you can't get your product made, you're not really you don't have anything to sell. But outside that, and even for manufacturers, just the supply chain challenges, both from a availability and a price on everything you need, corrugate, labels, jars, and I think entrepreneurs need to invest more in their supply chain management so that they're actually going out there, meeting more vendors, understanding. Maybe they have to go further away from home to get some supplies that they need shipped into their state or their city. I think it's more important than ever to have like that backup supplier, maybe the second backup supplier, because we've seen in some of our portfolios even they can't get at ingredients for like a month or 2 months. Again, you can put yourself out of business or be challenged for growth for sure.
Definitely. And I know you mentioned even brands within your portfolio have been struggling. Have you guys been assisting them on that front? And what has that looked like?
Yeah, some of that's like, the difference between a younger entrepreneurial business, you maybe haven't done formalized RFPs or like, going out there and, or it may sometimes just the network that they don't know of leading suppliers. And so, I've been involved with our CEOs and even some of the operations team to help educate them about, as the businesses at a larger business, what that looks like to make sure that you have a strong vendor network and sometimes it's a relationship, using the power of an investor that has a portfolio of companies to show some of these vendors that it's worthwhile to help out because you're impacting maybe 4 or 5 or 10 companies instead of just thinking about it as one customer.
Gotcha. And then we've seen, especially today, we've talked a lot about our panelists having operations in-house versus using co-packers. Have you seen within your own portfolio, how has that played out in terms of supply?
Yeah, most of the companies that I'm involved in are manufacturers, and so and they have been that way, and it's actually been a boom for them because they have many people are coming and asking them, can they also be a supplier and offer a contract manufacturing? So I think if you've made but it's not cheap, to invest in assets, and the flip side of that through COVID has been, labor shortages and labor challenges to run the facilities, extra protocols for cleaning and sanitation and segregation, and just making sure that there isn't an issue, testing of the team and stuff, and so there has been increased costs, increased pay costs as well, and that needs to be either absorbed or price increases out to the customer.
Definitely. And then have you seen has any brand stuck out to you really in the past year that have tackled these issues head on and really, I guess, excelled beyond where they were pre-pandemic?
Fortunately for me, all of our portfolio companies have grown through the pandemic, and they've grown pretty rapidly. But if I was going to give a shout out, I'd say Midday Squares is one to acknowledge. They are self-manufactured in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, and have a strong supply chain. But they're also a really simplified business. They have 3 SKUs right now, and it's they're growing into a large company for being 3 years in business. But it's all focused on 3 SKUs instead of you see other companies that maybe have 10 or 20 different SKUs that they're manufacturing, and it makes it a lot harder to have all those points of supply chain. So shout out to MDS.
Awesome. And if they're looking to expand their portfolio, what would be the first piece of advice you would give them to go beyond that simplified approach?
Consumer research and insights, making sure that whatever you're developing, it's also I think an entrepreneur's dilemma is that you make things that you want, and that can work sometimes, but as the business gets larger, it's really good to have the data, understand like what's the consumer trend and be able to, have the basis of a report and insights to then drive your innovation is the smart way to do it.
Awesome. Well, let's see. Thought that concluded our time, but did not. I'm jumping on there.
Well, I got one more. I do a shout out for, we have a major give back project of mentorship with fatafleischmann.org. So Greg Fleischmann and I, who's also an industry veteran, 6 months ago launched and took basically all of our forms, tools, and templates that we've used to grow our businesses and made it available. It's now, and through a nonprofit, it's on fatafleischmann.org. So entrepreneurs can go there and access all these tools for free, and we want to get the word out on that. So.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Great talking to you. And you can now exit and hand your mic to Amanda.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. And next up is David Walsh. He is the VP and Membership and Communications Director at Snack International. Welcome.
Hello. Thanks. Good to be here.
Awesome. How are you doing today, David?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic. Awesome. So can you start by telling us a little bit about Snack International? I know you've been with the company for over a decade. It sounds like a very dynamic organization. Can you tell us a little bit more about the mission and what you do with them?
Yeah, absolutely. So Snack International is the international trade association for the snack industry. We have about 400 member companies worldwide, and they consist of snack manufacturers, snack marketers, but also suppliers to the industry. So suppliers of things like ingredients, packaging, equipment, distribution services, flavors and seasonings, basically anything that goes into innovating and creating a snack business. We have those types of companies as part of our members as well. We're an international organization, so members all over the world, U.S., but especially in regions like Latin America and the Middle East. And our kind of overarching mission, our vision, as we like to say, is connecting the snack industry to create growth and opportunity. And we kind of focus on that through everything we do, and we accomplish that vision using our 3 pillars, which are education, advocacy, and networking. And we do that through a lot of different events and kind of networking services and things like that.
Awesome. And I want to touch more on the advocacy portion of what you guys do. Can you expand on that? What, I guess, present day things are you really standing for, and how do these companies get involved?
Yeah, absolutely. So some of our top issues, and I'll step back, and really any kind of regulation or policy that's impacting the industry, we kind of act as our member company's voice in Washington before regulators and before policymakers in Congress. So that can be everything from labeling issues, nutrition issues, transportation and the supply chain and things like that. So just recently, to kind of talk about one of the issues that are impacting our members, is the FDA finally came out with what they call their voluntary sodium reduction targets. And those targets impacted a number of food categories. Specifically, one of those categories is the snack category. And they were a long time coming. So they were originally released in draft form in 2016. At that time, the science around sodium consumption wasn't really settled. So kind of our message at that time was really take an opportunity to review that science and how much sodium consumers should be eating. How much sodium does snacks contribute to the overall diet? Because when you look at it, snacks only contribute, I forget what the exact number, I think it's like 4 or 5% of sodium to the overall diet. And at that time, they were asking us to reduce sodium in our snack products by 20% on average, which a lot of consumers, snack to kind of, there's growth in better for you snacking these days. But if they want to snack on something like a pretzel or a potato chip, oftentimes they want it to be salty. So it was a difficult issue, but our message, from the outset was we want these targets to be successful and achievable and not just aspirational, which is how we felt the initial draft targets were. So they finally released them in just a month or two ago, and what we're doing for our members is kind of communicating on what these targets mean to them, the steps they can be taking now to kind of comply with the targets. Because even though they are voluntary, there's been precedent for if they don't comply with the targets and don't meet what they call the upper bound limit, just like the upper bound of the target, there could be litigation. So issues like that, we want to make sure our member companies are in the know. And then another big issue we're following is transportation, and it has to do with supply chain. There's a real shortage out there in delivery drivers as that workforce kind of matures and gets older. They're not seeing that influx of new drivers at the younger end of the workforce. So we're participating in some initiatives to try to kind of increase that pipeline of younger delivery drivers, which has obviously implications on the supply chain.
Awesome. And in terms of the issues you guys are advocating for the brands and your members, are those issues that they're presenting to you, or are you guys putting on that sort of forum for them to enter the conversation?
Yeah, it goes a little bit both ways, actually. So we have a member-based committee called our Government Affairs Committee, and really we use that committee to help guide us on our stances on these particular issues. And then we have also consultants that are very plugged into Washington, and we can kind of be our members' eyes and ears, so to speak, and see what issues are coming down the pike and have the ability to impact them a little bit down the road. We say, hey, we heard this issue is coming out, or the draft just came out. This is how it could impact you. Another issue that we follow closely is the bioengineered food disclosure standard, or non-GMO, that went into effect. So issues like that, we kind of have a kind of foresight to know what issues could impact our member companies, but then rely on them to help guide us on what our stance should be when we're advocating for these issues, before Congress, before the regulatory agencies in Washington.
Awesome. And then in terms of the education portion of what you guys do, does that somehow overlap with the advocacy aspect? What does the education pillar look like day to day for your members? How do they get involved?
Yeah, absolutely. It overlaps a little bit. And we have a lot of different education on topics like overall industry trends, regulations that are impacting the members. We do that through webinars and workshops and things like that. And kind of education is interwoven into all the kind of the programs, the networking programs that we put on throughout the year. So just a few examples I can give to you. So we do an Emerging Leaders program each year with Georgetown University. It's actually free for our member companies to attend, and we see it as kind of a professional development, kind of like a mini MBA leadership development program. Really great program. There's a 1.0 version and a 2.0 version for senior level, graduates of the 1.0 or a little bit more senior level folks within their companies. And a lot of our members use that as kind of their own professional development or an extension of their own professional development programs, which is great that we're able to provide that service and really kind of invest as we see in the future of the industry. And then we have a couple other kind of main events throughout the year. So one is our big trade show, Snackspo. And then the other event is our SNX Education and Collaboration Forum, which we're actually launching next year, which is really focused on education. And starting next year, SNX and Snackspo will rotate, every other year. So each one will be held every other year. And at all those events, there's education, like I mentioned, on industry trends, what they need to be focused on, how consumers are snacking, what the data says, what their retail insights are. Regulations that are impacting them, what labeling regulations they need to be aware of coming down the pike. So really throughout all of our events, they have the opportunity to kind of see, what's going on in the industry, take a step back from the day-to-day, and also collaborate with each other and see how, other companies are responding to challenges as well.
Very cool. And so if someone wants, or a brand wants to get involved in Snack International, what's that process like? What are the benefits right off the bat? Why should they join the organization?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question. So we are a member-based organization. So, really the way the dues work is, they just, pay dues based on their sales. It's a sliding scale for that. And if they do become a member, their whole company, everyone within their company would be considered members, so they can all take advantage of the benefits. So they can all be eligible to attend events like, our Emerging Leaders program, all of our webinars, educational webinars that are free for members, have the opportunity to attend our trade shows, serve on committees, be plugged into our advocacy efforts, and really just the networking aspect. I've seen countless times of our members getting together at these events, not dissimilar to NOSH, where, you get that networking aspect and new opportunities are created, through it. So it could be a networking activity. So like, for example, we have an executive leadership forum as well. That's kind of for our senior level executives. And, that's, suppliers and the manufacturers will get together, and oftentimes, that's where new products or new ideas or, new innovations are created, even in those kind of informal channels. So that's one of the huge benefits, is just, you don't know what those opportunities might exist until you actually participate in some of these things. And then they also get things like a state of the industry report, where they can see the data for all the major snack categories, which categories are growing, why they're growing, the kind of the trends behind some of that growth. So just a lot of really great kind of learning, networking, and then the advocacy. Go back to the 3 pillars I mentioned at the beginning.
Very cool. And I have to ask, because I was looking on your website, and I know you have an entire committee just focused on potato technology. Can you tell me a little bit about that and what their work is, committee specific?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of funny you asked about that, because we have our next potato technology committee meeting on Monday coming up. So really what they're focused on is, so there's potato variety trials that we kind of manage throughout the country. And what they're focused on is basically breeding, better performing varieties of potatoes. So it doesn't have, it's not, it's not GMO. It doesn't have anything to do with bioengineering. They're really looking at, again, breeding higher performing varieties of potatoes. So fewer defects, better size profile, better colors, any kinds of, better potatoes that would lead to a better tasting and better performing potato chip. So that those members are kind of get together and focus on those trials, and hopefully have a new variety of chipping potato go to market. That's kind of the goal.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. We're out of time. Thank you all for tuning in to the live stream. We are now back to the main stage for the second half of the Pitch Slam competition. And we'll be back here at 3:15 to interview the Pitch Slam winner. So thank you all and see you soon.
Thank you very much.
right, so I hope that thumping bass line got everyone good and ready to go for part 2 of NOSH's Pitch Slam 11 final round. We're going to get right to it. Our first finalist of this part is Bob Gruder, who is the CEO of Bob's Naturals. Come on up. Thank you.
Hey, gotcha, thank you. Well, thanks for coming and thanks for listening. I want to start out by telling you a story about Dave. Dave's a good friend of mine, and he's a lawyer in New York City. A couple years ago, Dave was working really hard. He was grinding, probably like everybody else. He worked 60 hours a week, very dedicated to his craft, but he wasn't feeling great. He had stomach aches, he had kind of a headache, gained a couple pounds, incredible fatigue. So he went to the doctor, and the doctor took his blood pressure, and he saw it was up a little bit, and he saw that he gained a couple pounds. But the doctor said something interesting. He goes, "Tell me what you ate for the last 3 days." Dave kind of looked at him, kind of weird, and told him what he ate. So the doctor went to his desk and started writing. And Dave was thinking, oh no, here it comes, the Prilosec and the Lipitor prescriptions from the rest of my life. So he came back and he handed him 3 sheets of paper and said, "Here's a diet I want you to eat. Come see me next week," which was very strange for a doctor to say. So Dave followed what the doctor told him to do, came back the next week, and the doctor says, "How do you feel?" He goes, "I feel great. I have more energy. I feel fantastic. My stomach pain went away, no headache." So I went and visited Dave a couple of years later. Dave had gained more weight, and I said, "Dave, what's happening?" He goes, "I'm on the Prilosec and the Lipitor diet." And I go, "What happened to what the doctor told you?" He says, "I don't want it. It's too hard. I'm just not interested." And I said, "Why don't you just go boil some oats in the morning, have some great oatmeal. You can eat it, clean the pots in 15 minutes." And he goes, "I'm not interested." And it just kind of resonated with me for a while. And then he says, I don't want to eat food that tastes healthy. I just want to eat food that tastes good, that is healthy. And that just kind of just stuck in my mind for a while. I was at my local supermarket staring kind of just like this at the frozen breakfast aisle. There hasn't really been any innovation in years in the breakfast aisle. There's been some great innovations. In fact, a lot of the innovations have come out of NOSH for snack aisle and other aisles. But you can see it's just a sea of yellow and red boxes filled with empty calories. And then I thought about Dave and the Daves of the world. There's female Daves. There's elementary school Daves. There's millennial Daves. There's truck driver Daves. There's Dr. Daves. And they're not interested in trying to formulate or go or become a cause. They just want to do their work and work hard. And that's what they do. They work really, really hard at what they do, but they think the food companies should work hard and create something that is good for them. I looked at this and I decided, all right, I'm going to start a new breakfast product. And we created Power Pies. Power Pies, as you can see, come in 3 flavors right now: dark chocolate, mixed berry, and strawberry. One of the best compliments I think I heard yesterday was they said it tastes indulgent. And indulgence could be good or could be bad. Indulgent could be like, I shouldn't have this all the time. But there's only 4 grams of added sugar. The rest of the sugar comes with whole fruit in the center of the Power Pies themselves, and they're made with all natural ingredients. We're in the process of getting our non-GMO certification. We should be getting that in the next few weeks. The challenge I found, and I'm new to the food business, was I must have been insane going into the food business in the frozen category. Because one, it's a cold chain, which is very expensive in itself to support. But when I went to a couple of co-manufacturers and told them what I wanted to make with some prototypes, they said, you can't put whole fruit in the center of a baked good. They said it has to have some sort of jelly or jam to be extruded. And I said, I'm not doing that. So I'm going to make something that's good for Dave of the world. I had to design an entire machine and a process to be able to do that. And we've done that. We have a great machine now that can make volumes of Power Pies. And the Power Pies, as I said, are going to be non-GMO, and they do of course cater to the vegan and the non-dairy community. But we wanted to create something for everybody, something that would taste good for everybody. And it's not just a breakfast item, it's an anytime item. Think about Pop-Tarts. People have those any time of the day. They're just not particularly great for you, but they sure taste good sometimes. I'm sorry.
Well done. Please bring your mic. Yep. No, you can bring it over here. Yep, of course. All right. Power Pies. Bob talked about very little innovation in the breakfast food space in some time. Gavin, do you see Power Pies as filling that need for innovation?
Well, there's certainly a little bit of a need in the breakfast category for sure, in the frozen breakfast category. This could definitely fill a gap that is there. I think the decadent taste and profile of this product has some legs, and I think there's some more innovation that Bob and his team can explore a little further with this one. That's my input there.
Mm-hmm. Heidi, taste so important. Bob used the word indulgent. He said he heard that word yesterday. Are these indulgent products? Would you eat these on a regular basis?
Well, I think, the chocolate was kind of like a gooey cookie. What I expected when I put this in the microwave with a little crisper was that it was going to come out as kind of a crisp pie, right? There was some discussion reminiscing around, what are those things called?
Toaster strudels.
Toaster strudels, right? And I don't know that it delivered on that. Perhaps if I had it out of the oven, right, it might have performed differently. It was kind of
Which
soggy.
is an option.
It was like a soggy cookie or soggy bar coming out of the microwave, but the flavor was good. But just the consistency, I think, just could use a little work.
Eugene, for the Daves of the world that are looking for better foods, are they looking for products like Bob's, like the Power Pies? Is this filling that need for people who don't want to eat healthy food, but just want great food that is healthy?
Yeah, I mean, I think, the concept of Power Pies is interesting, is like a sort of product description. I think I was wondering, what exactly is that mean? Was it delivering on high protein, high fiber? I think that was kind of missing in the messaging, I think, as far as the product description goes. But
I just ran out of time.
I looked at it as more of a, better for you toaster strudel. It's kind of how I thought of the product. So,
Carol, as the other judges talked about, there seems like there is a need for innovation in the breakfast food space, in that frozen space. But, we've seen to varying degrees of success in terms of what moves the needle. What do you think about Bob's in terms of moving the needle for that innovation, for that space?
Well, I certainly have been getting a lot of pitches for frozen breakfast right now, and so they all say it's a category on fire right now. I think given that you're sweet and not savory, which is where a lot of these products seem to be, I would just make sure that you can appeal to a conventional shopper in terms of delivering on that price point, the convenience, Yes, you can use a toaster, but let's be honest, a lot are probably going to microwave it, so make sure that it works in that manner as well. And I do wonder eventually if you could explore more savory flavors, so it's like kind of a breakfast hot pocket sort of style.
Yeah, we are. We definitely are.
Any questions for Bob? I think it's an interesting opportunity for him to hear feedback. Heidi?
Yeah, I have a question for you. We heard you talk about that shopper with a health need. You developed this product for a specific health need. But what I didn't see is how are you going to connect to those shoppers that need this product?
That's a good question. Interesting enough that the people that have tried it have started to create a little bit of a community out there and talk about it. And I think it's going to be more of a social aspect, a social media aspect, that will drive the sales. And obviously we're going to be working with some influencers to talk about that.
And then Bob, what is your target price point?
Target price point is $5.99 for 4 pies, and that is similar to what the price of a protein bar would be.
All right, good stuff. We're out of time. Well done, Bob. All right, up next we have Richard Powells and Samantha Coker, the co-founders of Rich Nuts. Come on up.
Hello, I'm Rich. I am the founder and sprouting guru at Rich Nuts. And this is my wife and co-founder and our CEO, Samantha Coker. Now, before I started Rich Nuts, I was a firefighter and paramedic, and I spent 20 years doing that job. And the last 12 years, I was stationed in Malibu.
Now, all of you all have seen those crazy fires devastating California. That's what he was doing.
Yeah, so imagine fighting those fires without anything healthy to eat. Unfortunately, the only options available to me on the fire line were prison sack lunches, MREs, and fast food. So I started to eat a lot of raw organic cashews and organic trail mix. Instead of getting the energy I needed to fight those fires, I got a lot of digestive issues. I was gassy and bloated, I had brain fog, it was a mess. So I did some research and I found out that if you're eating nuts that weren't sprouted, you could have these symptoms. So I started sprouting the cashews, and before I knew it, all of my symptoms went away.
So Richard, can you tell us a little bit about sprouting?
Sure. So nuts and seeds basically evolved over time to survive the digestive tract. The survival strategy of the plants is to have animals eat the nuts or seeds and drop them out whole so they can grow into a new plant. Well, how do they do this? Well, they concentrate certain substances like phytic acid and lectins, which by design block, inhibit, and disrupt our digestion, allowing that nut or seed to pass through us unharmed.
Now, does everyone know what lectins are? No? But everyone knows what gluten is, right? Now, gluten is the most famous lectin. Isn't that right, Richard?
That's right. Gluten is the most famous lectin. So, let's see, where was I here? So in order to mitigate these effects, what we do at Rich Nuts is we soak our nuts in water to activate them, and then we allow them to germinate. That puts them into a growth phase where they drop their defenses, they become more digestible, and therefore more nutritious.
So you solved your digestive issues, but how did they taste?
Well, honestly, at that point, they didn't taste great. They were soggy and really mushy. So I discovered dehydration, which brought back this amazing crunch, but at that point, they were a little bland and a bit boring, to be honest. So I looked to nature, I grabbed some sage and some rosemary, and I threw in some liquid aminos, and boom, we had our first flavor, savory sage. Now, my flavor philosophy is simple. I think that nuts taste great already, so I use a few simple ingredients to enhance their natural flavor without overwhelming them. And, you know, who wants Cool Ranch flavored cashews?
Richard has a really wonderful ability to create unique gourmet flavors, and that's put us at this really interesting intersection of nutrient-dense, high-impact nutrition and luscious, decadent gourmet flavors. And that's really allowed us to sneak a whole lot of healthy into a satisfying splurge.
Yep, and in my work as a paramedic, I often try to save people that were beyond saving. And frequently I thought, if only I had gotten to them 20 years ago, I could have maybe helped them change their diet and we might have a better outcome. So whenever I'm out there sourcing ingredients, I look to find things that are organic, low glycemic, paleo keto friendly, and vegan.
So this gets to our demographic. Like, we know that health food trends are on the rise, sprouting is on the rise, and of course we feel that our flavors are good enough to lure some of those people who don't care about those things over to the dark side. But generally our consumers care about having healthy, organic, plant-based snacks. They come in two different categories. Women from 35 to 55 are our main consumer, but we're also finding that men who are biohacking, Bitcoin-loving tech corporate guys are also loving our product. We have 6 different flavors, 2 cashew, 2 walnut, a pecan flavor, and a trail mix. Right now, they're priced at $11.99 and $9.99. We're in about 70 stores in Southern California. We're just onboarding into UNFI's Up Next program, where we'll expand Southern California, launch into Northern California, and really saturate California before we expand outside of that. We're doing a little D2C in Amazon, but right now we're focusing on retail. Just a few other things about us. We're certified minority-owned business. Richard is Chickasaw Nation, and he's also Latin American. Obviously, first responder, but also veteran. He was a Navy man, owned business. We have a big pledge to regenerative sourcing and responsible packaging, and we have a very big commitment to mindfulness in every aspect of our business with everyone we touch. And basically, we're just a few crazy nuts, so thank you.
Thanks.
Hold on. If you could just slide up here so our cameras can get you. Before we get started, can I ask, you said they only gave you MREs and prison sack lunches. What's a prison sack lunch?
Is this on? Hello.
Yeah.
Really like a terrible piece of meat, like an old bologna and maybe some mayo on Wonder Bread with, you know.
You could have stopped at bologna. That's fine. Thank you. Pretty bad.
I couldn't eat it.
If Michelin rated nuts, this is what we'd be looking at. Do you agree with that, Eugene?
Yeah, I mean, I love the concept. I guess I've got a couple of questions on the application. Like, these are not roasted then, correct?
They're not. No, they're sprouted and then dehydrated.
So, okay, and then do you find that the seasoning application sticks without the whole roasting? I guess that's like a whole component to the seasoning application.
It does, and we don't use any oils to help it stick like they do in roasting.
Got it. Okay, yeah. I think the product's great, the flavor's great. I think, you know, the category, like, you know, Sahale kind of led the category for many years, and I think it could use some disruption, so.
Yeah, Gavin, you were nodding your head about the category and rich nuts in terms of its potential.
I think the flavor. So like I tried these a little bit earlier today, and I wasn't blown away. And then I was sitting down, and then I was stuffing my face with them. So something happened between the hour and a half. So it's probably really good. It is hitting on a lot of targets, right? So you are hitting the vegan consumer. You're hitting paleo. You're hitting keto. You're hitting a lot of attributes. Organic being the main one. So I think there's some legs behind this. I think you guys have a scaling opportunity. The firefighter logo on the front, I mean, I would more try to get this as a lifestyle brand, hiking and all that kind of stuff. That way it appeals to more. Maybe look at the REIs and things like that and try to get in there.
Yeah, staying on the demographic for a second. I don't know if you're a biohacking Bitcoin guy like they mentioned in terms of their target demographic, but in terms of their target demographic, Carol, you know, do you think they nailed it, or do you think there is an opportunity to reach different types of consumers?
I think I was a little confused at times because you said that you often saw patients as a paramedic that you wish you could have saved. Those are probably not the biohackers and the like fitness women. So I think it, you know, there seems like there's a disconnect between who you want to help and who you're targeting. And so, you know, that was a very long story about what sprouting means. How do you condense that down to reach those people that you wanted to help? Because sprouted nuts have existed as like a bulk bin item. You have to figure out how to convey that on a package very coherently, and that may mean not focusing on the biohackers. They're going to buy them no matter what.
Yeah, I think, like, just to speak to your comment, is that basically where we win is on flavor with those people. They may not even care that they're sprouted or organic or any of that things, but when they taste them and they can't stop eating them, I think that's where we win.
And I would say, you know, then you said who wants a ranch flavored nut? Like a lot of people want a ranch flavored nut, especially in that market. Yeah. So if you are trying to reach those mainstream consumers, maybe have two different lines, like one's Rich's nuts, one's Richard's nuts, you know, like, you know, kind of a more accessible version.
Yeah, and I think what really ties in there is that, okay, so what I found is that most of the commercially available stuff was over-seasoned. It was too salty, too sweet, too something. And I think that speaks to your point that you can continue to eat them for a long time without getting like that oversaturated, greasy mouthfeel. So I think that's one of our special, unique selling points.
Heidi, you get the last word. What are your thoughts on Rich's Nuts?
Sure. I love that you're diverse-owned, indigenous-owned, and I love that you have a woman CEO. Awesome. Kudos there. I think it's overall a good concept. I really like that they're organic. I think you have play there in the category. The flavors are really bright. I love the clean ingredient panel, and the packaging is super fun, like being able to see the peppers behind there or the maple leaves, you know, behind the nuts. So I really think you have something good here. Just take a look at that price point. How do you get it a little closer to what's happening in the category?
All right, excellent feedback. Great presentation. Well done. Thank you. All right, our last presenters of the day are Brianna Atkinson and Jared Golstani, who are the co-founders of Cocada. Come on up to the stage.
I'm going to start off with a question for you all. Think about what is your favorite nut butter. If you feel so inclined, you can say out loud, but at least think it. I'm going to put a good amount of money on the fact that most of us said one of a few options: peanut, almond, pecan. Some of us who are a little more fun say macadamia nut. You know, there's really only a few. Well, we created Cocada, the original coconut spread, to hopefully change a few of your minds. So where did our brand begin? It began 5 years ago. Jared and I were student athletes at Duke University until 2016. Our lives were all about working out. We were constantly on the go. After school, I joined the women's Jamaica volleyball team. There I am on the right, in case you can't see me. And Jared went on to travel 4 or 5 days a week. So we were busy, we were on the go. We didn't really have time to cook. And you know, we loved our nut butters. We were constantly eating nut butter. But I kept craving something sweet, something that would still fuel my body while I'm competing. So we ended up getting into our kitchen, we started experimenting, and we created Cocada. We wanted to change the nut butter category. And this is coming from a place of we love nut butters. I would also bet we probably have more nut butters in our kitchen than most of you. But we came from a place of we want a sweet spread to complement the nut butters, or maybe change it up every now and then. So what makes us different in our category? Of course, we're coconut-based, but there's more than that. We're peanut-free, tree nut-free, gluten-free. We are lower fat, so a bit of a different nutrition panel. We're also free of all refined sugars, but we taste sweet, and we're really proud of that. And lastly, we have a dedicated give-back program, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later.
So we've received some rave reviews from our customers since we launched in October of 2020. One of which that came through just a few weeks ago and is my favorite is this one on the left right here, which is, it's the holy trinity of versatile, nutritious, and delicious, of which we will probably be using that in a marketing campaign coming up soon. But beyond that, just talking about who are our customers to begin with. Really, it's the health-conscious consumer that cares about putting better-for-you products into their body. Folks that care about, buying for children that have peanut allergies or other allergies and want their kids or themselves to eat cleaner or eat vegan or eat gluten-free. So those are really our customers that we're serving. In terms of our business model, we really have a four-prong approach. We have our direct-to-consumer through our website, as well as we vend through other online retailers as well. And then on the other side, we have B2B partnership, which is we're really going to double down on in 2022, and partnering with ice cream shops, bakeries, et cetera, so that way we can get our product into the hands of eventual consumers in ways that they're already enjoying. Think like having a croissant with Cocada on it, and then realizing, oh, I love Cocada. I need to get this in my pantry from here on out. And then we also have our brick and mortar retailers, which we'll talk about a little bit more in terms of our future growth later on.
So you've heard about our product. We're a little bit different. You've heard about our plan, but we started Cocada to give back. We believe that food should be good for you and good for the community, and we really mean that. From day one, we created dedicated give-back programs. We donate 2% of proceeds to community building projects in Sri Lanka, which is also where we source directly from the farmers. And we're really excited to continue growing, continue creating jobs. We're really, really committed to creating real impact with those dollars, not just throwing dollars at something.
So if we took a look back at 2020 and 2021, we focused on our D2C, we launched in Amazon, we focused on specialty retail. As we look forward to 2022, our big focus in retail is going to be on naturals. And then beyond that into 2023 and beyond, we'll look at the mass retail market.
So I know we've said a lot, but here's our plan for the future. We're going to start with our coconut spreads. It's kind of our innovative product line. We already have 3 new flavors coming out, but today we have 2 flavors, our classic coconut flavor for the coconut lovers, and our brownie flavor for the chocolate lovers, both MSRP for $10.99 in retail locations and online. As we go into 2022, we'll keep working on those coconut spread flavors. 2023, thinking about maybe some new coconut-based product lines. But long term, what we're doing right now is, we're focusing on coconut spreads, but we're building a brand that's more than just coconut spreads. We're building a brand that consumers can trust to be better for you, allergen-friendly, and coconut-based.
And just to harp on it one more time, we love our nut butters, as I'm sure you guys all well know at this point. But, there's opportunity for change in the nut butter category. And Cocada, the original coconut-based spread, is here to do just that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, nicely done. Carol, do you see a lot of white space, or do you see an opportunity for Cocada to fill a need in that nut butter space in the way they described it?
I mean, I think a lot of parents are looking for allergen-free alternatives. Certainly, there's like been sesame seed butters, some tahini butters, but again, those are sesames now and allergens, so you're struggling with that. I do wonder about coconut because I think a lot of consumers, when they think of coconut, think of shredded coconut, and that is a very polarizing flavor. Whereas they kind of know what a nut butter tastes like. So there may be some, I wonder, discussion around that.
Yes, we're very busy with that discussion. We focus a lot of our marketing efforts on education because it's kind of hard to tell what it's going to taste like, but getting over that texture is definitely something that we have to talk through. So it's just education.
Yeah, and I think it's funny that you mentioned that because before Cocada, I was a stark coconut hater, which I can no longer claim because now that after you try Cocada, it's so different from that shredded coconut. And what we found when we launched and we started doing farmers markets is as soon as we give a sample out and we're just like, just get over the hump, just try it, let us know what you think. I promise you I hate coconut too. Well, I can't really say that anymore, but just give it a try. And then all of a sudden they're like, wow, I really love this. So yeah.
Demoing will be key, I think.
Well, what's really important right now is how the judges thought it tasted. Eugene, how did it taste?
You know, I thought it tasted really indulgent and rich. I really appreciate the fact that it was, free of allergens from the nut and tree side. I do, I'm really curious on like how you take this application beyond its core, right? So you think about all the nut butters in the category, their base anchor was nut butter, but how they go beyond that, whether it's, grab and go spreads or even in like the case of Justin's, like the peanut butter cups was obviously a sort of lightning in a bottle. So I think it'll be interesting how you take this application beyond its core. And then two, I think, to Carol's point around the texture, I think trial is going to be everything for this brand. And I think, you're going to have to do a lot of sampling to get that consumer education up on at least, this innovation.
I am doing a red eye. I've never done one. And I just have other things that if I can't, I'm just going to meet a friend.
Is someone else mic'd up? It certainly sounds like it.
Come on up.
Yeah.
Got your team.
It's the ghost of the ballroom, right? It's the same one that was taking my mic pack.
I'm not going to lie. I was freaked out by that. That was really freaky. Okay. Gavin, there was a retail roadmap outlined. What are your thoughts in terms of how that roadmap looks? Is it realistic for a brand like this?
So first, congratulations, you guys. Your confidence, it's like very apparent, and your passion, it shows through. So congratulations with your pitch. In the retail space, it's a hyper-competitive category, right? You're going to be competing against a lot, so the trial, to what the other judges have pointed out, is going to be super critical. You can look at what other brands like Justin's has done with like mini pouches and things like that. I think that could be a really cool trial, trial and error portion of the thing. But I think it's a really good quality product, and I would never have tried it, but it was very good.
Thanks.
Heidi, do you see the coconut spread space as sort of ownable by Cocada?
Honestly, I'm not sure. There's others out there. So my question for you is, how do you differ from, say, like an Artisana or I'm not remembering the brand right now. Not Nativa. Sorry. Anyway, how do you differ from like an Artisana?
Nutella?
No, Artisana. They have a coconut, yeah.
So we're really trying to create the original coconut spread. We're a better for you sweet spread. So we're really clear in our marketing efforts to try and use these phrases over and over to kind of distinguish ourselves. I also love Artisana, but we are a little sweeter than a lot of their stuff, and we're purposefully doing that to try and carve out a little niche for ourselves.
The other thing I was looking at too is that they offer a larger size for a lesser price point, and they're actually organic. So that is something for our consumer anyway in the co-ops, right? Organic is a really high expectation. So organic, and then also glass. Our shoppers tend to skew higher buying in glass versus plastic.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right,
organic flavor, organic ingredients. I would love to get certified. So thanks.
All right, great feedback. Well done on the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. And a round of applause to all our finalists. Amazing job. Well done. Okay, our judges are going to go convene. They're going to deliberate. They're going to pick a winner. We're going to announce that winner at 3 p.m. Pacific time. Don't miss it. In the meantime, I believe I'm bringing up our editor-in-chief, Jeff Kleinman.
Hey, everyone. Great job again. Super to have you here. Ray, as always, wonderful job. In the fall, it's a great comfort during a long fall watching the Atlanta Braves win the World Series. Woo! And one of the best parts about that was watching the shortstop, a guy named Dansby Swanson, who grew up in the shadow of the stadium he was playing in. And the only reason I mention that is because we all love when our local teams, when our local friends do really well. And so many of you here and so many of the companies that we see over the years follow that local route. They come from the commercial kitchens, they come from the family recipes, and they go to the farmer's market. They join the local incubator. They break in at the local specialty store, hoping to get noticed, all with the hopes of finding a region, an idea that eventually they can go national, they can bring some glory back to the place they came from. But what about those places that you're from that played such an important role in your growth? How do you keep the local soil feeding into your local roots even as you build toward national prominence? To figure this out and to talk about creating this sort of positive ecosystem that can carry a brand up from the town that you live in to everyone's town. We're so lucky to have two brands that are really firmly rooted in their communities. And speaking on behalf of them will be Jill Bomarito, the president and founder of Ethel's Bakery, and Mac Anderson, the co-founder and CMO of Cleveland Kitchen. And they're here to talk to us a little bit about how they maintain that ecosystem and also how they balance it with that national growth and how they give back. So please welcome them. Hey, good to have you here. Good to see you. Good to see you. So I want to start off by asking y'all to each sort of tell me your local story. So how'd you start?
We started 10 years ago in a church kitchen that we leased out by ourselves, and we started at Eastern Market, which is the oldest running farmers market in the country. And we remained there for 7 years, even while we were growing in that wholesale world.
And now, what town are you in?
Detroit. So we're the underdog, and people love, the story about the successes that come from there.
How much do you play into that as you're marketing, as you're sort of growing outward?
Yeah, authentically, we're scrappy. We work hard. We understand manufacturing. We care about agriculture. Butter's our #1 ingredient. We're committed to that, and it's true.
I'm committed to butter as well.
It's a definite big part of our story.
Yeah, and now tell everyone a little bit about what you make.
Okay, so we're Ethel's. We are known for our dessert bars. They're buttery, melt-in-your-mouth crust. So imagine a cinnamon roll in a pastry bar, a pecan pie in a pastry bar. And we're certified gluten-free, loved by all, and sold in in-store bakery and convenience.
And the idea is that they are taking gluten-free and making it indistinguishable.
Absolutely.
From anything else, and butter is a great ingredient for bridging that gap.
Always.
And Mac, tell us about Cleveland Kitchen.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We are building the leading platform in fermented foods here. But we started, much like Jill, at our local farmers markets back in 2014. But my brother and myself, our story starts well before that. My mother studied biology in college and was a chef. She's actually from Detroit, so I'm very familiar with Eastern Market, great Midwest town as well. But she really cared about finding, very healthy, nutrient-dense, but also delicious ingredients. And so because of that, she was kind of dragging us out kicking and screaming, to farm country an hour and a half every week to get fresh produce, to get great proteins, free-range animals. And she started to realize that, well before we had a Whole Foods or even a Wild Oats in Cleveland, that there was a market for natural foods. And so she built the network of nonprofit farmers markets. And from 4 years old on, child labor laws aside, I was out there schlepping produce and working with farmers and really seeing the farm-to-table movement come, natural makers come to market, much like a lot of our brands have. And both my brother and myself, through pretty much from 6th grade, our height, we could, from a younger age, we could command respect. So our height, we were allowed to manage markets, and through college, we definitely took notice of what made a great food product, how folks were packaging it, how they're engaging with consumers, in these little farm stands, and with social media emerging, how they were actually, growing the brand outside of that. And we really took notice when they ended up on our local grocery store shelves. So we took what was a hometown favorite comfort food of sauerkraut, and we started to, we'd moonlight, leave our jobs at 7 p.m., work till 2 in the morning, 4 nights a week, and sell on the weekends. And what we really noticed was folks were coming back for not only more of their favorites, but new flavors, and the usage occasions for fermented foods were really growing beyond, just a hot dog or a Reuben, but rather on salads, avocado toast, and tacos, rice dishes. And so that allowed us to launch into our local Heinz retailer, and today we're in about 11,000 doors nationwide.
But you're still Cleveland.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And why is that? Why aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's where obviously we came from. A few Cleveland kids, made good. We manufacture all of our products in a 35,000 square foot facility right in downtown Cleveland. We add dozens of jobs to our local economy. And it's a huge point of pride for us. Much like Detroit, we're a smaller underdog city that people kind of look over. When you hear about Cleveland in the national news, it's a lot of times people are speaking with disdain. But if you come to Cleveland, it's a beautiful city, and we have a lot of pride in that. And it's a great, hardworking town, trustworthy. You definitely get that blue collar mentality, and we have fantastic fresh soil, a great body of fresh water, and we love it.
So let's talk about ways that food businesses are engines for economic redevelopment or economic development. We don't even need to call it redevelopment. Within these communities, and what some of the ways are that you both set those roots in, and ideas that our other entrepreneurs can think about, to not just to give back, but to create that virtuous cycle that helps them grow.
I can talk about butter. So, and that's really where it started for us. So when you think of a typical dairy distributor, that's who bakeries and food manufacturers use. They bring your eggs and your butter. There wasn't a single dairy distributor in the state of Michigan that sold Michigan butter. And I'm such a firm believer in carbon footprint, being good to your environment and to your economy. And we made that commitment from day one that we were going to use Michigan butter. It came in 55-pound blocks. And I picked up the phone and found out that the Michigan milk producers, the co-op, is who makes butter. And they don't really distribute butter. So we, for the first few years, drove directly to their facility and picked up our 4 55-pound blocks of butter and so forth, bought a van to do that. Well, we don't want to be in the distribution business of food ingredients. So we got distributors to bring that butter in, and I called other bakeries and said, will you use Michigan butter? And I'm a believer, there's enough for all of us. We have to collaborate. That's part of that local, and it helps your team understand your commitment. It was significant. It's a big part of our story. They're actually coming to visit our brand new facility next week, the co-op members, to take a tour, and that relationship continues, but it's been very impactful on the Michigan economy.
That's an amazing thing. And what's the cost difference to you?
it's tremendously beneficial now. We don't have to use a distributor. We buy it by the truckload now. So the fact that we had that relationship, we able to negotiate contracts, it's our number one expense outside of labor, and we're saving 30% now because we're doing that, and have from the beginning.
That's amazing. And I also love your two expenses, labor, butter.
Yeah. I'm 100% certain that your facility smells better than mine.
It does.
So tell me what's the connection for Cleveland?
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously bearing the name and putting the city on our back in that respect is huge, but building, making sure that as we grew, we wanted to stay within the city limits. We're actually in an opportunity zone, and adding, 40 jobs to the local economy is fantastic. But through sourcing, we've also been extremely strategic. All of our cabbage comes from Ohio farms when in season. And we recently, the pandemic, put some positive pressure on us to reapproach our packaging supply chain. And so we've actually now moved to a manufacturer that is on the east side of Cleveland. And all of our packaging, our product is grown, made, fermented right in Cleveland, and we ship it out. And we've actually got a couple key retailers doing sustainability studies because of that. So it's been fantastic to give back not only to the local community in ways of jobs and development, but also to farmers that we grew up, helping out at the farmers market as well, and seeing those businesses incubated. And then, to some of the local angel investors that took a shot at a few kids that were selling old cabbage around the country. And, hopefully we hope to bring some wealth back to Cleveland.
Have local investors played a role for you as well?
Angel, meaning friends, family, people that I've known from my past work life, absolutely have helped along the way and were instrumental in every part, but they could be part of the story, and it's exciting for them.
What's hard about being so stridently local in terms of sourcing, manufacturing, labor?
Well, for us, because Detroit is such a manufacturing mentality, it's beneficial for us to be in where we are, where we're located. So that is a bonus for us. Sourcing locally is always a challenge. I mean, we know we can get butter. Our number 2 is pecans, so we work really hard to make sure that they're from the US, right? So we look at local as being Michigan, we look at local as being Midwest. Cleveland is local to me.
Yeah.
And that's our commitment. Everybody knows it. We work hard to get distributors to also focus on that and to help us be part of that solution.
And Mac?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's, there's everybody knows that, packaging from China is likely going to be cheaper than packaging from the United States. But making that switch was incredibly important to us, and it's paid dividends. We have a 99% on time and in full rate at a lot of our partners that we go direct to, and that's led to more business, that's led to great retailer trust, and that's because we've put such a focus on a key supply chain. It was a little more expensive to work with getting those Ohio farmers on board. It's a great cooperative that does follow the seasons down to Florida, but that's just the nature of cabbage, and we're not pulling from the other side of the country, so we're reducing our carbon footprint in that manner, but we're also strategically kind of vertically aligned that way, in that if there's ever any cabbage shortages, we actually received truckloads of cabbage before, for instance, Yum Brands and KFC got theirs for their coleslaw. So
it's true.
It's pricier, but in the long run, I think it pays dividends, and you can really see the impact on your community, and from a team building perspective, and kind of waking up every day with purpose, not only providing a great product, but having that, commitment to local is fantastic.
Purpose is really it's an amazing thing, your why. And as that's playing out, I wonder, does it ever get in the way of expansion? Do your cost structure,
You're asking the question that from the day we started, we've always been told, outsource your manufacturing. Growing a brand and manufacturing are two separate silos. They need to depend on quality. However, once we got past a certain tipping point, it's become a tremendous value to our company and to our retailers.
Yep.
The fact that we manufacture, we don't do it because it's cool, we do it because it's necessary to provide the product and the quality that we want. And what we make is delicate and fragile in the bakery world. It's not your typical mass-produced throw-through machines. And we are committed to that quality and being that taste difference. So yes, it's been a challenge in some ways. It took us longer to build out a new 20,000 bakery than if we would have had it, co-manufactured. But we control it, and we control our quality and our sourcing. So it's very exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, echoing that, it's as you're growing, you can't run as fast as some of these brands that do have a huge co-man making everything. It's super capital intensive as you're getting started, so you're spending a lot of the dollars that you would love to be spending on promotions or marketing or building a team on building manufacturing. But once you do lay that foundation, you're strategically positioned to win. Also for us, it's been, we are immediately on shelf when we're in LA. It says Cleveland. You can see that we're not local, but people get behind the purpose. They understand that we stand for something with our brand. And, in our sauerkraut line, there's going to be a local provider in many places. And so getting onto shelves initially was a challenge. But once they saw the data and they actually said, we're the national brand to put in and really create the category growth, and all ships rise. So all the local brands actually benefit from us being in there and being that, large national manufacturer that can throw some promotional dollars behind the category, drive trial, and bring folks into, a tremendous growth opportunity, a fantastic category.
Yeah, I did want to ask about that. You're both in categories that tend to have a lot of local contributors. Is it, what is the argument? Is it, when you have us bannering, we're gonna expand the category?
In baking, traditionally, in most all retail, there are a lot of suppliers, just like you said. And we're often mistaken for a local bakery, like often. NorCal thought we were local. They asked us to be in their local program, and we never misrepresent that. We sent them all kinds of, we said, we're Detroit. They're like, it's okay, you are part of our local. Anyway, we are a local solution on a national level, meaning that we can scale, provide, we have food safety, and something else, the raw materials that we have access to are consistent and the very best quality all the time, and our processes are equal to or better than most local bakeries. And I don't mean that as any disrespect to them. We just invest a lot in our ingredients, and it comes through in our taste. So we're there to be that solution. We also help bring that premium buyer into that bakery. We have all the food labeling, very transparent and clean. We're a solution for that bakery.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the numbers don't lie, and that really helps. But if you can provide a fantastic product at a great price, and our mission is fermented foods for all, we want to make it accessible to more people. So a lot of the local brands are going to be double our price. So we're coming in, we're bringing folks into the category, and then maybe there's a differentiated flavor from your local player, but we do see the entire category rise once we enter. A great story, I don't know if there's any football fans in here, but Giant Eagle is based in Pittsburgh. We're Cleveland. There's a little bit of a rivalry there between us. My buyer came up to me when we were expanding. He's like, listen, you guys are crushing it in Ohio and Indiana. I'm a little nervous to planogram you in Pittsburgh, but if you want, I'll give you authorization and you can go hustle your butt off and sell in. And that's exactly what we did, because that's what we do. And he came up to me a couple months later at a food show and he shook my hand. He's like, I'm so sorry I doubted you guys. You're blowing the doors off the thing. And those are fantastic examples, but it's definitely slowed. When you look at a Whole Foods, which definitely has roots and focuses on local, that's why it's been a little slower for us to get into some of those regions with nationwide distributors, because they're going to pick a couple nationals, and early on we had to create that case for ourselves, and we've done so, but they're also going to want to have their local, so that's what potentially slowed us, but we could also bring fantastic service, great product, and scale to the larger retailers as well, and so that allowed us to get national quick.
I want to ask, are there programs that are sort of favorable on a tax basis or on an economic incentive basis that have helped y'all grow?
Well, we've had access, like like most everyone, to the most recent with the
TARP.
Yeah, with COVID and everything else happening. But for us, well, we met at an export, you and I did, at a USDA export program, and we do a little exporting to Canada. That was a grant-funded program, and some of the marketing, and they've helped us develop website, and that's through the branded program. So that is one. We have in our state, we have an apprenticeship program that we're starting to be involved in that's grant-based too. We've also benefited as an agricultural group from the Department of Ag for equipment grant programs. And certainly we try to be an example for them and a success story, and that helps you grow further.
Yep.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As I mentioned, we're in an opportunity zone which has tax benefits, and the city of Cleveland has been good to us. Obviously, carrying the name helps, but they've helped in terms of sourcing and finding jobs. Getting funding hasn't been tremendously easy for any government, but we do our best, and we're definitely supported, and the city of Cleveland definitely gets behind us. And then it's also great to see individuals like Iron Chef Michael Simon, who when you're from that local hometown, they banner you about, and we've gotten business opportunities because of that as well. So there's direct and indirect programming.
Then the next question, of course, is you're sitting in Detroit, you're sitting in Cleveland. Not that there aren't high net worth individuals, not that there aren't angel groups or even VCs in these places, but getting that sort of broad fund capital, is that hard to get it to? Is it hard to sell them on the idea of these cities?
You start out with your family, your friends, your neighbors, and everyone else, and then you've got decisions to make along the way if you're performing the way you should be and growing at that rate. And there's always private equity. There are many ways, and Matt can talk about some of that too, but I think the opportunity's there. I think that it is further reaching. There's definitely more capital, I believe, out this way, both coasts. But it just depends on what you're looking for and what your goal is.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think early on, getting some of those high net worth individuals as angels to get us to the next stage, and then our next round of investors did come from getting to events like this and being at food shows and making those connections.
See?
It was us too. Us too.
It also goes in line with what Cleveland's economy is. I mean, Rockefeller was 45 when he moved to New York, and Standard Oil was already the #1 company in the world by the time he left Cleveland. So there was a ton of old money, but we very much became a healthcare town. The Cleveland Clinic is, if not the best hospital system in the world, it's right up there at #2. So we have a ton of healthcare tech, a lot of investment in that space. So getting those strategic investors, which is very key, that people that can not just add dollars to the bank account, but can actually provide value, insight, and be advisors for you and add benefit beyond the checkbook, was fantastic. And we did have to get outside of Cleveland to get those food CPG investors into our company, and we wanted to make sure that we did that. But we've also, in that round, Clover Capital is a great group, and they bring together, they're based in Chicago, but they bring together former founders to invest in these companies. And we actually got 2 manufacturers from right outside of Cleveland that were doing it big, Brad Sachs of More Than Gourmet, and then Main Street Bakery. So these guys knew it. They knew how to build and scale manufacturing, and they were right in our backyard. But it was funny, we had to go to Chicago to get them in. And so it's just funny the way it works. But we just wanted to be strategic with who we were bringing into the company.
I want to talk about the ecosystem a little bit because there are places that become hotbeds, right? The Austins or the Brooklyns, or even Chicago has these sort of layered, or Boulder have these layered veterans bringing up new folks, advising them, investing, getting on boards. How do you substitute for that where you are?
You hustle. You talk to each other, right? I have found that the food world's very collaborative. In 2013, I went out to Boulder and talked to a bunch of brands that you'd know, and just asking for the conversation has been so powerful. Go with an ask to learn something, and then when you follow up and let them know that you listened, you'll be shocked at the kind of help that you can get. But it is about getting the right help, the right advisor, the right talent, along with money in order to make that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's kind of easier to put your head down and get to work when there's maybe not all these events going on, but it's critical to get out, to make friends in the industry that you can call. I think I hope I'm good about it, but I try and be good about talking to emerging founders as well, because there's countless names that helped me when we were getting started and learning how to sell into grocery when that's not my background, obviously, and just having those mentors in the industry and friends you can call and go over ideas and things that you're going through that they've either been through or going through as well is key. And getting to events like this, getting to food shows and making the most of that network time, and then following up and picking up the phone and not being afraid to, you don't know what you don't know. So you got to get out there, you got to ask for advice, and you got to create a network of I call them my food friends. You got to have your food friends.
So in other words, then, it's not something that's really accessible locally.
No, and we're trying to build it in Cleveland.
Which is the follow-up question.
Yes.
How do you help? Is it incumbent on y'all to create it?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think it absolutely is.
So how are we doing it?
Well, we have about 15 different small companies that we're working with, but we also work with Eastern Market to help them when they have new businesses coming in. We have a kitchen that we're looking to lease out to someone else that's coming up and give them a break like we had that break, right? We also work on behalf of small business in general with our local government just to make sure that everyone knows about the programs that are available. It's a constant give back because we've received so much, and we work with Detroit Food Academy. We have all different organizations that we work with to help grow them and help spread better food knowledge in general.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's critical to create the community where it wasn't. So we're, same thing, our commercial kitchen, we've been very proactive in coming and giving talks. They're building a community. Growing up at a farmer's market, which is arguably the best food business incubator that exists, hundreds of companies are coming through there, and massive farms as well, but really connecting with those folks and giving of your time, getting to our local schools and universities and preaching that, hey, food entrepreneurship is great, and then just getting amongst other entrepreneurs, and even if there's developing food community here, but even if they're just not in the space, just having that community of business builders and leaders in Cleveland has been critical to us and for our sanity too, because while it might not be the exact same problems they're going through the challenges of being an entrepreneur. Whether you build a food brand in New York, Cleveland, Detroit, Timbuktu, it's going to be hard, it's going to be challenging, and you're going to need to put your nose to the grindstone, but kind of building that community and giving back has been critical for us as well.
I want to ask, because I feel like we've sort of set it up as Shangri-La. What is the big challenge of of having such local roots in these cities that aren't, near the biggest airports?
I mean, I think for us, my heart is the biggest challenge is when we go to purchase and I'm told that we can get it for X amount cheaper this far away. I mean, that is something that hurts my heart. And we just made a decision last week to stick at a little higher price, which seems counterintuitive to what we're doing right now. That's a challenge. And that means we have to make it up somewhere else. So if we're committed to that, we've got to find ways to be sustainable and remain as local as we can. The other is, you mentioned it, Mac, we can grow. We've got great capacity where we are, amazing. But we're hiring the people. Mm-hmm. We're training the people. We are using our own working capital to grow that, right? Those are two of our biggest challenges.
Yeah, no, I think any business has a challenge no matter, again, where you're at. But I think you alluded to it earlier, the community, the events, the large retailers or the access to, you can build a very good business just being in New York City, and then you can go out, which I think was also a benefit for us. We got into Heinen's, and Giant Eagle took us locally as well, and we started looking at the numbers. We have to get out and run into thousands of stores to make this a feasible and sustainable business. And it also encourages us to lift up others, even though we're, it is a smaller community, but we just did a collaboration with our new kimchi with Korea House here locally. It's the top Korean restaurant we grew up going as kids, and to be able to put them in national press is rewarding in and of itself. So while there are a ton of challenges and we don't have that same, high paced, we can go to a million events and get out to 1,000 stores right in our little area. It's got its benefits as well. So,
well, I appreciate y'all coming out to California to share the gospel of the Midwest.
I was hoping for better weather.
Sweetie, I was too. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's hear it for these guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Hi, everyone. I'm Erin Cabry. I am the reporter at NOSH. So when Samantha Abrams and Ian Gaffney founded Ithaca, New York-based Emmy's Organics in 2009, they thought they were making hippie health food. But the company's gluten-free and vegan coconut cookies helped it establish a strong position within the better-for-you baked goods space, and it grew to be embraced by a wide swath of consumers from Sprouts to Starbucks. The company eventually caught the eye of Mexico-based baked good giant Grupo Bimbo, which acquired it earlier this year. But while the acquisition was a notable turn of events, it's the journey there that we can learn from. It grew from a natural snack maker sold at farmers markets to a nationally distributed brand without taking any investment along the way. With that choice came many learnings around the importance of slow and smart growth, establishing a strong set of values, and knowing when to bring in outside leadership. Here to discuss the many life stages of this homegrown business and the lessons learned along the way are Emmy's co-founder Samantha Abrams and general manager Bill Kelly. Hello to you both. Thank you for joining me.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. So to get started, there seems to be an established recipe for entrepreneurial brands, raise a couple funding rounds, quickly scale distribution, bring in a CPG vet to lead the company, and eventually sell. So Emmy's didn't exactly follow that plan. So was that a conscious decision from the get-go?
Definitely not. And I would say that there's no one recipe for success at all. This business was started truly out of a pure passion. My husband, Ian, and I, we had a recipe for coconut cookies that we just wanted to share with our local community. And it turned out people really loved them, and it fit a lot of needs that were starting to happen in the marketplace. And so I'd say along the way, we really kind of learned by doing everything ourselves. We made all of our own products ourselves and sold all of our products ourselves and did everything. And so we've really learned by doing.
And when you were starting out, how important was it to establish a clear set of values and needs for the brand from the start?
I would say we didn't. I'd say instead really just incorporated our personal values into the business, and that wasn't even a conscious choice either. I think just, starting a business from nothing with a lot of passion, you just naturally put yourself into what you're doing. And so when it came to hiring employees and, just the quality of our products, it really was truly what we believed in as people. And so that really just ended up going into the business.
Mm-hmm. And what kind of led to the decision to not take on funding as you grew, especially in the early days? Was that something that you decided from the start, or you just landed on eventually?
So many things just happen. Well, again, we didn't start the business to sell it. It was truly out of passion, and when we started, we weren't aware of the industry and a lot of the growth that that was happening with other brands around us, and so we really focused on what was right in front of us, and it was creating this product and expanding it as much as we could. And I don't think it was until a few years ago, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, that we really thought, okay, selling this business would make a lot of sense because we definitely want to see it live beyond us. And that's when we started talking about raising money and what that would look like, because we were like, okay, if we want to sell this business, we should probably start growing a little bit faster.
And I definitely want to get to that a little bit later, but to just kind of focus on those early days when you were starting out, since you didn't take funding, obviously you were focused on profitability, and along with that, what were the strategies you employed from, your product offerings to your approach to distribution to help you kind of get there?
I think that we made a lot of mistakes, and our goal always was to make money, because that's just how we thought we should grow. And what ended up happening is we had so many great creative ideas for products, for flavors and other lines, and there came a point when we really just started looking at our P&L, and we realized that our hero product was our coconut cookie line, which is still kind of our most popular product line. And we ended up cutting almost all of our other products and flavors. Actually, when Cynthia was talking yesterday about when she started with her first few SKUs, she knew to put popular flavors that people liked, and I was like, we did the opposite. We had all these funky flavors. We had a chocolate orange, a chocolate chili, we had a mint chip, and a lot of retailers ended up taking those flavors because they already had a chocolate chip or a dark chocolate, and so we started realizing that those flavors weren't super popular, and so we had to really just dial it back, and we spent many years doing that, and that really ended up helping our profitability and really helped us continue to grow without investors.
Mm-hmm. Was that tough picking, first of all, getting rid of those products, cutting those SKUs, and then finding the one that resonated? Is that some entrepreneurs, you feel like your product's like your baby, so how did you choose which ones to keep, which ones to get rid of?
We really just looked at the numbers, and it is hard. It is, because especially we had this cereal line that was based in sprouted buckwheat, and it was my idea, me personally, and I remember just being so proud of it, and it was so innovative, and it just didn't work. I think it was too expensive on the shelf. It was just too different. It required a lot of education, and so that was definitely. I had my ego burst a little bit when it was time to cut it, but it was absolutely best for the business. And just to focus on what you're doing well, I think can be really hard, but it takes diligence, but it's really important.
Mm-hmm. And what was your approach to distribution? I know you've said you kind of had a more focus on slow, more smart growth.
Yeah, that is what it was. We went from going door to door to we worked with a lot of independent distributors, and we still continue to work with a lot of independent distributors. There's a lot of benefits there because you're able to get your product into a lot of independent stores, but you're not having to do a lot of the paperwork or any of the disputes or things that you deal with a lot of the larger distributors. And so I think that we really leveraged those for many years before we started working with the big guys.
Mm-hmm. And I know a lot of brands, they're tempted to go on LinkedIn or go on social media and look at their competition, compare themselves. I should be doing this because this person's doing this, or I'm not doing this right. Is that something that you fell into, and how did you navigate that?
Yes, I feel like I still fall into that.
Hard not to.
Conversation
we literally, yes, we have that conversation all the time because I know for myself that, I would go on LinkedIn and I would see all these people raising money, selling their companies, and then even just going to a trade show. You know, you see someone's booth and it's gorgeous and you're like, wow, we're not doing as well as they are. And you just naturally compare yourself, and it is so messed up. Don't do that. Don't do it. I mean, I have to tell myself not to do it because you have no idea what's going on behind a post or behind a beautiful trade show booth. And you know, now we've been a part of the industry for like 13 years now, which feels, that's crazy. You know, a lot of businesses haven't made it. And so I think just, you know, it's been hard, but to really focus on what we're doing and what's working, and to continue to like solve the problems that we need to solve. And find help. You know, good segue maybe.
That is an excellent segue. Where I was going next. Thank you for this. Yeah, so you added Bill as CFO in 2014 and eventually CEO in 2018. So for you as an owner and a founder, how did you kind of land on that decision and know that it was the right time to bring in outside leadership?
Well, I think both Ian and I, we have always known that we don't know everything, you know, and we've really approached, I think, being business owners as a learning opportunity. And so we've always leaned on other people just to at least hear their opinions. We've made some amazing industry friends and mentors who we have called upon over the years. And when we met Bill, his wife introduced us at Expo West, and I had made friends with her the year prior, I think, and she was just like, hey, you got to meet my husband, and he was doing a fractional CFO work for a number of companies, and we just really hit it off, you know, and well, Bill just reminded me that it was actually 8 months later that we actually started working together, which really shows, you know, how slow and thoughtful we can be sometimes. But I think we liked each other, and you know, he started as a fractional CFO, and you can kind of share your perspective of this.
Sure.
But just, we continued to go to Bill for advice. And I think, one, we had a lot of shared values, but we really respected his experience in a lot of different industries, you know. And so we kept going back to him. And so it just was a very natural fit and someone who we wanted as a part of our leadership team. And also his skills really complement mine and Ian's. Like, it really just naturally worked.
And Bill, how did you know that Emmys was the right fit for you, and what kind of impressed you about Emmys?
Actually, as Samantha said, I had the opportunity to meet them at Expo West, and my wife said the way she said it to me is, you've got to meet this cute young couple. I think you'll really like them, and I think you can help them. And so I remember I was down the aisle. I went back down towards their booth and got a chance to meet them in person and told them what I was doing and said, if you need any help, you know, let me know. And they were staying at Ian's brother's house, Connor, in LA area. And they said, well, we're staying a little bit after the show. Maybe you can come up and see us. So, which I did. I drove up and saw them and met in their backyard and just got to know each other a little bit. And I remember driving home and calling my wife saying, you know, I really like both of them. I believe in what they're doing. I believe in the product. And I believe, for me, at that point in my life, I just wanted to be involved with people that I liked, that I felt that I could go have dinner with or breakfast with or a coffee or a beer or something with. And I felt that way about Ian and Samantha. I just had a really good gut feeling. And it turns out that it was happening on their end, too. Ian had said to Samantha that day, I could see Bill being our CEO one day. And that was like, we were just getting to know each other. And it did take about 8 months. One thing I'm not a high pressure person. I was like, okay, here's what I can do for you guys. You let me know. And we just stayed in touch. And then it came on to where I started very small, like one day. I said, I'll give you a day. Let me look at your financials. Let me look at your business, and I'll give you my 2 cents. I'll share with you what I think you should look to do next. And that's how we started. And we did a small crawl. The more we got involved, as Samantha said, they'd come to me on other things. Sometimes they were Emmys related, sometimes they were not. Sometimes they were, hey, we're looking at a house. What do you think about this? Or, hey,
like, help life.
What do you think? So we just kept that dialogue. I had about a half a dozen clients total. And the more I worked with them, the more I enjoyed it. And I got to a point where I needed to make a decision of who I was going to go more of a full-time run with. And it just so happened that they were at that inflection point of knowing that they needed outside help. And we were at a meeting in New Jersey. I had flown out to New Jersey. I live in San Diego area, and flew out to New Jersey. We met with a gentleman there, and Ian and Samantha and myself. And the conversation about a CEO came up. Like, gosh, we're growing, and we're probably going to need a CEO. So I just raised my hand and said, if you're seriously thinking about that, we've worked together long enough now, I'd love to talk further about it and see if we can't figure something out. Because again, I just felt a kinship, I felt a belief system that a lot of my career in consulting, I felt I've had to try to educate people towards a better way, a way of thinking about people, a way of how they paid people. Like one of their goals was, well, we want to be a living wage employer. Can you show us how we can do that? Can you, tell us how we can afford to do these things? So the initiatives that they were interested in were all ones I believed in personally. So that made it very easy for me to look to say, hey, this is a group that I like, the people I like, the others I met with in the organization I liked. And then we just talked about goals together. And first and foremost, let's build a business that's profitable. That was the goal, is we want to be profitable. We had maybe dreams of one day being acquired, but first and foremost, it was profitability that we wanted to focus on.
And his first day was in January, flying to Ithaca when it's freezing, and he's flying from San Diego, and we were like, welcome.
A warm welcome, I'm sure.
Yes.
So Bill, when you joined as CFO, what impressed you about how Samantha and Ian had run the business thus far?
One of the key things that impressed me quite a bit was their handle on the business, meaning that they really knew their margins. I've consulted a lot of young companies, and a lot of them have good products, but they don't know their margins. They don't really know what they're making. And I could count way too many times of how many times I've said to somebody, well, what do you make on that product? Or what's your margin on that? And they don't know. And these guys knew. Ian had created a margin calculator that he was able to put in all his inputs, and it would kick out what their margins were on each SKU. So they knew going in that they had strong margins that then could support the growth. So that was very impressive. And I felt that, okay, I don't have to teach that side of it. The people side of it, which to me, I've also spent a part of my career in the HR side of life. And to me, we're only as good as the people that work with us. So I felt a real importance to the people, and so did they. They really stressed that to me. I mentioned the living wage was important to them, health care, 401ks, all these things that they thought they wanted to do one day but didn't know how to do. We figured out a plan together. Like, okay, here's how we can do that, and we've got the right margins to do it, and here's how we can grow. And let's grow in a fashion that we're not going to take every opportunity that comes our way. We're going to grow with the opportunities that make sense for us as a brand. And I remember sitting upstairs in our office in Ithaca with our VP of sales, and him being very frustrated with us because we'd say, no, we don't care for that drug chain right now. We don't really want to go to that retailer right now. That's not our customer. And that was just a real disciplined approach. So that Ian and Samantha both had that. They're both super scrappy. They would do anything. It didn't matter what it was. They would jump in and do it, and I really liked that too.
We're still that way.
Yeah.
So for both of you, when you first started those discussions around that change in leadership, how important was it to establish that roadmap for the future? What do we want to be like in 3 years, in 5 years? How important was that?
I think it was very important. One of the things I did as a consultant, I always asked people, where do you see yourselves, or what do you want to be when you grow up? Like, what is your goal? What do you really want to do? And then I feel my job is to lay out that plan and that roadmap. So with Ian and Samantha, I had asked them, do you want to be acquired one day? Like, is this something that you're interested in? And they both said, well, maybe, but we like the business and we like what we're doing. And I said, well, I feel that you've got a business that could scale and a business that could have an exit on it. So let's start to model what some of those things could look like, and then see if we can continue these dialogues. And we did that, and I think we came to a spot where we felt this is going to take maybe up to 5 years or so to get to a point where we wanted to be. And so I remember at Expo East 4 years ago, I guess it was, is when we agreed that I would come on full time and laid out this map. And we've had one too many spreadsheets, one too many Excel sheets of what those all look like.
So
but
many.
yeah, we pull those out and go, what did we say again? What did we do? And we just would tuck it away and then put our heads down and get back to work and say, okay, let's make this thing work and let's manage the bottom line and really look at every component of the P&L on a regular basis. That was super important to us to get there.
And Samantha, after adding Bill to the team, did you think back and wish maybe you had brought somebody outside in earlier to lead the company?
Yes and no. I would say no, because I believe that, your path is your path and, things happen for a reason, for sure. But at the same time, when you do bring people on that have experience in lots of different roles, it really is a game changer. So there definitely were, or even like when we brought someone in to help manage our manufacturing who had a quality, QA background, like that just was such a game changer for us. So, I think every business is different, but yes and
no. So what have you found is kind of the best, and you've alluded to this a little bit, but what is the best power balance and dynamic between a CEO or a general manager and the co-founders of a company?
Well, you could share your perspective, but you have to like the person because you're going to spend a lot of time. We have, I think I talk to Bill, 3-4 times a week. We have group calls and we have individual calls and we have smaller group calls. And so to really like that person and feel like you're on the same page and that you are working towards the same goal is so important. We don't feel like there's a power dynamic because we all make decisions together, the three of us. And I think we trust each other a lot. So we've really built a strong foundation, and that's really helped with our kind of leadership dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think early on when we started the discussions, Ian was really in more of that CEO role, and here I'm the guy that they knew from having consulted on the finance side, but still it's their baby. And so I wanted to be very sensitive to that and understand that this is something they've brought this far. And I want to be cognizant of that. I want to be sensitive, as I mentioned, and then see how can we do this together. So what we established was if any one of the three of us didn't agree on something, we weren't going to go forward with it. So it didn't matter if it was me that I didn't agree, if it was Samantha, or if it was Ian. We felt unless we had alignment from all three of us, that it wasn't a decision we wanted to do. And I think that helped us build the trust, that we knew we could disagree, we could have different opinions. When Samantha said to like someone, when I would travel to Ithaca, they have a studio attached to their house. I would stay there. They would invite me for dinner. I'd be hanging out with them and their friends and going to the softball games and all those things. So it became something that we really enjoyed each other's company, and it wasn't like work. We all jumped in and we all worked very hard and very long hours, but if you're aligned with the right people, it doesn't seem like that. It just seems like you're making progress and you're making a difference and a change. And just when we first did the living wage, that was really a neat day for us, I think.
Big win.
To be able to do that. So those sorts of things together were really exciting.
Mm-hmm. When entrepreneurs are kind of first starting out, I feel like they kind of have to be a jack of all trades. So when you're bringing in outside leadership, was that nice to be able to kind of settle into what your strengths were?
Definitely. I think just as the business grew in general, when we really started, Ian and I, the two of us were doing literally everything. And then, as we added even just one person helping us in manufacturing, it just allows for you to kind of, well, luckily Ian and I were very different as far as our skills. And so we naturally gravitated to very different things, which I think was a huge benefit for the business. And so then, yes, the more people that you add, you're able to really hone in. And I feel like that's something we will continue to do. It's just always getting people doing what they do best, because that's where people really shine.
Mm-hmm. And so after a decade of bootstrapping the business, cutting those SKUs, slow and smart growth and distribution, how did you, first of all, know the company was ready to bring on outside investment? And did you feel like there was a change in that original roadmap that you had set out for the brand?
Well, like I said earlier, we realized that we were at least ready to start growing faster. We had an amazing opportunity getting distribution with Starbucks, which we knew was just such amazing exposure. And so we just felt like we were ready, and we had really honed in on our manufacturing and had leaned into it. You know, we had looked at, and we still have a mixed model today, but we had looked at fully outsourcing at one point and realized that we were actually very good at manufacturing. So when we were at that point, we just felt that we were ready to start growing faster, and that's when we started having really very relaxed conversations with investors. And I'd say for the first year and a half, we weren't exactly clear on how much money we wanted to raise and exactly what our goals were with that, but we got there. And so, yeah, that's when we felt like we were ready.
We said no thank you a lot to
Yeah.
people. A lot of people contacted us, and we just said, we're good, we're making money, we don't need any outside money. But as you get to a certain point of growth and distribution, trade spend starts to be a lot bigger number, and you start to look at your models of your P&L, and you realize to sustain that growth, it makes sense to have more capital. And initially, we were very fortunate. We aligned ourselves with a local bank in Tompkins County in upstate New York, who believed in Ian and Samantha, because Ian and Samantha, when I first went there, we'd be walking to the street. We could walk from Ian and Samantha's house to our building where we manufactured, and it'd be people walking by, people driving by, hey Ian, hey Samantha, waving. They were like the little celebrities in town there.
And then eventually it was like, hey, Bill. Yeah.
But our bank, I remember meeting with our bank. We were initially with one bank, and just the loan officer at that bank just didn't get it. It was like, this guy doesn't get it. And they had another loan officer that had worked with them at another bank prior who switched banks, and he said, hey, I'd like to come meet Bill. I'd like to come meet you guys. And we met with him, and we told him what we were looking to do. And he said, you know, we'd rather be your investor, but not a real investor. We'd rather give you a line of credit that allows you to grow, because we believe in you guys, we believe in your product. And if we can do that for you and leverage that growth and keep you 100% owners of your business, how does that sound to you? We said, well, that sounds great. Obviously, it's debt that you're taking on, but we took our line of credit from where it was when I started there to the point where we got it right prior to the acquisition. It was probably 15 times greater than it was when we started.
Yeah.
And that was incrementally done, you know, where they would see the success. We'd tell them, here's our projections, here's what we're going to do. We would then do that and typically beat them. We typically tend to be conservative with our projections and typically would beat them. So we just kept up in the ante with the bank, and even when we got to the point of manufacturing and we were outgrowing where we're at, we were like, gosh, we got to get a building. And so we started talking to that same bank, and we had help from the Tompkins County Area Development Agency, and we had people all coming together that really wanted to see them do well and really wanted to see the brand do well in upstate New York and keep the jobs there. And so we actually purchased a building and ended up making that our new manufacturing facility, and we're able to keep all the same staff, everyone over there, and continue to make our product. And Samantha touched on it, that we were good at manufacturing. We had two different co-men that made our product for us. One was making it for Starbucks and Costco for us. And they came out to see, like, how are you guys doing this? Because they would give us pricing, tolling pricing. We're like, that's too high. You know, well, what's wrong with your program that you guys can't do this for less money? So they wanted to come out and see, well, what are you guys doing? And what they told us, both times, they told us the same thing in two different groups, which was, we don't have your people. The people you have is your secret sauce. And our people were Burmese refugees. It was the lion's share of our manufacturing people.
Yeah, a lot of people don't really know that part of our story, but it is kind of accidental to have this incredible refugee community that's a part of our staff. There was one, we've always manufactured our product, and we were hiring, and this one woman named Da, she came and started working for us, and it was the best job that she'd ever had. She had come to us, she was working the night shift at Dunkin' Donuts or Subway. And she loved working for us. It was very easy. She loved doing the work. And so anytime we had an opening, she was like, oh, my neighbor, my cousin, you know, like, and so all of a sudden, a few years later, our entire manufacturing staff is made of these amazing people. And we didn't even know about the refugee community in Ithaca. So it's been a really beautiful part of our story to create an environment where these people feel safe and they feel respected, and to create an equitable environment. We have all of our signage translated into their native dialect. We have translators at all of our meetings. And, as Bill said, it's really paid off in that they really love what they do, and we're able to make our products really efficiently.
We don't have a lot of time left, but I want to bring everyone up to speed to where you guys are now. So, and you said you had a lot of no thank yous. So what made Grupo Bimbo, the people you said yes to, and made them a good fit for Emmys?
I'll quickly touch on it.
Sure, go ahead.
Yes, oh my God, a minute 20 left.
Give us your elevator pitch.
Okay, well, we were originally talking to them about a minority investment, and the more that we got to know them, because I honestly didn't know anything about Grupo Bimbo, but the more that we learned and the more people that we met there, we realized that our values actually aligned with this huge company, and I don't know if I even thought that would be possible, to be honest. And it, the conversation, when it kind of switched to an acquisition, we realized we'd be able to maintain a lot of the things that were important to us through an acquisition with them.
Yeah, we were able to keep our staff. They wanted to do that. They loved that we manufactured. They wanted to keep the B Corp certification, all things that Samantha worked really hard at doing and making happen over the years. They were aligned with us on those things. And we, as she said, we didn't expect that going in, but the more we dove into who they were, the more we walked away impressed, thinking, gosh, this is a company that we should maybe go from a minority, maybe to a majority, and then it went from that to, what about a full acquisition? And it was something we didn't set out to do. That wasn't what we were looking for, but it just made sense.
Yeah. Great. Well, that's all the time we have, but thank you, Samantha and Bill, so much for sitting up here and chatting about the story of Emmys, and I'm excited to see where you guys go next.
Thank
Hi.
you.
Thank you, Erin.
All right. The moment we've all been waiting for, and we're going to get to it shortly. Our judges are going to sit down, at least I hope they are. And Carol's going to make a quick announcement before we get into the winner.
Yeah, so it was very apropos that we ended our conference with Erin moderating the last session, as Jeff alluded to. Today is actually her last day at NOSH. She's moving on to another publication and moving to New York, which sets up lovely that we hope we'll see all of you and her in New York in 2022. But we wish the best to Erin, and she's just amazing and has grown into such a vital part of this team that you'll just be missed entirely. I can't even vocalize it.
All right, there you go. Registration is now open for NOSH Live, Summer 2022, June 13th and 14th. You will save money if you register now.
And you might see Erin there.
And you might see Erin there, yes. Before we announce the winner, I'd like to ask the judges and chat with the judges a bit about the process, some of the things that they really saw as impressive in the winner, and some of the things that really highlighted their, I thought they announced the winner. I was like, some of the things that really highlight the strengths of that brand as they move forward. Carol, let's start with you. In general terms, what really impressed you about the brand that's going to win this competition?
I think the brand that won the competition had really thought about who they are and where the potential was for them to grow, and had a really refined message, whereas sometimes it's very easy to try to do a little bit of everything. And this brand really had more laser focus on who they were and where they wanted to go.
Eugene, there was a lot of talk about taste among all the brands. What really stood out from a taste standpoint?
Yeah, I think the winner of this, the taste was, I think from a category perspective, really unique and very differentiated. And I think in a world of innovation where we're seeing in mostly food and bev, innovation's hard to come by. So I think they definitely had a leg up in that.
Heidi, from a presentation standpoint, what did you like most about the winner?
I thought overall the winner had a really comprehensive presentation that included a lot of the components that I would like to see when a brand comes and presents to me. I thought they did a really nice job with that.
And Gavin, we talked a lot about scalability and potential as an important part of this competition. What are some of the things that the winner can do, will potentially do as they grow?
Well, they have a lot of ability to, I think, experiment and try some really cool things in a category that they're entering. And, I think from a, I don't want to divulge too much. I think they have an ability to make a lot of headway.
Well said. All right, after we announce the winner, we're going to invite the winner up on stage for photos. So please come up on stage when I announce your brand's name. The judges would also like to shake your hand or give you a fist bump as well. But now is the time to do so. The winner of NOSH Pitch Slam 11 and a $10,000 industry awareness package is Kokata. Well done. Come on up, Brianna and Jared. Come on up to the stage. Well done. Well done. Thank you very much. Brianna, congratulations. Jared, congratulations. The judges would like to congratulate you as well.
All right, well, we'll take some pictures in a second, but thank you guys all for joining us. Thank you to our sponsors and our insiders. It was lovely to see you all again. And for those of you who are sticking around for BevNet Live next week and the Cocktail Showdown, we look forward to spending more time with you over the coming days. Thanks, guys.
All right, some bonus coverage here. We're back on the Livestream studio at NOSH Live Winter 2021. I'm Ray Latif, the editor and producer of BevNet's Taste Radio podcast. And we are now with the winners of NOSH Pitch Slam 11, Brianna Atkinson and Jared Golestani, the co-founders of Kokata. Congratulations, Brianna and Jared.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Very, very well done. Just a very, very tough competition, and you guys came out on top. I remember I saw you guys when I announced Kokata had won. It looked like it was a pretty special moment, but also somewhat surprising.
Yeah, I mean, all the brands here were amazing. And you get up there and you're watching them and you're like, I see a lot of what we want to be in all these other brands as well. And you go up there and you kind of do your thing. You be as genuine and authentic as you can to your brand and to yourself personally. You know, you hear those judges and you're like, that could be us, but it could be anybody else too.
Yeah, it's funny. We were holding hands as the judges went down the line, and the tightness of which our hands held continued to increase and increase and increase until we heard it. But to Brianna's point, I think that the fact is that the innovation that we're seeing across all of the food space is spectacular. And there were so many times where I was watching, different folks presenting on like their topics and their brands, and just thinking to myself, wow, that's really incredible. Like the Mushrooms brand, I actually despise mushrooms. And Brianna made me try one of the mushrooms, and I am now going to have mushrooms. It's actually insane. So yeah, it's just crazy.
This is interesting. You didn't like coconut.
Yeah,
you're
I know.
a coconut entrepreneur.
He's a big hater.
There's not many foods that I don't like, but yeah, I guess I need to get out a little bit more.
I'm mentioning something that you said in your presentation. Let's just go back and reintroduce Kokata real quick. What are you guys all about?
We are the first coconut-based spread, naturally sweet, no refined sugars added, gluten, vegan. We check a lot of boxes, and we have a bunch of different use cases. People put it in oatmeal, people put it in their smoothies, people put it on top of toast. So we're finding more and more ways on how versatile our product is, like day by day, as our customers get more feedback back to us.
How long have you guys been in business?
A year. We launched just a year ago. We've been working on it for 3 years. It took us a while to get going.
Well, you got it going, for sure. In terms of your presentation, we saw a lot of things. We saw a lot. It looked like a very buttoned-up presentation. How did you prepare for this competition?
We might have taken a different route than some other people. We came in and said, we're going to prepare really, 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 really hard for the 2-minute semifinals. I think that was hard because we're both extroverted, we're both talkative, we want to share everything about our brand story. The 2 minutes was really, really challenging. And then we said we'd cross that bridge when we get there, if we get there for finals, and we did. And last night we were like, all right, well, I guess we'll prepare now. So
Wait,
you
didn't have a presentation until yesterday?
I mean, we prepped the PowerPoint. We ended up making some changes to the PowerPoint, and then prepped our exactly what we're going to say last night, which was probably a little risky, but I think if you ask us any questions, Kokata is the easiest thing for both of us to talk about. 100%. Maybe besides our relationship. Yeah. It's the easiest thing for us to talk about. So I can go out there and I can talk as long as you'll let me talk. So we did that.
Yeah. Well, we only have a couple more minutes, so I don't know how long we can keep talking about Kokata. I'd love to talk about Kokata more often. It's an amazing time to be in the food and beverage industry, as you guys mentioned. It's also highly competitive in terms of what investors are going to spend their money on, where they're going to place their bets. How are you trying to attract investor interest at this point?
I think, well, to date, we have bootstrapped the entire thing. And I think our entire goal was, let's see how far we can get with, our own money and how much we can invest in the company ourselves. When it comes to a hyper-competitive landscape in food, you talk about, opportunity for innovation. And my first role at this company was I was chief taste tester, and Bree was the one who actually did all of the R&D. And it was from moment one that our first batch and iteration came out that I was like, this is a truly innovative product. So when the time comes for us to go out and attract investor attention, I think that the fact is that our innovative, our really special, unique product is probably going to do a lot of talking for itself.
Yeah, the only thing I'll add is we're just trying to do our own thing, and if people believe in us, if investors or retail partners like us, then it's probably a good match. So
yeah.
Outstanding. I asked the winners of our beer competition, which took place a couple days ago, where the party was, and they mentioned a certain place in Chicago. Do you guys have plans tonight to enjoy yourselves?
Yeah, we're staying here tonight. I know we're going to grab some drinks with new friends we made this week, actually.
Great.
We already made those arrangements. We might grab a few extra drinks.
Yeah.
But the party's going to be here tonight for sure.
You guys deserve it, and you deserve that trophy. Congratulations
Thank
once
you.
again. Winners of NOSH Pitch Slam 11, Kokata. All right, that's it for the live stream studio here at NOSH Live. Thank you so much for watching, and thanks to our incredible team at BevNet, NOSH, and Taste Radio. I love these guys and gals so much. I also love this brand. Once again, congratulations to Kokata.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.